strong is the hammer in my hand. How long can you force me to dance? There's a cry, and I saw you smile when I fell into the dirt. Oh, your fire, I don't belong here. I'm not calling you a lie. I'm too young for bitterness like this. I've grown too old to forget. I'm not a killer, but killing never fails. To a hammer, every problem's a goddamn nail. Oh, your fire, I don't belong here. I'm not calling you a liar, but I know you don't
Open your eyes, what can you see around? Wind of the open sky, over the siren sound. This is a dream, getting the royal scar, holding a diamond blade, throwing it far. Holding your breath still, you jump the fire. We'll just sit and wait till you see me fly. You know they'll never catch me for it. See me fly, the way I put my finger on it. See me fly, you got it, then try to tell me you got the wrong guy. See me fly, you know they'll never catch me for it. See me fly, the way I put my finger on it. See me fly, you got it, then try to tell me you got the wrong guy. Look at them now, all of the noise they make, counting the cards to one. Queen of hearts never breaks. Falling asleep, here might just take a while. Trying not to grind your teeth, dreaming to touch my style. Well, can't say I blame you, trying to come close to, but all you can do. See me fly, you know they'll never catch me for it. See me fly, the way I put my finger on it. See me fly, you got it, then try to tell me you got the wrong guy. See me fly, you know they'll never catch me for it. See me fly, the way I put my finger on it. See me fly, you got it, then try to tell me you got the wrong guy. Got the wrong. Got the wrong guy. Then try to tell me you got the wrong guy.
Throw your uppercut, try to hit me in the gut, thinking that I won't react. You whisper in my name, thinking I won't be the same. Turn fiction into fact. See what you didn't know, bruises that I'll never show, slipping on your every jab. So tighten up your fist, step into the ring with this. I hope your mama's got your back. First round, you thought you would've knocked me down. Fifth round, bleeding out the side of your mouth. Final round, pulling the sound of my name in the crowd. You hit a bus. Oh, 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 oh. You hit a bus. Oh, 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 oh. Just 'cause I took a break, you're making a huge mistake, thinking you can take the throne. Look at you trembling, step into the lion's den. Bet you wish you stayed at home. Begging for mercy underneath your breath when I ain't even sweating yet. My legend's written in the stone, yeah. You're crying danger in defeat is now your only friend. Even your mama's gotta know. First round, you thought you would've knocked me down. Fifth round, bleeding out the side of your mouth. Final round, pulling the sound of my name in the crowd. You hit a bus. Oh, 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 oh. You hit a bus. Oh, 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 oh.
Just like cruel, cruel. So stick around. Just like cruel, cruel. Just like cruel, cruel. So stick around. Just like cruel, cruel. Just like cruel, cruel. Just like
weißes Papier, Seite um Titel, Mitte 20 und hier Zeile für Zeile, offener Blick, find nur beim nach vorn sehen zu mir selber zurück. Und auch wenn's irgendwie nur eine Plattitüde ist, der Augenblick zerfällt, hält man ihn fest. Und wenn ich's richtig sehe und verstanden hab, dann sagt er selbst, wenn man ihn ziehen lässt, ich geh einfach nur los, irgendwohin, auf jeden Weg. Ob klein oder groß, wartet ein Sinn und wir haben's erlebt. Nein, ich hab noch nicht genug, wart mal wieder auf die Flut. Schwimm oder schweb, Leben ist Leben, Leben ist Leben. Solange sich alles bewegt, solange sich alles bewegt. Lieber neue Gedanken aufleisen sollen, statt ewig im Gestern mit den alten Parolen. Nun ist die Währung, der Weg ist das Ziel, kostet die Welt dann vielleicht gar nicht so viel. Und auch wenn manches davon sicher Plattitüden sind, man fühlt genau, wenn es stimmt. Ich geh einfach nur los, irgendwohin, auf jedem Weg. Ob klein oder groß, wartet ein Sinn und wir haben's erlebt. Nein, ich hab noch nicht genug, da hör ich die Sirenen singen. Ein Teil von mir will gern gleich hier zu ihnen sinken. Doch ich widersteh, hör auf mein Herz, ich geh. Ich werd nur kurz zum Abschied winken. Und dann einfach nur los, irgendwo hin, auf jedem Weg. Ob klein oder groß, wartet am Sinn und wir haben's erlebt. Nein, ich hab noch nicht genug, wart mal wieder auf die Flut. Schwimm oder schweb, Leben ist Leben, Leben ist Leben. Solange sich alles bewegt.
I saw you riding on the train today, and I tried to figure out a way to stay close. I wanna see you again. I wanna be your friend. I wanna see you again, Hey, I heard you like me in a different way. No way. There's nothing in the world that makes me stay away. I wanna see you again. I wanna be your friend. I wanna see you again. All the time I wasted on something, growing up, I dreamed just nothing. Ooh, what are you? People talk loud, I get what they're telling me. I fucked up, but I didn't care of it. Ooh, what did you? Hey, I gotta say, something's going wrong, and everything's upside down. I'm falling. Hey, I gotta say, I'm always so truth. No one talk now, I'm feeling lost on it. Silence is loud, I get it safe from it. Ooh, I wanna choose. Hey, I gotta say, something's going wrong, and everything's upside down. I'm falling. Hey, I gotta say, I'm always on a run. I'm getting closer to the line. And everything's going down. Yeah, everything's going down. Hey, I gotta say, something's going wrong, and everything's upside down. I'm falling. Hey, I gotta say, I'm always on a run. I'm getting closer to the line, and everything's going down. Yeah, everything's going down. And everything's going down. Yeah, everything's going down.
Ganze Nacht nur unterwegs, Sportcoupé angehen mit den Brüdern und Rosé, später gehen.
Hello, everybody. Welcome to the Esports World Cup. With myself, Epic Damnos, and joining me is Danog. We're coming into you for the East Europe qualifiers. Danog, how you doing, my man?
I mean, I got my wish finally, Epi. A new patch. We finally got it. And that little tweak patch as well afterwards. The A patch that a lot of people were really begging for. Clinks finally got the nerf bat, but there's still some busted heroes out there, and I want to see how these Eastern European teams exploit that.
Yeah, there's so many busted heroes. I mean, it's coming to a point where we don't even understand how many busted heroes there are, because I think the patch is still being kind of fathomed out, but we're starting to count. I mean, we're in double digits right now. There's heroes which are absolutely insane, you know. I mean, it was a few days later when Valve came in with the emergency patch of, oh my gosh, we've actually broke a lot of things, and we still are awaiting for another emergency patch because things are still being discovered.
I mean, if they're going to do it, it's going to need to be soon, right? Like you mentioned, these are the qualifiers to the Riyadh Masters, and then straight after that, there's TI qualifiers. So there's a lot of events kind of jammed in all together, qualifying for the big events of the year.
Oh, hell yeah. I definitely think that some of these pro games later on now are going to be absolutely crazy. And what a better way to actually learn the draft than actually watch the games and watch the pros play on this beautiful patch, which completely changes the game. It feels like a completely new game. You said yourself, Danog, you're loving it at the moment.
I'm loving the unknown, right? Because that's where people get to find their little niches, right? You remember, there was a time where Tundra just felt unbeatable. This is the TI-11 winning Tundra. There was a time where OG in 2022 just felt really, really strong. That roster that included, Amar and Yuragi at the time. So I'm interested to see who are the people that are going to be able to figure that stuff out. We're casting Na'Vi later today, and Yuragi is now playing for them. And in the past week or so, he is 20-4 in his high-ranked pubs. So he is looking really good, and maybe he's got that little bit of that understanding of the patch really early on.
Possibly. We'll see. It's gonna be crazy to watch all of this play out, especially with we keep on speaking about the patch. Okay, it's gonna be nuts. But of course, our first game that we'll be covering is Liga Team versus Namiga Gaming. Now we've got a lot of other games to cover. Obviously, of course, first day here. I mean, on the other channel, of course, we have ourselves Virtus Pro versus Nexus, but we're going to be covering Liga Team versus Namiga Gaming here. How do you think this one's going to play out? Even with the patch, I don't know whether we intrigue with the patch to understand how this game is going to go, because even when we understand these two teams and how their play performances, I don't know if we can make an analysis here. I mean, you're the analysis.
Yeah.
That
Right?
help
I mean,
us.
the thing with Namiga is they were like a really solid, let's say, tier 2 team, right? Like at the very top of when there was the DPC, that Division 2. But the thing is, that was partly when they had Melreen playing for them, and now we can see what he's able to do when he's playing alongside, some great players in Falcons. It has meant that they've dropped down a little bit in quality, and in terms of like team cohesion, I would have to say Liga Team probably has a little bit more of that. These are players that have played together a decent amount in the past, so maybe that'll be what gets them across the line.
And as we know, I mean, when you play with certain teammates more and more, then you start to get more comfortable. Of course, it does come as quite a negative impact sometimes if you are joining a new team and you're not familiar with the players that you're playing with, and you don't understand how their play style is because you haven't played with them long enough. But the longer you play with them, then hopefully the better performance we'll see, especially what is very important within these games, and especially within this patch as well. Teamwork makes the dream work.
Exactly. And I know I'm the analyst, Epi, but I just want to get your prediction. Like, who do we have in our top 3 for these qualifiers out of all the teams? I think there's 2 that are kind of obvious that stand out to you, but have you got them just at hand?
So I'm going to say I've absolutely loved the performance that Uragi has been playing out recently ever since he joined Na'Vi. So I'm going to say Na'Vi for that one as well. I'd also like to say Yellow Submarine too. I absolutely love the fact, Satanic, who's come into Dota 2, I think this year, and we've casted a few games of Satanic actually, and been really surprised with the performance of not just him, but how he plays around the team and his team too, which enable him to become this excellent, superb carry player. And I'm also going to say here Virtus Pro as well. Virtus Pro, obviously, of course, they made their way into Birmingham around about the April time. And Virtus Pro, they've been delivering some good performance all round this year. So I'm going to say them too.
Took the words out of my mouth, Epi. Those are the 3 that I've got up there, especially with Yellow Submarine. They've got Kasani playing for them as well, right? He's, obviously been a part of some tier 1 teams. He's got that experience, especially with a young-ish roster. He's going to be able to give them perhaps that extra little bit of maturity that they need to go on top of their zoomer reaction speeds to be able to maybe get them across the line. And, I mean, the last quals that we did were for Elite League, I believe, for Eastern Europe, and that was when 9 Pandas took out the win. No 9 Pandas this time around, so we're going to get a new team coming through the qualifiers instead.
We got a draft underway too, ladies and gentlemen, so hopefully we'll get that for yourselves now as it's come onto our screen. There we go. We don't like to mess around. Here it is. The draft straight away. Liga versus Namiga. It kind of rings off the tongue a little bit here, how they have GA at the end of both of their names. It's going to be excited.
Speaking of end of their names, what do you think Dogurti, Caturti, Shelberti are on non-Liga team? Is that a thing? I'm not.
10 seconds.
I'm not up with it.
It seems like it's a kind of like triangle musketeer kind of merge of names here that they're trying to make it work. Actually, speaking of that, that's quite ironic about how the team names and now their player names as well. I have honestly no idea why they've done that. Not a clue.
Man, they are zooming through these bands, and honestly, for good reason. I think outside of the IO, they're probably 5 of the most busted heroes of the patch. I think TA, the change to the refraction, is just insane. Giving her side blades, albeit like a weakened version at level 1 as well, is really, really good. Storm Spirit, now you don't have to actually go up into melee range to use your static remnant, and you can just build for survivability, as opposed to mana regeneration, which is going to, of course, assist with both getting kills as well as just being that much tankier into the mid game. Dark Willow, busted as ever, like it just feels like really strong. Zeus as well, percent damage, always going to be a good thing. And Timbersaw somehow did not get touched in either of these patches, which I think is just insane because it was one of the top heroes, and then they just gave him even stronger scaling with like that infinity symbol chakram that you can now shoot out for some reason.
Yeah, the Timbersaw here is scary. I mean, as you've just mentioned here, Dark Willow.
Weaver's, in my opinion, the most busted hero of the patch, by the way.
Really? What's most busted about him? What do you think?
I mean, you just get
changes?
Geminate attack for free. You don't like do much bonus damage, but just to get an extra right click for free, and it means that at level 3 you have Swarm, Shikuchi, and Geminate attack, which is just a crazy timing. And you also go, I think it's called the Hive Mind facet, which gives you extra XP in the lane, so you can make it work as a 4 or a 5. This is interesting. Mixer, he loves playing the Visage. He did it all the time when he was playing on Ancient Tribe in Division 2 of Western Europe, again, when DPC was a thing. And he made it work a fair amount of the time. I'm not really seeing too much of it in, honestly, even pubs, let alone pro games.
Yeah, me too. I haven't seen it either. Especially in the pub games, as you just mentioned there, too. Batrider, though, we've definitely seen Batrider, though, right? Have you seen Batrider in your pubs?
Oh yes, and it's just as strong as ever. Like they nerfed at least the fact that Sticky Napalm doesn't give vision anymore, so you can't use it to like easily get D wards on cliffs, and you can't use it to like scout Roshan and all that sort of stuff. But they just gave him so much more damage on his ultimate. They gave you a way to have a little bit more ticking damage on your right click as well, just through the innate ability. Feels really strong. Honestly, like, this is all just meta that they're banning right now. Spirit Breaker as a support feels insane. You get that extra movement speed off of your Aghanim Shard, which you're very likely to get early on, especially as a support, so that feels incredibly good to have. And Marcy combined with Visage is just a busted combination with the sidekick, so good bans coming out from Liga team.
Like, what is that with Spirit Breaker? I remember, like, playing the patch for, like, the first few days, and then Spirit Breaker got picked. I had not read what Spirit Breaker could do, and then all of a sudden I see him moving the exact same movement speed as he would do when he's charging. Absolutely nuts. I couldn't comprehend how that happens, how he gains like so much movement speed like that without even charging or anything. It's insane.
Yeah, I don't know if it's a bug or not either, or if it's been fixed somewhat, but you know how like he's got that facet that lets him bump people back an extra amount if he uses his Nether Strike. Apparently, if you combine that with reverse polarity, they just get yeeted across the entire map. Like, it just gets sent to the other side. Oh, love the clockwork as well.
Dear.
Like, it's like the metal spirit, basically, that you've got now. You know, you could just fire out those cogs, you could deal a crazy amount of damage. I tried to make it work. I'm not good enough to be able to make it happen, but I could certainly see Namiga making it work. Probably Queasy is going to be the one playing this.
Yeah, you need to get like the edge off. I've seen from like some videos, it looks very, very difficult to try and aim the cogs very well. But I mean, you know, when it comes practice, then you can do very, very well in aiming these cogs. But it's only early days of the patch. I mean, I'd be very surprised if Namiga have mastered the art already of firing cogs into players and not making any mistakes here. So that is going to be an intriguing one to see for sure.
You never know, that might be his warm-up exercises. Mid players do like the Invoker, cycling through every single one of the spells. Maybe it's clockwork cogs for supports.
They pick themselves up Shadow Fiend here. Now, I don't think I have ever casted a Shadow Fiend game pro. This is how this is how non-prevalent the hero was. He was like behind everyone else. Like no one wanted to pick him. But now with the patch coming underway, especially for this hero, Liga, they feel that they want to get themselves the Shadow Fiend. But the question is, especially with what abilities have been buffed, and especially his innate abilities and stuff like that, do you think we'll see the Shadow Fiend on the safe lane, or shall we see it on the mid lane? Because I still feel it's kind of a little bit more of a safe lane.
It is, and specifically because of Liga team, I'm almost certain that it's going to be played in the safe lane. Violent has been spamming this Shadow Fiend, and prior to this, Terrorblade was one of his best heroes. Remember that small period of time where people were just picking Shadow Fiend and like putting no points in Raze, just They were basically making it act like a permanent metamorphosis.
Yeah.
Terrorblade.
I remember.
And that's kind of the way that he likes to play it. So I'm interested to see if they're able to make that work, because TB sucks right now. Ever since they changed the innate ability to have the illusions deal 50% less damage when they're far away from him, means you can't split push as easily, means you can't farm quite as quickly. So Shadow Fiend is something that he's been making work pretty well. I think he's got like an 80% win rate on this patch on it so far in his pubs.
Oh. Well, it's definitely going to be intriguing to see whether that will still work. So he doesn't get the raise points, right? Is that what you said?
You might get like 2, but
2,
not beyond that.
And just have a look at his other abilities as well. The Lasting Presence temporarily reduces more armor after nearby enemy heroes are killed, and then the Shadow Mire, which is to do with the Shadow Razors as well, applying a 10% movement speed and 10 attack speed debuff on enemies hit. Oh.
I guess it depends on what they want the lane to be as well, right? Like if it's a Batrider 5, that's a pretty strong laner, right? So maybe you do want to go into something that's just going to absolutely dominate the laning phase. They've got plenty of damage so far on Liga team. That's not something that they're lacking. Both teams are kind of squish, to be honest, right? Like Clockwork doesn't have the magic barrier during the cogs anymore. Tiny, he's still tanky-ish, but Keeper of the Light, certainly not so much. And, like we were saying before, we really haven't seen Visage all that much on this patch. Just off of reading it, I think you could still use Stoneform on the Visage while you're stunned, as long as your familiars aren't stunned. I might have that wrong, but if that is the case, that is a lot of extra survivability that this hero has gotten, and if there's anyone that I trust to, know how this hero is going to be good on this patch, it's Mixer. Like, it is his specialty hero, and he's probably going to have a Tiny paired together with him, so that's a lot of damage that you can set up for in the laning stage.
Yeah, this is really going to be a mad game just looking at the draft right now. I haven't seen anything like this within any of the pub games that I've been playing. I don't know about you, Danog, but we haven't even got to the final hero yet.
Yeah, the Hoodwink, the Batrider, and the Tiny. Honestly, supports are very normal from what I've been seeing in pubs. I'm kind of waiting for the Mars to come out here for Liga team, just because I feel it provides so much, right? You're going to lock the Keeper of the Light in place. You're going to lock the Visage in place. It means that Timbersaw has been banned, okay. But it means that Shadow Fiend is able to just stand and right-click as well, which I feel like is going to be a really powerful tool.
Yeah, 100%, especially with the combination of Lasso and the Bushwhack too. Obviously, of course, Void Spirit with a little bit of Disable with the Aether Remnant. But speaking of the Void Spirit, what do you think about his innate ability with the fact that he gains 33% more secondary bonuses from all his stats? I'm trying to think, what does that mean? Does that mean he gains more secondary stats, or is it the bonus? Is it like the other stats that it provides? You know how it gets extra regen if you're a strength hero or something like that?
Yeah, that's what it means.
Okay. So it's not extra stats, because I was going to say if it was extra stats, then that would
as
be
a universal hero, that would be busted. Yeah.
I thought so too. Yeah. Okay. So it's not that. So it's not as busted, but still is pretty alright. And Gyrocopter coming out for Nemiga, and this is going to be a carry Gyrocopter here. So has the ability to almost disassemble any item within the game. I'm going to see how this works out for Nemiga, if they're going to do something really sneaky with the disassembling of other items in order to make it work. Got to have some fantastic Dota knowledge if you want to abuse that, and we'll see if Lucas is able to do so.
Yeah, maybe it's going to mean that he goes for like an earliest Dragonlance, which you don't normally go on Gyrocopter, just because you've got obviously the flak cannon for the extra range, but just because you are able to disassemble it and then just sell everything that you don't need, you can combine it into stuff that you actually need later on, like go into an Ags, you can sell the recipe for full value, so it's the sort of thing that I could see working if they expect Liga to just start running at them pretty early on, which I think they probably should, because Nemiga's lineup, it's okay, but I feel like you really need to be on the front foot, right? Because as soon as like the tanky hero gets wiped out at the start of fights, there's nothing stopping Liga team from just full on running at you and wiping everyone out beyond that. So they've got to make sure that their positioning is super on point, and they got to make sure that they're providing a lot of protection to whoever it is that they actually do want to put on the front lines.
Yeah, it is scary looking at Liga's lineup, but I think they do have some defensive aspects too here on Nemiga. I can't really say who I favor between both teams here, because of course they do have themselves Clockwork. They do have themselves Tiny as well. I think he's a very good counter initiator. So we'll see. I mean, do you have a team that you think is going to do well? I think you said you like Liga quite a bit here. Are you going to go down with Liga?
I do, just because I feel like Batrider and Hoodwink are still busted. I think Brewmaster is still incredibly strong. I think Violent on his Shadow Fiend just feels reminiscent of his Terrorblade. And as well, on top of that, this is the team that I mentioned that had been playing together for a little bit longer than this specific Namiga roster. So there's that aspect to them as well. But again, new patch, anything can happen.
Yeah.
We'll have to wait and see.
Oh, I'm so excited to get this game underway. Oh, is this the first game you've casted ever since the patch, Dana?
I think it might be, yeah. Other than, like, random Oz pubs with friends, but that doesn't really count as Dota.
So we're going to go for a wrap around here as 4 on the top, with Lucas just slowly hanging around here with that Smoke of Deceit. That might break eventually if he goes to the high ground. Possibility he could be jumped on. I mean, like the other carry as well. Violence underneath his tier 2 tower. They've placed an Observer Ward and see vision of this Shadow Fiend. Oh, and the smoke's broken on the top from Lucas, but he's still okay hanging around that middle tier 1 tower. Both the carries being hunted here by either side of the teams, but Violent will read the map here and will try and go around the tree line here, but will he avoid them? The avalanche, it connects. Blood Grenade committed to. They've got themselves the Battery Assault. And look at that. They get themselves the kill. Meekset able to obtain it there with the Soul Assumption.
Very, very important. Visage is a notoriously weak laner, so if you can get him off to a good start, that's going to go so far towards securing him a good start to this game. They have moved Clockwork up towards the top side. I was wondering, like, is there the potential to just keep him bot just for this first little bit, see if Violent maybe overextends a little bit, get that second kill, and make sure that the SF can't come back to the lane, having just used his TP. But looks like just putting a little bit more emphasis on securing the lane for the Gyrocopter for now.
And he's actually gone the Afterburner ability, so increasing that movement speed with the Rocket Barrage. I have seen some few stupid videos there. I don't know if you've seen it, the one where he just continues to spam it, and then he's got around about 30,000 movement speed with the Force Boots, because that stops the cap on the movement speed.
We saw the Brewmaster's just there throwing his keg as well. Doesn't ignite the barrel when it lands, so he's going to rely on 1J to actually use a spell, at least until he's got the urn to be able to do that. But it does allow you to secure a few more of those last hits from range, which was an issue that Brewmaster did have a little bit.
Am I wrong here? Doesn't facet mean tap as well? Or am I... Doesn't facet mean tap?
No, that's faucet.
Oh. Right, no one heard that. No one heard that.
Oh, British education system.
Oh dear. Can we
you didn't have to
delete
expose
that?
yourself like that, bro.
Can we delete that, please? Oh dear.
Oh, classic. Doing pretty well in this mid lane is Rabel, by the way.
Oh, nice deny on the water room.
Hold on. It got denied and bottled? Like the exact same tick?
Okay, whatever.
All right.
Yep. Alright, Dota things, yep, still in beta with the patch, yep, that's fine.
Just keeping it loose.
I like what Ike's doing here on the top. Was just able to cut that tree there with the Quelling Blade, so that 1J not able to get the Bushwhack. Completely has no trees right now to be abusing that ability as of this moment. But of course, the trees do come back a lot sooner than they used to. A long, long while ago. I remember when it was around about, what, I think it was 6 minutes? Ages ago? And
5.
Then 5. And then they reduced it to 3, I think it was.
Yeah.
Not in this patch, just want to clarify, not in this patch. It was a long while ago.
Just another change that we need to try and keep track on.
Yeah, yeah. So he's actually gone the raises here, Danog, on Violent. 2 raises, as you said, but maybe he goes more into it, we'll see.
We'll see. I mean, it really depends on how aggressive he feels like he needs to get. Just because of that first blood, maybe he feels, you know what, I need to somewhat salvage this lane a little bit. And I guess as well, early on, before you get a few points in that Gravekeeper's Cloak, you got to try and abuse the Visage as much as possible.
Yeah. And I know you mentioned this in the draft, but I just really do find it insane how the Necromastery Souls is now a innate ability, so that you can just put loads of points into the Shadow Rays as well, so you can have loads of bonus damage, and you can have like the maximum nuke damage there from the Razes too.
Yeah, and anything that just gives you a free spell that you would love in lane is busted, right? Like, that's why Troll Warlord is really strong. That's why Weaver is really strong. You just, and even Brewmaster, you get free Drunken Brawler. Yes, it's a weakened version of it, but it's something, right? Like, it makes the laning stage so much easier for yourself. Even for something like Troll, like I was mentioning, right? Like,
yeah,
you are already a strong laner, and now it's even better.
I was going to say, forgive me for being a noob. I actually played Troll Warlord, but I actually didn't know why he was broken.
So you can switch between melee and ranged, and have whirling axes.
Oh yeah. Okay, now it clicks. As soon as you say it, it clicks. Meanwhile, in the bottom lane,
and top,
Violet's getting. I mean, Ike's going to fall here. Maybe perhaps Ike will go. Meanwhile, the bottom 3 Razes committed here into Meeksa, and Violent holding his ground underneath this tier 1 tower. Still surviving against 2 here, whilst Pantomime, he was just away here trying to stack some of the camps here. And it's actually going to find the kill onto the Tiny. So Queasy will fall.
That might have been some solo experience for Panto as well. Really love that. And well, he's also chipping away a little bit at this Gravekeeper's Cloak, like trying to dive in onto Mixer. Don't think he'll be able to get the kill. It'll get pretty damn close. I want to see how many people on Liga follow Violent's lead and go into that Infuse Raindrops, just because it's going to be incredibly effective against a Coddle and a Visage in this early stage.
Is there a maximum on how many you can buy for your team, similar to that of Tango's, or is it unlimited?
Good question. My team is never the one that buys it, so never in that sort of thing. If I say this is an amazing game for it. Over there by Rabel, not wanting to get his power rune disrupted. Oh,
Violent! Ooh, 80 HP! He's able to survive. He's stacking the Razes. He might get the kill onto Queasy with the Razes, and they will do so indeed, even with that sticky napalm too. It will go to Pantomime.
Very, very nice. They got the kill onto Ike as well. Did they get the power rune as well, or was it denied away? Didn't quite see. Oh, haste rune for Nicky Cool. Coddle's fast enough anyway, but very important to just keep that as far away from Rabel as possible.
I have to give you props for your prediction here. I mean, Liga are doing very, very well at these early stages right now. I didn't think this SF and Batrider lane, never seen this in my life, by the way, is actually turning out to be pretty nice.
Yeah, for sure. Just pick strong lanes. It's always going to be useful to have in these early-ish stages of Dota.
Action for the
might actually get a kill onto him.
Lucas, he's in the cogs. He's going to get away, but we've got ourselves the Astral Step. Actually denies himself to the ancient creeps there. 1J is going to attempt to hide in the trees here, while still trying to turn it around here onto Ike.
Does he have the cogs?
Oh my gosh, the brew and the
hit the brew
so low.
Oh no! Oh, he's getting greedy.
The
got him.
Flag got it. But in return, they will get the claw.
Space created. That's all it is. I'm a little surprised that the movement hasn't come a little earlier here from Nicky Cool down towards the bottom side. Just because he was somewhat delayed here means that they're not actually going to be able to get an easy kill, and in fact, a decent amount of turnaround damage being put in onto him. Doesn't seem like Violent's going to be able to help him all that much though.
Yeah, he'll fall there. They get the kill on the bats. Meanwhile, Violent still pretty alright here. 47 and 6, top of the net worth as well, with 3,600 gold. Going for that Dragonlance, and just look at the damage here at 8 minutes.
Yeah, it's not looking great. for Namiga to be able to start this one off, right? They needed to have a good start to this game because of this damage potential that we see Liga putting out at all stages, right? And it's only going to get stronger once you hit into some of these ultimates. Batrider, one of the buffs that he got was that the lasso actually deals a significant amount more damage once he's able to pick it up. And here we go. This is why Visage has a weaker laning stage, because that's what can happen. Very, very squishy early on.
Yep, that was literally just a bushwhack, and then they were able to play with that there, with stacking up the Shadow Razors, as of course he's gone the Shadow Mire. Meanwhile, though, near the triangle, attempting to go onto Rabel on the Void, but he's completely fine, yeah, with the Astral Step.
It's going to be A-OK as well, just to yoink another Bounty Rune, basically be completely ready to go immediately after that as well. Remember, Void Spirit does get that 33% bonus, so something like a Bracer is going to give him a decent amount of value just for that little bit of extra health regeneration. See if he holds on to it long enough, you know, for the 25-minute mark. See if he gets that bonus Bracer value, but they're going well enough that we should probably see potentially some towers start to be falling down as 1J trying to catch out Lucas, who I believe has a bubble, safety bubble for himself, so it's just that little bit tankier for himself. He's going straight into the Crystallis, shouldn't be disassembling that, but might be disassembling the Falcon Blade just to be able to pick up into it a little bit earlier.
Oh, okay. I mean, Dota knowledge coming out here already. I mean, I think you're going to be a pro, Danog, if you stop playing Gyrocopter.
No, I don't play cores. Too brainless.
Oh, you can make it a support, right? Gyro is still a viable support.
If I'm buying a Crystallis first item as a support, I know I'm going straight to low priority, bro.
Maybe you're just buying, you know, a Conda for your homing missile or something. I don't know.
True. Why hasn't that been explored?
Oh god, did I just reveal something? Oops. My bad, guys, my bad. They are all rotating to the bottom tower, Namiga are. Maybe perhaps they really want to try and punish this bottom lane this time. It's been a thorn in their side for too long. They want some vengeance. They've got themselves to level 6 now onto Nixa, so able to get the summon familiars here and start pushing into this tier 1 tower. That should hopefully fall now, with Liga respecting the fact that they've rotated quite a bit down here to this bottom lane and starting to pressure with their ultimates, and they will indeed get that tier 1 tower. There it goes, it will fall.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, I was expecting someone to make use out of that 10-minute timing, just to have that siege creep to be able to play alongside, and it does make a lot more sense for it to be an Amiga, just because, again, like you mentioned, they've got those familiars to be able to play around with, so nice early tower that they're going to be able to get. Opens up the map just that little bit more. Means maybe that Gyro can start moving down towards the bottom side of the map a little bit more, just because now you can maybe start to take some of the stacks that might be building up as
Cliff?
all that damage. No, not
didn't get the cliff. Yeah, we'll just TP away.
Anyway.
They would have just TP'd away anyway, right? there was no one there to stop that.
Looks like they might be getting top tower for free, and yeah.
I have to say though, I haven't seen Nicky Cool here as of yet, joining in on these fights. He's got himself this spirit vessel now, so maybe perhaps he can start to make use of this. Not doing too well in the net worth compared to the Void Spirit here, who's 1k ahead. I'll be intrigued to see how he'll make this work here with the spirit vessel. Oh, I speak of that already. Might even be able to get the kill onto Pantomime, but he already used that lasso, as we know. As Pantomime will fall here, but Nicky Cool getting lower and lower, has himself that magic stick, going to attempt to heal up. He's being chased here by the Panda Brewlings, and may perhaps fall. Oh,
the boulder!
The rock! He survives the rock! The boulder smash.
Oh, the body blocks!
He's okay! He's going to get away underneath that tier 1 as they're going to
Throw the barrel!
To turn it around now. As there's the heal from the Illuminate. They will take down this Brewmaster.
Yeah, they just weren't on the same page there. Void Spirit backed off. The rest of the team continued to go in and led for a 2-to-1 trade. They don't get any towers as a result of it. And yeah, some good charges as well going into that Spirit Vessel as well. Split not being available as well means maybe they're going to put a little bit more focus onto wherever that Brewmaster is farming, because he's gone a very greedy build here. Looking to get into the Radiance nice and early on. Good way to be able to get rid of some of those Gravekeeper's Cloak stacks, as well as a little bit of that evasion mischance against the familiars plus the gyrocopter, always useful.
Yeah.
Easy way to be able to pop the Cinder Brew as well.
I say Vile's doing really well keeping up with this gyrocopter here. I mean, of course, Gyro hasn't got to his final form yet of doing lots of damage here with the flat cannon. Finally, he's able to do so now with the fact that it's level 4. He's got himself that Crystallis. But Vile, on the other hand, I mean, 1.2k net worth lead here on the Shadow Feet. That's pretty impressive.
Told you the man is good on his Terrorblade-esque heroes, and that kind of feels like what this Shadow Fiend, is at this stage. Looking to try and yoink away the Wisdom Rune here on Amiga.
Oh wait, the hook shot doesn't connect there. Yeah, it latched onto
Oh.
Nikki Cool, but 1J may still fall here. Will at least be able to get off the Sharpshooter. Well, the Battery Assault finds the kill. As there goes Nikki Cool. Will TP away, but in return they will avenge the fallen squirrel. As the clockwork will be melted down to a crisp.
Space created, that's all that is. Able to take out that pesky little squirrel. Still so annoying to be able to have to face up against that at all stages. What facet did Hoodwink actually go? Was it the extra cast range? Was it the bonk? Yeah, extra cast range. So basically you now need to facet into that. It doesn't just come inbuilt in the Scurry anymore, which was kind of ridiculous. But at least for the laning stage, the other facet is quite good, just not needing another target for your acorns to bounce to. It can work on trees as well, but certainly doesn't have the same usefulness at all stages of the game compared to this other Scurry-related one.
Out of curiosity, with this patch, do you think it was all Ice Frog, or do you think, you know, he had help?
Who are you blaming for this patch, if not Ice Frog?
I wouldn't say blame. I think thank is more of a better word. Just makes
Well, I
things
would
more
have to
interesting.
say, yeah, I would have to say it's probably not all Ice Frog, right? Because I'm showing my age here, but back in the Dota 1 days, like, innate abilities were one of the things that Ice Frog basically said that he never wants in the game. Like, I think there was even on the main Dota forums, like, a sticky post saying no, like, posts including innate abilities will be removed because people were constantly suggesting it, and it just wasn't a thing that he wanted to have in the game. So, you know, it might have taken 10, 15 years to happen, but we finally got a little bit of a change. Maybe the frog has softened up in his older age.
Either that or someone actually encouraged him to do it. It's like, oh, you know, you didn't like it before. How about you put it in now? This hero needs to reveal himself. To influence the Ice Frog, maybe, perhaps. Unless he did it of his own accord, of course.
I trust in the frog.
You trust in the frog. Radiance, though, now on the Brewmaster, 16 minutes in. Double Bracer. Kind of, you know, the usual that we've been seeing before the patch as well. No change there. Apart from, obviously, of course, that throw the barrel.
I'm sure he knows that they've got some sort of vision there, so hopefully it'll get dewarded shortly by Liga. No points in the Thunderclap at all on the Brewmaster, so I was expecting maybe 1 point in it just for a little bit of that value coming through. But you know what, if you just want to be survivable, and now that you've got that extra range to be able to use the Cinder Brew from, it feels like this is what's going to give him the best value. Anti-Style and Rabel as well. Instantly popping that
nice
and
hook shot.
having to use a defensive hook shot, yeah.
Yeah, oh, but a blink and an avalanche there onto 2 with the toss also, as Rabel will have to use his last charge of the Astral Step to get out of there. Meanwhile, though, they do get the lasso onto Ike. He will fall here on the clockwork. They will get this middle tier 1 tower too. But no, if Namiga here, they want to respond. I mean, another avalanche and toss is ready, but they are currently outnumbered. They'll have to back themselves off and play a little bit defensive here onto Namiga, but a nice tower take from Liga here, and they get themselves a kill too.
Yeah, I mean, they used a lot to be able to kill just the clockwork, but if they wanted to, they could have kept running. Oh, yeah, down
Outrider's
bottom,
gonna fall.
free
Yeah,
killing
that
Outrider.
was just Cottle things, you know, using the slow
Slow
there.
lines?
Yeah, finding lights, and then just double illuminate with the Spirit Vessel. Disgusting stuff.
Yeah, when I first saw the Cottle changes, I was like, actually, this is pretty good. Like, it just feels strong at pretty much all stages of the game now. Was pretty cool. Speaking of which,
Avalanche and
getting
toss.
caught, although nice defensive move there by Queasy. Not going to be enough though.
No. Still falls here, and Tiny will fall too. So they'll get themselves 2 kills here onto Liga. They're just playing really well together.
What I was saying before was, like, you saw around that mid lane, it really felt like Nemiga was backing off quite heavily, even when just Ike had died, right? Like, this is what I meant when I said if they get their front line removed, there really isn't that much that's going to be able to stop them from just keeping on running at you. We're talking about Liga team, right? And they're going to be able to get this kill onto Ike.
Nice flame break.
Nice flame break.
But will it be enough? Slowed down by the whip.
Whips him.
And he gets the kill.
But yeah, it almost feels like it's reaching that point where that is a very deep place to be.
Nice Force Staff going to use the Mantis there, but it's being stunned up. Here comes the cooldown too, and look at this, they might actually find the kill here onto Shadowfiend. He's still surviving for it. Can he get off his Requiem? No, he cannot. He will fall, but in the meantime, though, they will find themselves the kill there onto Nikki Cool. They attempt to find more. Pantomime will fall. 1J going to be shredded there by the hands of the Visage, and they will find the Brewmaster there too, taking down the final Panda Brewling there. That Earth one, they get that, and it's going to be a 4-for-1. Nemiga coming out on top here with
That's
that
just a
tiny
big mistake.
play.
Yeah, big mistake by Violent, right? He was just walking around under an area that he didn't know if it was watered or not. He pings it after the fact, but yeah, that was a 4-for-1 exchange. And again, it's a minor thing, but maybe that's the sort of stuff where Batrider, the sticky napalm not providing vision anymore, meant that he wasn't able to as easily just check that high ground vision. And it meant that your SF, who had a pretty flawless game up post that first blood, has just given his life up a little bit too easily.
I mean, he did survive there for a pretty long time on the Shadowfiend. I wouldn't be surprised if he does go a BKB, then he's going to survive the onslaught, you know, going to Satanic there too, and he's going to be a monster.
Mm-hmm. I mean, realistically, once he has the BKB, what is he worried about? Like, just the gyro, basically, right? So it means that he's just going to be able to position himself so aggressively in a lot of these engagements. Even just a nice pseudo-Yules combination, I guess you could call it, right? Brewmaster, toss him up with the Wind Panda, come down into a Requiem of Souls, easy clap.
Intriguing here, Lucas is not going to BKB at this rate. He is wanting to go himself a Sanj and Yasha. Some stat resist and just some more tankiness. Would you agree with this item choice? Or would you prefer the BKB on the gyro?
No, I don't think the BKB is going to do all that much against it, right? Like, the lasso is still going to go through it. I guess you're a little bit worried about the Brewmaster just tossing you up into the air and, removing almost all physical aspects of your draft in the middle of the fight, but maybe he's just going to rely on his positioning and the fact that you do have a couple of heroes that kind of want to go in first before you.
Dire are scanning.
Yeah, that's a fair point.
Full on smoke coming through here. 5-man. They know they're around the general vicinity because they just took the Tormentor.
Oh, the smoke's going to break maybe on clock.
That high ground vision. Yeah,
there it is. Oh, nice hook shot defensively used there. We'll get away. And the rocket flare revealing Liga here.
How did he get out of that? All right. Still not getting rid of that high ground ward. A nice little dodge there by Nemiga.
BKB.
Looks like maybe now they're waiting for level 15 on the Void Spirit, waiting for the Aghanim Scepter for the Void as well. It's going to give him a nice little damage spike, but Visage gets one as well at his level 15. He's got the AC, he's got the Vlads, he's got the drums. I think Clockwork has drums as well. They might have doubled up a little bit there unless he sold it. But,
no, they do.
They've certainly got all systems go to essentially move on forward. They might be looking for a quick Roshan unless they feel like they know where Brewmaster is farming because of that ward that they've placed down on the bottom side of the map.
So yeah, they're going to head straight into this Roshan pit, as you said. Try and take this Aegis, but are Liga team aware of that? They're taking this incredibly quickly here with the help of the auras from Nitsa. Look at that, Aegis obtained there in the hands of Lucas. He's got himself that Sanjin Yasha now. Finally finished it off. Looks like he's going for maybe perhaps a Butterfly next here, which is going to be really, really nice, especially against the SF. Like, who else would want to build a Monkey King bar on SF.
Yeah, it doesn't feel all that great.
Radiant's
Means you
bottom
might rely a
tower
little bit
is
more
under
on that
attack.
magic damage that you've got, so maybe he's just going to need to change tact a little bit, right? Go a little bit... Oh, nice hook shot!
Yeah, TP cancel there, they get the kill. 1J falls, they're attempting to take this tier 2 tower on the bottom lane also, and they will find that, and the tides have turned now. Well, look to be an aggressive game here from Liga. It's now Nemiga with utilizing these auras and the spikings here of their team combined together. Get themselves the Aegis, and now they're the ones looking to pressure.
They are, and I just feel like they've missed a little bit of their timings on Liga, right? Like they had the aggressive period, they had the early timings with the level 15 on the Shadow Fiend. He only died the once up until that point where he just walked up underneath a tower and gave himself up for free. He's probably about to die again.
It looks like
the man
it.
to dodge this.
Maybe. Manta. Nice, he does. Very good. Gets an Aether Remnant as well. Going to try and attempt to flee, but another homing missile on the way. Oh, there it is. The TP and the Avalanche and toss from Queasy just completely disrupts that little chase there. Just needs to reconnect now. But what a really interesting game we're getting here. For this first game within the patch. This is quite intriguing, you know, especially to see all these heroes. I was quite excited about having a Shadow Fiend carry, especially within a pro game. Like, not many people trusted this hero, but ever since the patch, we've got ourselves Liga here who feel confident to actually bring out this Shadow Fiend. And still doing pretty alright here. 15,800 net worth here. Has the BKB. Wonder what he's going to go next here, though. Maybe perhaps, like, I don't know if he wants to go in MKB. Don't know if he realizes that Lucas is going for that butterfly, because he hasn't really bought anything yet which reveals that. So maybe perhaps a Scaddy or a Satanic, or maybe even a Notebook.
Yeah, one of those two are okay. I wouldn't even hate a Blink Dagger just to be able to follow up on any sort of initiation, right? Because all you're going to have to be able to stop the turnaround is Clockwork with the hook shot, right? Like, it means you need to save that defensively for, like, stopping a BKB Requiem. The thing is, though, like, why this Roshan was so important is you don't have two of those at this stage. So right now it feels like Liga are just trying to wait out this Aegis timing, then try and make the play to wipe out the Gyrocopter immediately. So, you know, if Shadow Fiend can get to level 20, if he can get into that next item, let's say it's a Blink Dagger, or, you know, at least halfway towards something like the Satanic or the Skadi, maybe they're going to feel a little bit more confident at that stage.
Double damage.
One day, like they're doing their best to try and just keep lanes sharp.
Oh, sorry, not double
Even
damage.
using an ult to clear a wave. Just delay is the name of the game.
I really don't like still how they've changed this. I mean, still all the heroes say double damage. Do you prefer to say double damage still, or do you say amplify damage?
Nah. None of this AD. That's ability draft.
Oh wow, look at this middle tier 2 tower just melts.
Must be very careful with how aggressively he was TPing in there. Remember, any time that you're going up against something like a Tiny, like, instant reposition. Even if, like, Tiny blinks in, it's a toss back. If Tiny dies and he has to pop the BKB, that's a win for Nemiga. Instead,
Smoker's 5.
Yeah, still 2 minutes 20 left on the Aegis, though. So, they would love to be able to find the Coddle. He is nowhere near the rest of the team, though.
He's ages
farming in
away.
the safest possible position. Of course, with the bots, he can just join at any time.
Yeah.
Even the crazy thing about his shot... Hold on.
Smith might break. They have vision of this.
They don't want the gyro.
So they come
That's a
forward
good
there
start.
with the lasso. They got themselves Queasy. That's a good pick off there because it's the start of their fight all of the time. They will
Raven
take
stuck.
down Tiny. But they can't find any more here onto Liga. I mean, great pick off. That's the hero that they need to kill because it's always starting the fights here for Nemiga, but unable to follow up on anything more.
Didn't use the BKB, though, on Violence, so that's a win. They were able to take back a little bit of their map control. Means that they're not able to, you know, broach the high ground on Nemiga during this Aegis, at least for the next, 30-odd seconds. So they'll be playing with about 50 seconds left of Aegis time, and I'm not sure if they want to take that risk. This looks like Violent is going to go into that butterfly of his own. Feels pretty decent, going up against the Visage and the Gyrocopter.
Yeah, it's definitely going to be a nice to have here. I'm
Hold on. Hold on.
Void is kind of... Oh. Okay, yeah, this
Violent,
is a TP
Violent,
right on
Violent.
Violent. He's going to try and force staff away.
Oh,
Being
how did
able
he
to
get out?
avoid
That...
them.
Oh my god, how did he get out? Well,
Yeah.
they're just going to push down this top lane. Like, all outer towers about to be removed off the map. Really, you shouldn't be in a position to be able to defend, especially considering SF just TP'd down to the bottom side of the map. He's positioning himself in mid just in case he needs to be there. A little odd to be the one to move up onto that high ground
Oh,
first,
no.
though.
He may have been found again.
First.
Queasy.
No, they're there, bro.
Avalanche. Oh, wait,
Oh,
toss.
he tossed the Void.
He tossed away Void, but they still get the kill onto the Void. All right, I mean, yeah,
He can be
that
used.
works. That was a sacrifice play right there. Rabel coming in.
Not intentional, I don't
Not
think.
intentional, not intentional.
Really good spell usage coming out, though, from Mixer especially. That was a Stoneform familiar immediately after the toss in.
TP cancel.
Don't have the lasso.
Don't have one.
A couple of times where Violent, his movement has kind of, sold himself and his team up the river. Really didn't have the right to be in that position. He should have known exactly where Namiga were playing at that point, and they still lost the tier 2 tower, so it's not like they even protected a little bit of their map. On the plus
Yeah.
side, they don't have an Aegis to contend with anymore, so it's just a matter of, see if you can maybe finish one extra item here and then go before that next Aegis is up, before they're able to get into this next big timing on Namiga, because it's certainly turned into their favor quite heavily.
I mean, as you say, that timing, we do have ourselves a butterfly coming out for Lucas now on the Gyrocopter and a BKB for the Cottle here too. So would this be a
So
time,
much
do you
more
think, for them to
survivable.
go?
Well, I'm sure that they don't exactly know that Namiga have that, right? This is the time for Liga to finally do something. They think, we can kill this Gyrocopter, but maybe you can't. Maybe that's... Oh, no. Surely not. Oh, that troll nearly griefed Rapel.
Oh, yeah,
Just
almost.
using the net on him.
Creeps
Free
away
pick
more
here.
active.
Oh,
As the wreck. Oh, it doesn't
he's
come
got
out.
the battery assault going.
Oh, yeah, he didn't get off the wreck win. We didn't see someone get absolutely deleted there by some souls.
They got it for free, which isn't the worst. I like this fact that they're pinging up towards the top side, saying, look, we need to try and force them to defend. Like, they are playing way too far on our side of the map, but Nicky Cool, he's just a little bit too quick. He is able to get up there, means that they're not going to have that backdoor protection disabled. Means it's just going to be a little bit longer before they can do anything. And once again, Violent is completely on his own. He's getting pinged out in that mid lane. If they're quick enough, they might be able to catch him out before he's able to join the rest of the team. But with it turning into nighttime, at least he's going to have that tiny little bit of extra reaction time if he plays around like the top of these stairs.
Looks like they'll try and pressure the tier 2 tower top, maybe? I mean, they have to be careful because rotations here from Namiga are scary. I mean, especially what Queasy's been doing on this tiny throughout the game, which was one of the reasons why they jumped him. Actually won't go for that tier 2.
Is it going to be a quick Roshan or a slow one? It's coming in 20 seconds.
I'm going to say, well, most of the time it's kind of late, so I'm going to go with a late Roshan here.
Okay, 2 minutes plus is what Epi says. I'm going to say 50 seconds.
50 seconds.
Dire's
If you get this
top
bang
tower
on.
is under attack.
The moment of truth.
Some kind of oracle.
Bada bing, bada boom.
Are scanning.
Ah, 2 minutes. Yeah.
There we go. 2 minutes
seems
until
that-
it comes back.
I mean, Liga knew how, for lack of a better term,
Dire's top
neutered
tower
they
is
were
under
by the fact that they couldn't do anything once Gyro had this Aegis. So they're putting a lot of emphasis onto just securing this spot. They know that even if it was the longest possible respawn time, it's gonna be on their side of the map. So this is the time for them to really be abusing that fact. I don't like the fact that they really haven't protected both bottom and mid lanes, though. They are so heavily pushed in that it's going to be really obvious that they're setting up. And they've even got a siege creep as well on both of these sides. And no one wants to be the one that TP's back. I don't think we have a bots on any of these League of Heroes. So puts them in a little bit of a rough spot.
Just a highlight as well. No Scaddy or MKB or anything like that on Violent. He chose to go the butterfly.
Oh, Eternal Shroud's going to be nice. Label wants to be the one that got gone on first now. Putting himself out there, acting as bait a little bit.
It's a pretty tanky Void, to be honest. 3,000 HP, 3,200 HP.
Oh, they smoked as the rocket was flying over them, so they know.
Yeah, both of them are smoked, but they have the high ground on Liga.
10-person smoke. Ooh.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Cool.
Oh, he's been found! Lasso there, the Requiem is going to come out there with the BKB. They completely annihilate this Kotl. As they'll attempt to try and go for more here onto Liga, but unfortunately for them, this Roshan is still down.
He got melted!
Around there. Yeah, look at that. They find themselves the double kill, maybe perhaps a triple kill, perhaps. Yes!
Look at that spell usage.
Lucas! Look at the damage there. Who was able to just annoy this Void Spirit here, not letting him jump around at all with their abilities. And they're going to TP away as Roshan's going to be back in 10 seconds. Oh, they're going to be punching themselves for this if they don't get it.
It's going to be okay, right? Gyro wanted to make sure that Top was shoved out. He's immediately going to go back through the Twin Gate. They're going to know it straight up.
Okay,
so
yeah. Right,
it's not too bad. They're just fixing lanes, making sure they're not losing too much of this. Maximum efficiency coming through from Lucas here. And honestly, from both sides there, it felt like a bit of a lack of respect. You know, like Nicky Cole going way too far forward. You know, not respect. Like, even if you pop that BKB, right, you're still getting lassoed. You're still getting drawn back into a Shadow Fiend who... Yeah, he had to Requiem to kill you, but he didn't have to, right? Like, he could have just right-clicked you down. You were still a coddle at this stage of the game. Very, very squish. But, yeah, just not respecting the fact that Gyro is giga farmed as well. Those Brewlings just melted.
Radiant are scanning.
This Tadler is absolutely nuts with the flat cannon.
That's what I'm talking about.
And they have themselves this Aegis now. We'll look to see Nemiga will go high ground at some point. Okay, take control of the map here. An MKB obtained now on the Shadow Fiend.
Oh, nice try. You see that? He tried to blinding light him back into the stone form drop, but just a little bit too quick on the fingers there. Was 1J able to get away.
Where's Violent got all this farm from? He's just got himself a
Manta.
Yeah.
Showing things out.
Oh, Lasso onto Queasy. Gonna try and heal up there. We'll use the Yules. Will he be able to blink away? He force-staffs himself away. Still okay. They'll try and attempt to turn it around right now. They got themselves the hook shot there onto Pantomime. As the Batrider will fall. Dominating spree there for Mixer. Still okay here on Nemiga. They take down one. Maybe perhaps they'll look for more here. Activating that flat cannon now, laying into this tier 3 tower. They don't want to go anywhere near this gyrocopter, especially with this Aegis. What can they do here on League? And they have themselves the primal split, but as you said, Dadog, get absolutely decimated with the flat cannon. If you do,
and he's
put
got
out
Satanic. Satanic's just about to get to him on his courier as well, sitting in his backpack. Doesn't even. Oh, never mind. Swapped out the boots, so just that
Here
much
we go.
tankier.
Oh, they're going to try and cyclone him up and focus everyone else on their team, but Violent, he's falling so fast here. He needs to get himself away, but he'll be trapped in place with the cogs stopping his escape. He will fall down for 70 seconds, and a buyback here from Queasy. They want to end this game now. They know that they are extremely strong here with this gyrocopter being played by Lucas here, and they realize that on Liga. They will call GG. Game 1 will be going to Nemiga Gaming here. Just the gyro getting way out of control for them to handle.
Way out of control, and yeah, I mean, if you're not going to build into like these super beefy heroes like we see him having a few difficulties with, like, you know, your centaurs, your... They didn't have the tiny themselves. It was a few squishier heroes that gave him a little bit of issues, right? And I feel like Violent, he farmed incredibly well. Yeah, he gave up the first blood. Can't really blame him too much for that. He even moved to try and dodge it a little bit. Got incredibly rich out of the laning phase, but just a couple of times was really out of position, and it gave away any sort of momentum that Liga had to be able to make plays with. I can't take anything away from Nemiga though, right? Some of their spell usage was on point, like chain stun into chain stun, not even the easiest stuff either, right? Like toss into familiars, blinding light into cogs, into, you know, other familiar stuns. Like Mixer, he got the tip at the very end of the game, and for pretty good reason in my eyes.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, that's it's kind of hard to get off, and what we were speaking about at the start of the draft. The longer you play with the team and more comfortable, then you can start to do some pretty experienced stuff. And I mean, Nemiga just proved that. I mean, especially what you said about the toss into familiars. That's kind of a bit difficult to pull off, and you definitely need some communication there in order to be like, right, I'm tossing this guy, use the familiars. There we go. It's pretty cool stuff, and very well played there to Nemiga Gaming. I mean, especially on Lucas there, he was able to farm up very well here as the gyrocopter. I mean, he was behind the SF a little bit, but once he got himself that timing, was able to prevail, and he became an absolute beast of a cannon. He just sat high ground with his flat cannon, as you said, destroyed those primal brewlings. What else can you do?
Not too much, sadly. Just going a little bit too heavy on the greedy front, it seems, where Liga just little bit of lack of respect, a little bit of lack of, using their own timings to its fullest advantage. Didn't hate the draft. Actually liked the draft. I thought their draft was a little bit superior, but you got to be able to play it in the correct way. Luckily for them, it's not a best of one. It's a best of three, and there's also a lower bracket to come after this. So they're going to be able to lick their wounds. They're going to be able to kind of address what was wrong, and this is where the coach kind of earns his salary. This is the sort of thing where he just needs to say, all right, guys, rinse, repeat, and let's go back into it, because they were in a good spot in the earlier stages of the game. They just weren't able to close it out.
With that, folks, we are going to indeed take a short break. So it is Nemiga Gaming who take themselves this game 1 out of the best of 3. Stay tuned, because we'll be back with game 2 in just a couple of minutes.
Yes, I meant it. Yeah, man, I'm way too cold. Yeah, I'm killing it. I'm the realest. Ain't gotta say, gotta know you feel it. My flow got a code sick as the illest. I know that I'm great and they about to witness me going in. I went way up, about to go again. You see me on the telly, then you tell a friend. Cause you know I'm about to rain, it'll never end. Cause I got big dreams, big goals, never settle. Gotta keep on going now. You say you got it, and I'm Red Bull. I got the wings and I ain't coming down. No. I keep it straight, every line is so intentional. This is your moment to let it go. You know that I'm into it, I'm way too cold. Too cold. You can't manage this, can't break this, boy, I'm funded. Gotta keep my distance when you not 100, Those the same ones say they loyal, they funny, You can't match my energy, and yeah, you know it, Way too cold, yeah, man, I'm way too cold, Way too cold, yeah, man, I'm way too cold, Way too cold, yeah, man, I'm way too cold, Yes, I meant it, yeah, man, I'm way too cold,
'cause I'm already gone. So long, can you stay the night? 'Cause you're the thing I want. I know you're feeling different when you're stressed out, but even with no makeup you still stand out. 'Cause no one makes me feel the way you do now, like you do now. The way that you move your body, you make it look like a hobby. Every time that you touch me, it's electricity. Things we discovered underneath last night's covers. Everything came so easy. It's electricity. Electricity. Whoa. It's electricity. Electricity. It's electricity. When it's late at night, I feel you on my skin. My skin. You're all that's on my mind. It's finally sinking in. You're it. I know you're feeling different when you're stressed out, but even with no makeup you still stand out. 'Cause no one makes me feel the way you do now, like you do now. The way that you move your body, you make it look like a hobby. Every time that you touch me, it's electricity. Things we discovered underneath last night's covers. Everything came so easy. It's electricity. Electricity. Oh, it's electricity. Electricity. It's electricity. The way that you move your body, you make it look like a hobby. Every time that you touch me, it's electricity. Things we discovered underneath last night's covers. Everything came so easy. It's electricity. Electricity. It's electricity. You move your body. Electricity. You move your body. It's electricity.
Hello, folks. Welcome back to the Esports World Cup with myself, Epidamnos, and Danog. We've just had ourselves Game 1 out of the best of 3 between Nemiga Gaming and Liga Team, and it was indeed Nemiga who picked themselves up Game 1. And we're coming for a Game 2 shortly. Danog, How did you feel about the performance of both teams within Game 1, and what could you possibly predict for Game 2? Is it clear, or is it a bit misty?
It's misty. It's misty as hell. It's Silent Hill at this point, where like you can't see anything that's going to happen on this new patch. I thought all the bans were pretty much spot on. Like, there's so many busted heroes right now that something's going to slip through. Bat Rider was the one that did, and yeah, they were able to make some decent work happen with it. You saw how Nikki Cool got caught out a couple of times. I really think at the end of the day, it just came down to Liga not necessarily understanding their timings and taking 4 bad fights in a row, it felt like. And, to Namiga's credit, they punished it, both in terms of the team fights, as well as soon as they had Aegis, they were just pushing with that gyrocopter who had all the space in the world to be able to do whatever he wanted. So I think if Liga get a similar sort of draft to what they just had, they should be fairly happy. But I do want to see a little bit of extra tankiness to their draft, because I don't think they had any, percent-based damage on Namiga last time. I might be wrong, but that's obviously always going to be such a significant factor, other than the Spirit Vessel, that you just can't get through a Centaur or a Mars or a Timbersaw. It was banned out first. But even something like, I don't know, Night Stalker feels incredibly strong as well. These sorts of things that just make Dota harder to play because you can't get through the front lines.
I think their answer to a tanky hero was indeed the Brewmaster, right? Like, what happened to that? What went wrong with it to not be a tanky hero?
You waited too long and Gyro got giga farmed. You essentially had 2 cores very heavily farming on the map, and your other core was a Void Spirit, and Void Spirit isn't necessarily the greatest at taking towers. So early on, they really had no tower presence on the map. I think they'd taken a tier 1, and then it wasn't until 15 minutes that they took a second tier 1 in the mid lane for them to try and just be that little bit greedier. Whereas on the other side, you have a Visage, very capable at taking towers. You've got a Clockwork and a Tiny, very capable at making pickoffs, which then progresses into taking towers. So I feel like they just... It was hard to... It wasn't hard to play the draft, it was hard to play the game in the way that they executed it. It felt like everyone had different priorities that game.
I mean, it did feel like, though, that Liga team, even with the picks that they had during the start of the game, it looked like they were in. Hello guys, sorry about that, we're just having some issues here, but we're back now. Hopefully there won't be any further coming through. There's also, it's also a good time for us to have issues because the game hasn't actually started yet, so don't worry guys, you're not missing anything. We haven't even got to the draft yet, because I think Dota is down, but they are attempting to start the game now. Will we get a game? Fingers crossed. It's loading. It's loading. Hold on. It's coming. Oh. Hold it. Hold it. It's still connecting. It doesn't look like we're gonna get it, unfortunately. But yeah, I guess we can speak about the patch then.
Sure. Any heroes that you want to see, Epi, come on through.
Heroes. You know what? I'm gonna have to actually go onto the Dota page for heroes and actually have a look.
Honestly, Bounty Hunter. I think Bounty Hunter can be made to work. Yeah, like you can farm with the facet through and through. Like, you know, in downtime, you just walk up to a neutral camp, cast a shuriken, wipes out about half HP of everything in the camp. And your track, a lot of people are complaining that, oh, you know, you don't get extra damage from, you know, the shuriken toss with track up. Well, you do actually. It's 20% damage amplification at max level, and that's for everything, not just you. So you're providing 20% damage amp, and in the meta of tanky heroes, that feels pretty damn good to me.
So it's like once you get it like level 3, then your shuriken toss is almost doing 400 damage. That's pretty good.
Possibly, yeah. And yeah, track it. I mean, it's only 8% at level 1 of it, but that still feels pretty good for the early stages of the game. Ricky as well, I want to see if that can work as a support. Basically, I'm just naming the heroes that Matthew likes to play. Just see it if he's able to make it on work. And because of it provides not only mischance, but also evade.
and the dust. The soil and the dust is where we go. 6 feet under, whatever your uniform says. The smell of the dust is sticking onto my clothes. Burns my throat, sends shivers down my spine. The smell of the dust makes us just the same. What makes us different is just a bullet away. No pride but shame. No pride can bring a corpse from the graveyard. May the souls rest in peace up above. Some say we'll follow them down in the wind. Sooner or later, we're gonna pay the bill. The taste of the dust is lingering in my mouth. Burns my throat, sends shivers down my spine. We taste the dust when we crow. 6 feet under, whatever your uniform says. No pride but shame. No pride can bring a corpse from the graveyard. May the souls rest in peace.
Seconds remaining.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. We have finally
5
fixed
seconds.
our
Radiant
issues that
team
we're currently having. I did jinx it. I said hopefully no
Radiant
more
team
issues, and
back.
more issues
Dire
appeared. But
team
hopefully
back.
they're all gone now. Touch wood. I've got wood beside me, so
You did it
hopefully
again, bro.
That's cancelled
You
the
did it.
curse. That's cancelled the
Team
curse.
back.
We're okay now. We've got a game. Game 2.
I'm seeing 4 out of 4 of the same bands as last time, maybe slightly
10
different orders,
seconds
but
remaining.
what else was there that got removed? I think
Five.
Centaur
Dire
might
team
have.
back.
Willow definitely did. Yeah, Storm was also gone. I forget what the last one was.
Dire team pick.
Not Visage. They have. That's just a bit of mix of respect coming through here, and they go the Weaver. I think that was the last ban overall. So Weaver Slardar is certainly a new one, which isn't necessarily a lock for the off lane now. We've seen a lot more people play Slardar in the mid lane just because of, you know, you're a little bit more mobile. You're a little bit more of, not necessarily like a roaming hero, but you're decent against a lot of the spirits that you're laning up against, and with that extra, I think it's called leg day or something like that. You've got that burst of speed at the start of your Guardian sprint, so you can be a little bit more mobile in a lot of these engagements, and you're a little bit better at getting away from ganks as well.
Did it just start to appear in, like, pub games, or was there someone at the hands of this who kind of, you know, merged Slardar into kind of like a mid laner?
No one played it last night when Entity thumped OG in, I want to say, about 25 minutes total. Might have been quicker than that, because their last game of their grand final series went 16 minutes, although Watson on his Meepo was a big part of that.
If it is Nikki Cool on Slardar, possibly mid lane, are the items
Dire
kind of
team
like the
back.
same that we see for him off lane, or is it very different?
Pretty much. Nah, I don't think there's too much different. I mean, the big difference is that you just get the bonus move speed, health regen, attack damage, armor when just being in the river. So obviously it's going to work a little bit better
10 seconds
when
remaining
you're
back.
in the mid lane, because
Yeah.
you basically always have that. Like, it's basically playing Dragon Knight, but you're a Slardar with the same amount of burst damage. I'm a little surprised that we haven't seen Dragon Knight as well,
Radiant
considering
Dire team pick.
I feel like it's really strong. You know, you've got so much versatility with the style of build that you want to go for. I would still say probably the poison style is the best to go, because you effectively get a Desolator really early on with the amount of armor reduction that you have.
10 seconds.
So I'm quite
remaining.
excited to see this Weaver. I mean, even particularly if it is against a Slardar with the
5
Corrosive Haze,
seconds
you can always
remaining.
just dispel it with like a Manta or something like that. Do you think the Weaver will
Again,
still...
we've been seeing more Weaver support though, is the thing. Just because it is
really?
really good at just getting XP. Like again,
Yeah.
level 2, you can have Geminate Attack, Shikuchi, and the Swarm, and as long as the Swarm latches onto heroes, you get, I think it's 3 XP each time one of the Swarm beetles hits. So, land the 5 men into the middle of a team fight, and let's say you win the team fight on top of that, that's a lot of bonus XP that you're getting. They certainly have gone into the harder to kill strat here. Weaver, of course, with the time lapse. Centaur, big beefy boy, who wants games to go later and later. Just because you get passive HP now. Every 4 minutes, I think? Not sure the exact timing on Rawhide. Every 2 minutes, actually, he gets 40 extra health.
Feels like they've been listening into the stream, Danog. You've mentioned that Weaver's broken. You mentioned that they needed something tanky like Centaur, and they've picked those
I also
two
think
heroes.
Veno's broken.
You think Veno's broken? Why do you think Veno's broken?
You get two ults, basically. The Plague Ward attaching onto people, that's a bit of a meme. It's a fun meme, but it's a meme. It effectively means that, like, in a single team fight, you can be doing, early on, like, 5k damage as a Venomancer, which is crazy. If you're playing it as a 4, you're... 4 or 5, excuse me. All you really need to do is ult in fights, and Gale, I guess. And then, not fight 1, but... big contribution done, and it kind of acts like the new Lich Chain Frost, which lingers on the target a little bit. If you choose that facet, you can't exactly re-enter the fight if you're the one that is targeted with a Noxious Plague, because it means that it's just going to spread to everyone. It's a really scary thing to have to go up against, and honestly, these are 2 scary lanes to go up against. Not necessarily a stun on, I assume, the Veno Ursa lane, but slow into... high base damage on Ursa feels pretty good, and Weaver Centaur is able to deal a ton of damage at level 2. I keep talking about this level 2 timing, and for a good reason.
Yeah, it looks like it's going to be a scary lane, whatever does go there. I mean, even if it is, Gyrocopter with, like, Rubik or Tusk, Centaur and Weaver, I definitely do think they can still output some heavy damage, even if there is a save, and even if you are against a range carry, they can still dish it out. Venomancer, on the other hand, the fact that you say he's strong, do you think he was strong before the patch, or has this patch just completely, strengthened this hero to the point where we're going to see it more?
Yeah, I've always been a Veno enjoyer, just in general, not just because of, my roots are in Southeast Asia, right? So the Cuckoo Mancer is probably the big meme, but he made it work.
Radiant team ban. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
We're back in, so... what are they going to ban? Finally, Lesh gets banned out. Shadow Fiend banned too. Nemiga do not want him to go.
I think they just need a little bit more control on Liga team, to be honest. Like, any sort of mid that's going to provide them the ways to just consistently chase people. It's not exactly a meta hero right now, but Puck wouldn't hate. Just because, hold people in place. You can get multi-man Gale, multi-man Noxious Plague, Ursa. If he decides to go like Battle Fury, multi-man Stomp, feels pretty decent. It stops a lot of that escape potential. Although,
Dire team pick. Radiant team pick. Lena.
actually do a pretty decent job against an Ursa Venomancer. You don't necessarily need 2 lane. You just try and keep as far away as possible. What else can do that? Underlord, kind of, but I'm not necessarily the biggest fan. Like, if you get gone on, you're just dead meat. What else could work? Dawnbreaker, not terrible. You're able to at least secure some last hits. Maybe something like... I mean, Axe isn't banned. I wouldn't hate Axe going up against a Weaver or an Ursa where you can get multiple Fury. Like, if he's attacking into you, then you're going to be spinning quite quickly. It gives them an extra little bit of lockdown. You can jungle if you need to. Night Stalker. Okay, yeah, this is good too. Just something. Frontline, you give yourself quite a strong laning phase as well, depending on what he goes for. And it looks like he has chosen the Night Rain facet, which basically means the game starts at nighttime. So previously, you know, you would get to level 5 and then be effective. Now you're pretty effective at the first 5 minutes, and then around that time is when you're going to get your ultimate anyway. You just pop the Dark Ascension, and then, you know, it's only like let's say a 3-minute downtime before it's nighttime again. So it just feels so much nicer to play as this Night Stalker.
Isn't there something else as well, which says that nighttime lasts for 15 seconds more, but...
Yes. And daytime 15 seconds less as well.
Yeah.
Feels pretty good. He is going leg day. Nikki cool, so every day is not chest day. But he's certainly feeling good. What is Frugal Filch on the Rubik? I haven't seen that. Probably something costs cheaper if you steal it. Yep, stolen spells also have lower mana cost as opposed to area effect, increased range, and bonus duration. Okay.
So this is going to be an intriguing one, although Lucas has gone the gyrocopter again, so happy with game 1. Wants it for game 2 too here. Had himself a great time. Will he be able to get the farm like he did within game 1? Because the picks very kind of different here compared to Liga. I mean, some things that you mentioned that you thought that Liga would need, especially like a tanky hero like Centaur, and would need, you know, some more impactful supports here, and they've got it. You know, they got themselves the Weaver. You said it's a pretty broken hero, and Alina last pick too. I don't know if there's any significant changes which heavily buff the Lina with the innate ability, but I know before the patch, you know, just classic things like attack range and being a mid laner is completely fine and able to scale quite nicely. I don't know if we're going to see the magical build maybe on the Lina.
I'm not sure. Like, it feels nice just having Fiery Soul as an innate ability, right? You have that extra little bit of attack speed for the lane, which always feels really good. I think it was just a thing of, look, we know this Slardar is probably going to be mid. What can abuse that as much as possible? And they feel like it's the Lina. Could have potentially gone like the sniper route. I'm not sure if you want to go the magic build or not, just because you're probably going to be silenced in a lot of these fights because of Mixer on his Night Stalker, right? So if you're able to at least turn around and punch him, sorry, not punch him, throw those fire orbs a few times, then you're able to do something, right? But Magic, it feels kind of like you got nothing until you got BKB. It's not the easiest Lina game, right? I thought that they needed a little bit of extra, like, control, you know? That's why I was mentioning something like the Puck. They clearly want to emphasize the laning stage a little bit more. I'm just not sure how well it's going to turn out for them once the lanes dissolve, once that Dark Ascension is available, once Slardar is able to get into like a Blink Dagger, same sort of thing with a Tusk. I really feel like this Lina can get blown up very easily.
We even never went that XP one. 1J's going the skitter step.
30 seconds.
Okay.
Helpful observer showed us here, so gets the slow through the movement.
Not terrible. I mean, if you're going to be paired together with the Centaur, just the more stuff that's going to be able to combo together with the Hoof Stomp and the Double Edge, to me, it feels like they are putting not all their eggs, but a lot of their eggs into almost the
Anyway.
There's no escape.
Been killed.
Hello folks, welcome back. We're coming in, we're only 5 minutes in. Sorry about the issues once again. I guess the touchwood did not cancel out the curse. Hopefully not again. But the thing that we have been missing is this bottom lane. Once they reached level 2, both on the Centaur and the Weaver, absolutely hectic plays coming out here from 1J, who was able to actually go beyond the tier 1 tower, actually get a kill onto Ike here too, so they got 2 kills, and they got the courier kill on Lucas's courier, so they've been having a great time here on the bottom. This flat cannon isn't really pushing them away anymore. As you can see, Ike is pretty low.
And BB3 feels strong enough that he's just standing down here on his own. You've got 1J making his move towards this mid lane. I was about to say they want to try and make something happen onto this Slider. I'm not sure how likely that's going to be, though. You get lucky with the fact that the power rune was up top, but imagine if it was a haste rune on bottom. That would have almost certainly gone to Nikki Cool.
Just bash the Weaver once, take away 1/3 of his HP, yeah. That's the thing. Meanwhile, Violent. He's been violent.
Oh, nice lift.
He gets away.
Stopped.
Queasy.
Yeah.
Is he going to be dove?
Mixes.
He is.
Saved there by Queasy.
Oh, still okay. He's hiding in the trees. Oh my gosh. He's going to be found. Yeah, there we go. The haste rune. That was very close, but Rabel still having the courage to dive that tier 1 tower. Gets the kill onto Queasy.
Makes it a lot easier when you have the haste, right? Like, you know that they don't exactly have the most stuns, you know that the Night Stalker was forced back. It was still a really good play by Queasy to make sure that didn't happen, and he's going to be able to secure the Wisdom Rune for his team as well, so no real harm for him. Remember, he got the first blood, so he's going to do just fine.
Yeah. Are you the nighttime that we spoke about? I don't think it was, because obviously, of course, we were having issues, but we spoke about it in the background. Do you feel that it's better to have nighttime at the early game, or do you feel like the old times where you had nighttime after the 5 minutes? So do you prefer like the spiking of Hunter in the night before or after that timing? Because obviously, of course, like level 1, level 2, some heroes are weak, but then the more they increase in levels, then the more impactful they become. And Ursa at level 5 now, where it would be nighttime right now, maybe perhaps we would see Night Stalker being more aggressive, but because that's swapped around, he has to play quite defensively here. What do you think?
I get what you're saying, but like, imagine how much worse it would have been if it was swapped, right? Like, Ursa would be not just a level ahead, and how much 600 net worth, it would be worse, just because of how much weaker the Night Stalker would have been at the very start. So what this does is enables you to get to that level 6 a little bit sooner. He'll be wanting to try and use that Dark Ascension before, like, let's say at 9.5 minutes. This is when he really wants to try and use it, just so that he can seamlessly transition into the actual nighttime again and get that spell on cooldown. So should be able to get it here with the top lane pushing in. You've got a siege creep, you've got multiple range creeps. Probably just needs one more wave to be able to make it happen.
And that Blade Mail rush on BB3 on the center, so able to become more defensive here and push away anyone. But interestingly enough, we've got Nikki Cool coming in here with an invisibility rune, actually activating the Stampede because of that sentry ward placed on the lane, revealed the Slardar to BB3. So it's actually just able to get away and avoid certain peril from that invis rune.
Nicely done. Man, Mixer, poor guy, he's just standing up here saying, like, just give me 2 more creeps, bro. But Venno, even though he's died a couple of times on Panto, he's done a good job at managing this lane equilibrium, making sure that it's just never safe for the Night Stalker to come in to this lane, excuse me.
Yeah, the Weaver just got decimated there by Nikki Cool.
Alright, here we go. Mixer should get... He's still getting denied, though. He's going to want to use the Void on the range creep. Alright, level 6. Can he make a TP somewhere? It's 9.5 minutes. Can anyone make a play towards him? Maybe even Violent just saying, hey, he just hit level 6. They might be trying to make a play on me. Make sure you've got TPs available. Make sure you've got mana, just in case we need to respond to it. So they have missed a bit of a power spike here on Namiga as a result of this.
Dire are scanning.
Well, this is a big set. Look at near the shrine on bottom for Namiga. They are taking some big stacks here for Lucas. Nice little small and medium camp there for him to farm, net worth wise. He's kind of faltering behind. I mean, actually 400 gold less than Ursa because this lane has been dominant from both 1J and BB3. But still some room for opportunity to try and come back. I mean, he wasn't top of the net worth in game 1 and dominated at the end of that game. So maybe perhaps we'll see the same again. So it's not all bad news.
Violent? He's still sticking around when they know very well that there have been multiple heroes moving up towards this top side. This would be a real ballsy play. I suppose they've got Stampede.
Good
It
for Ike.
helps if Ike goes that far forward.
Snowball incoming. He's got to connect there onto Violent with the attempt to try and turn it around. I mean, now he's going to fall. Mixer, he's going to try and attempt to flee there with the Dark Ascension, but he's just decimated there by the hands of Liga. Going to try and attempt to find more here. They will get 4 because of rotation from Gyro there too. Coming into the fight, gets deleted there by Liga, and Liga coming out on top of that fight.
Okay.
Is under attack.
Yeah, Violent had a lot of faith in his team, and it was well placed, right? Like, they knew exactly what was happening. That was scouted out by the kobold from the trusty shovel that was just following them through as they went through that twin gate. So they knew exactly where the play was happening. I thought Violent might have got a little bit too big for his britches, but that was not the case. The boys were all there, and you just saw the power as well of that Noxious Plague coming through from the Venomancer.
Oh, more big
Much
stacks
damage as
here.
anyone else.
This will help Lucas trying to get back. But yeah, all 3 of the cores here on the side of Liga are above the net worth right now. They are going to go for a return kill there. Find a really nice kill there quite easily on the Venomancer within the river. Pantomime will fall. Attempting to try and get the regen rune now. Actually, Cool will not get that. Will not be able to bottle it. Will go into the hands there of Wonjin. Blink obtained now for the Centaur 2, BB3. We will get the Blink, and this will further utilize our initiations here. Going to be able to start joining the fight pretty soon here on Centaur now. Stampede enough cooldown. Meanwhile, though, on the top lane, Violent getting jumped here in silent. He's not able to use that Enrage because of that crippling fear lasting for 4.5 seconds at level 1. Nasty stuff.
Yeah. Yeah, it's pretty disgusting. And it's only going to get stronger if eventually he does get into the Aghanim Scepter as well, just to be able to permanently keep it on. So as long as you can keep the Ursa in that, it kind of forces him to go something like a BKB, but then you can also influence him with like Tusk punching you up in the air. It's a lot. It's a lot of control that you have. And also, we just saw the Drinking Buddies there. It is level 4. He has 95 extra damage 13 minutes into the game on heroes that are very easily able to deal this damage at a relatively long range or at fast pace, right? Like Slardar, he's got the Blink Dagger, he could probably go an Echo Saber if he really wanted to. Same sort of thing with a Gyrocopter, right? You can just dish out that damage so easily from long range. It's effectively the same as having a Sacred Relic and a Demon Edge.
Did you see what he did as well on Ike just there with the Drinking Buddies? He
used it to kind of dodge out something?
He brought him up to the high ground there. He brought Nicky Cool up to the high ground with the Drinking Buddies. He will fall here. We'll get the killing spree. 1J. Well, that's quite an interesting mechanic that you can do with that. Another Tusk thing. I mean, if Snowball wasn't enough and Ice Shards placed here and there, now you've got the Drinking Buddies too.
Oh, never mind.
Stole Shikuchi.
How greedy will he get? I was about to say, is he going to go all the way to try and Shikuchi through every single one of those creeps, but has to be very careful with the sentry ward that's been set up by Panto in the lane. Seems like Namiga are about ready to be able to make something happen here.
Radiant are scanning.
You don't have any big item coming for Nicky Cool in the next little bit, but I believe that's almost a Phylactery finished up here on Mixer. I want to try and catch out Violent here. He's just going to body block the Ancient Camp, so, you know, being a nuisance not just in the lane, but around the map too.
Then maybe going to go for him here. I mean, he's on his own. Rubik's going to scout out here with the Shikuchi, but he is far away now. He's moved back to the triangle.
A soldier's fortune.
They're going to look to try and make a play with the siege creeps is another factor. Like, we've got 2 tier 1 towers down, 1 for each side. Not too much else though. Like, I really feel I like the old style of drafts that not go all in on a strat, but like heavily favor something like minus armor, for example, or physical damage. You know, you've got a Slardar with minus armor, you've got Drinking Buddies on the Tusk, you've got, you know, something like a TA could potentially pair together with it as well, like, you know, Desolator, Meld, all of that minus armor that can just rip through something, but Gyrocopter feels pretty damn good too in that sort of lineup with the amount of physical damage that he can dish out, especially with the Drinking Buddies. Like, this creep wave is going to die in about 2 hits here from a flat cannon. That's stupid at 16 minutes into the game.
Yeah, and that's what I thought with the combination of these two spells quite early on. I thought Lucas and Ike were going to be able to just push out this bottom wave if they just kept on spamming the Drinking Buddies and the flat cannon. But it turns out the Weaver and the Centaur was too much for them to handle. And speaking of that, they actually just help obtain the Aegis there for Violent. Violent gets that. You've got an Agnims now coming out for Gyrocopter too, but also an Agnims for Rabel here on the leader. So is indeed going that magical damage build.
Dire are scanning.
Okay. I can see it working. Gives the Flame Cloak, I believe. Supercharge. Yeah, so he has gone the facet for the Laguna Blade to be supercharged, really just wanting to be not necessarily like a complete right clicker. I think it's good to have a mix between the two, you know, not just going all in on one sort of strategy. I could certainly see him like wanting to progress into something like a crit of his own or something like that.
Oh, they're trying to find 1J there with the Dust of Appearance. Just being really much of an annoyance here. Side of Namiga, but they are going to come forward now. Liga, they get themselves a TP cancel there with the Atos. Very nice stuff.
Jump.
Queasy stealing the Earth Shock, gets himself to the low ground here, but will still fall by the hands of Rabel. So now, meanwhile, they'll attempt to look for more here with BB3 coming forward there with the Hoop Stomp. They're going to try and get themselves the Night Stalker here. He will fall. Not wanting to commit to that Dark Ascension there and waste that was definitely dead there. So they will actually pick themselves off 2 heroes here on League.
It's a nice little combo I hadn't thought of as well. Just a way to... Oh, hold on. Ike might be getting caught out here, trying to dive in with the Atos just up now.
Oh yeah, they found him. There's the Hoof Stomp and the Laguna Blade. My gosh. Damage overload. Rabel gets himself another kill. They get themselves that middle tier 1 tower too. They're not letting you speak, Danak.
No, they're not, and good for them. You know, this is what the draft is designed to do. They've got, in my opinion, 3 busted heroes on their team, and they're really making maximum usage out of it, right? This is sort of what I was expecting when you have a Weaver plus Ursa combination against a Night Stalker. You can go the, what is it, Night Rain facet all you want. It's still just so much weaker than what they're able to do to you in lane.
Is under attack.
A golden thread.
So the thing I was talking about before was the drinking buddies, just with that little slight pull together aspect that you were mentioning before with like jumping up someone onto the high ground. It does make having the snowball a little bit easier to accomplish. Like, it's not to say that you can avoid going something like the Blink Dagger for, like, you know, the Blink Snowball save, but prior to having that, it does provide a little bit of extra utility, I suppose, where you're not just slowly walking into a team fight.
I like to call it the mechanical.
Oh, thinking cool.
Oh, that's a dead slaughter. Hoof Stomp, Atos into Laguna Blade.
Damage to kill them? They want to try and get the leaner, I think, but...
Yeah, they'll come forward there. Nice telekinesis. They got the silence too, and the Warrior's Punch also. Will they be able to find this kill? Slowly trying to get away. They will find the leaner. Attempting now to go for BB3 here, getting lower and lower. Violent already utilizing that in range, but he does have himself the Aegis. TP there from Lucas. He will get away, but Ike in trouble. Able to avoid that Venomous Gale. Not enough range to actually latch onto that. The Snowball will come out. He does not have himself a blink, so this definitely looks like a dead Tusk. It is indeed. Double kill for the Ursa.
Giving up 2 supports just because they didn't want that movement up towards the top side to be wasted at least. They free up a little bit of extra space for Lucas to back off, start working into that BKB for himself, but certainly not having the same sort of game that he did in game number 1.
Oh, a lovely Atos there again from 1J, just allowing Violent to lay in with the Fury swipes, with the overpower there too. Now he's on a dominating spree as they look for more. Maybe perhaps they can get themselves Mixa here. Never mind, he's just way too fast there with the Hunter in the Night. Alright.
It feels a little bit like what we saw from Liga in Game 1, right? Where just people aren't seeming to be on the same page. You know, you went this first item Blink Dagger on the mid slider, which, you know, makes a lot of sense, right? You're mid, you want to be creating a lot of the tempo. But he hasn't really had too many teammates to be able to make these sorts of plays around with, right? That means that he doesn't have an Echo Saver, which means that he gets into that BKB a little bit slower, which means that he's not farming quite as quickly. And, you know, your damage in a lot of these team fights is also weakened as well. Like, it's a big flow-on effect just because the rest of the team doesn't seem to be wanting to fight alongside him.
Yeah, maybe perhaps they're just delaying it out here for Lucas to just get himself lots of farm. I mean, he is keeping up with the Ursa. I mean, not massively ahead, the Ursa. He's just around about less than 1,000 gold away. They will get themselves...
Maybe they try and make a fight now. Like, oh, wait for the BKB on Lucas and then fight, right? That's what they've been waiting for. Aegis is gone. You've got Dark Ascension coming up in 15 seconds. Can probably wait for Nicky Cool's BKB as well. He's only about 500 gold away, and you can see Ike is just babysitting him right now. I'm going to make sure that there's no one that's going to stop him from at least getting into this next item. But it's going to be a big timing once they do have that trio of BKBs up on Amiga. Still, though, like 11k net worth behind. Just 22 minutes in is a lot to recover.
This rune there on Rabel. We'll attempt to start to do some scouting here, maybe perhaps with 1J. Oh, they got themselves a Gale there onto Ike. Locked in place there with the Atos. What's the follow-up damage? Meanwhile, they're going to go for the... Oh, Gyrocopter activating the BKB there onto Lucas. They will commit with the Stampede. The Laguna Blade finds the Tusk. Is just activating the BKB there onto Nicky Cool too. They will lose a support, and that will be 2 9-second BKBs, I think that was there. Yes, it was.
and a Night Stalker ultimate as well. Like, you've just used 3 huge timings for absolutely no gain at all. They want to quickly try and catch out Mixer here. He's going to have at least half duration left on that Dark Ascension, so that cliff walking going to be very effective. Right now, 1J just trying to chase him down with that ATOS, but yeah, what's stopping them from just walking into this tier 2 tower and looking to take it for free? So much of the map is now open for Liga to be able to make these plays.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
And Nicky Cool is kind of on his own. It's going to be revealed here as BB3 comes forward with the Shiva's God. Where's the follow-up? There's the ATOS, and look at that. This off-lane combo finds the kill onto Nicky Cool.
Dire's middle tower has fallen.
Yeah, it's like... That's like 4D chess, you know, thinking that he's there. Because with everything that just happened, with all of those cooldowns being used, the Dark Ascension, the BKBs, the fact that they're not strong at all relative to Liga, you would think that Liga aren't going to be playing on their side of the map, right? That was objectively one of the safest spots that he could have been farming, but they just realized that, and they want to just keep him in the ground, basically, just not being part of this game at all. Realizing that, you know what, the rest of the team doesn't really need us to be able to be safe on their side of the map. They don't want to fight, so let's punish them while they're trying to farm.
This was a Slardar first pick as well, right?
It was indeed. Ooh, just able to get away there.
They had themselves the Lena last pick, which thoroughly counters the, you know, the surprise of Slardar middle. We were speaking about it at the start of the game, and with the fact that you have so much range and not really going to get harassed here by the Slardar, it's quite nice. And Rabel is doing completely fine here, 6-2. He only died twice here, with the fact that one time he was just caught off guard there after getting a kill. I can't remember his other death here, but other than that, he's been having a great impactful time here with the Laguna.
I'm not sure what just happened. So
top tower has
who's
fallen.
playing it? 1J? Yeah, he just spent like a good 5-10 seconds trying to find the Gyro's courier that was going around the secret shop, and he got the right click onto it, but there was no Geminate attack. Like, it just didn't happen. I thought, oh, he's going to be without a courier for the next little bit, but fucking out a little bit, I guess.
Is Geminate meant to happen on courier attacks? I suppose it is, right?
That's another reason why it's really strong now in the lane. Even more so, right? You're effectively a melee hero.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Oh, and killing couriers, yeah. Still keeping up with the net worth, though. Danog on the Gyro, about to get a Daedalus soon here onto Lucas, which is quite nice. But I feel like a struggle for him right now is sustainability, because in that last fight that we saw, he didn't have himself the great time. They're actually going to commit the Stampede here, try and find the kill down to Mixer, and the Fury swipes are going to be enough. During that TP, gets the kill. Mega kill now for the Violent Ursa.
I found him.
Oh, nice snowball dodge. Nice snowball dodge. And the ice shards too. The TP cancel. Laguna Blade, my gosh. The decimation there. And just to highlight, Laguna Blade did 1,146 damage there to that Tusk. So, disgusting.
It's very disgusting. Doesn't even have the Kaya yet either. Let's just go Flame Queen.
Oh, now here, oh god, here comes the Kaya now. 10% spell amplification, so that's going to be what, another 100 damage. Jesus.
There we go. You don't know what a faucet is, but you know you can do maths.
Yeah, I can do math. Yeah, that's fine. You know. We can do math, but English isn't our strongest suit, even though it's our own language.
The language.
Yeah, I know.
I'm just trying to find out what can they even be waiting for. Like, it sucks because you finally got BKBs on everyone except Mixer. He's still 150-ish gold away, but you've got double damage. But you're also fighting into an Aegis. Like, who could you possibly find? And your smoke just broke as well.
Yeah, onto a Centaur.
Just being so tanky. He went back in.
Oh, they're having to use Snowball Defender and another defensive BKB. They'll try and attempt to turn it around here. That's a lot of damage, actually, being outputted onto BB3. Well, oh, look at
drinking
Violet
buddies.
there. They're able to burst through onto Lucas, even with that BKB. Utilizing this Aegis still, they find themselves queasy. That's 3 dead here on the side of Nemiga. They may get themselves 4 as the Light Strike Array connects just about onto Mixa. Stopped, says BB3, as that's practically what just happened.
Yeah, I think we're approaching, there we go, GG territory. I was thinking, how long are they really going to wait this one out? And, you know, one thing that I was looking at prior to, you know, starting these qualifiers is a bit of a trend that I'm seeing is games are lasting a lot less time than previously. I think there's a few reasons behind that. One of them, of course, is the Tier 3 towers not refreshing the glyph anymore. Now it's based on the racks, so you can actually take a Tier 3 and a racks before that refresh happens. You could potentially take a second Tier 3, which also feels pretty damn good. But I think it's just based around the power creep, to be honest, around a lot of these early things. I told you repeatedly about what I thought was going to happen in that bottom lane with the Centaur and Weaver, and it did, right? Like, this is just how strong and why Weaver is, like, first ban material in my eyes. I think it is the strongest hero of the patch just because of how versatile it is. You can still play it as a core if you really want to. You've got 2 great facets, and your level 2 timing is just insane.
Yeah, well, I couldn't agree more with you there, Danog. I mean, especially with the fact that he was able to move around the map and just show like how strong he is, especially with just something like an Atos, a Rod of Atos, just going around, rooting people in place, just setting up for the Centaur as well. I mean, even highlighting this combination, absolutely terrific stuff here, and it was indeed a problem for them. And I do like, especially the fact that they were able to pick up heroes like Ursa and Lena. It felt like the synergy of these heroes was very nice, you know? You said that they needed this tank hero, they have that. The support hero, which helps to further lock down the heroes, they have that. They have themselves the physical damage, they have themselves the magical damage, and it all played out really well here for the side of Liga team. And I just feel like the draft was superb.
It was. I until the Lena, I quite liked Nemiga's draft, actually. I thought the Slider has been dominating a lot of these heroes, but I don't think it's first pick material. I think it needs to be a response to something. Yes, it's strong. Yes, you do have that flexibility, but you gave that away as soon as they went into the Night Stalker, which, again, I don't think Slider would have had any easier of a time against an Ursa Venomancer lane. That's just a pretty toxic lane, no pun intended. So, yeah, it was just rough laning stage coming through, and yeah, rough game for sure.
Well, folks, with that, we will be going for another break. So stay tuned, because we'll be coming back for Game 3 coming up for you shortly. Who will be taking this upper bracket victory? Will it be Nemiga or will it be Liga? Find out, because we'll be back with you soon.
Till you see me fly, you know they'll never catch me for it. See me fly, the way I put my finger on it. See me fly, you got it, then try to tell me you got the wrong guy. See me fly, you know they'll never catch me for it. See me fly, the way I put my finger on it. See me fly, you got it, then try to tell me you got the wrong guy. Look at them now, all of the noise they make, counting the cards to 1. Queen of Hearts never breaks. Falling asleep, here might just take a while. Try not to grind your teeth, dreaming to touch my style. Well, can't say I blame you. Trying to come close to, but all you can do. See me fly, you know they'll never catch me for it. See me fly, the way I put my finger on it. See me fly, you got it, then try to tell me you got the wrong guy. See me fly, you know they'll never catch me for it. See me fly, the way I put my finger on it. See me fly, you got it, then try to tell me you got the wrong guy.
uppercut, try to hit me in the gut, thinking that I won't react. You whispering my name, thinking I won't be the same. Turn fiction into fact. See what you didn't know, bruises that'll never show, slipping on your every jab. So tighten up your fist, step into the ring with this. I hope your mama's got your back. First round, you thought you would've knocked me down. Fifth round, bleeding out the side of your mouth. Final round, holding the sound of my name in the crowd. You hit a buzz. Oh, 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 oh. You hit a buzz. Oh, 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 oh. Just 'cause I took a break, you're making a huge mistake, thinking you can take the throne. Look at you trembling, step into the lion's den. Bet you wish you stayed at home. Begging for mercy underneath your breath when I ain't even sweating yet. My legend's written in the stone, yeah. You're crying, Adrian, defeat is now your only friend. Even your mama's gotta know. First round, you thought you would've knocked me down. Fifth round, bleeding out the side of your mouth. Final round, holding the sound of my name in the crowd. You hit a buzz. Oh, 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 oh. You hit a buzz. Oh, 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 First round, fifth round, final round. Oh, yeah. First round, fifth round, final round. No. First round, you thought you would've knocked me down. Fifth round, bleeding out the side of your mouth. Final round, holding the sound of my name in the crowd. You hit a buzz. Oh, 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 oh. You hit a buzz. Oh, oh, oh,
You're so cool, cool. So stick around. You're so cool, cool. You're so cool, cool. You're so cool, cool. So stick around. You're so cool, cool.
Neues Kapitel, weißes Papier, Seite um Titel, Mitte 20 und hier, Zeile für Zeile, offener Blick, find nur beim nach vorn sehen zu mir selber zurück. Und auch wenn's irgendwie nur eine Plattitüde ist, der Augenblick zerfällt, hält man ihn fest. Und wenn ich's richtig sehe und verstanden hab, dann sagt er selbst, wenn man ihn ziehen lässt, ich geh
Einfach nur los, irgendwo hin, auf jeden Weg. Ob klein oder groß, wartet ein Sinn und wir haben's erlebt. Nein, ich hab noch nicht genug. Wart mal wieder auf die Flut. Schwimm oder schweb, Leben ist Leben, Leben ist Leben. Solange sich alles bewegt, solange sich alles bewegt.
lieber neue Gedanken aufleisen sollen, statt ewig im Gestern mit den alten Parolen. Nun ist die Währung, der Weg ist das Ziel, kostet die Welt dann vielleicht gar nicht so viel. Und auch wenn manches davon sicher Plattitüden sind, man fühlt genau, wenn es stimmt. Ich geh
Einfach nur los, irgendwo hin, auf jedem Weg. Ob klein oder groß, wartet ein Sinn und wir haben's erlebt. Nein, ich hab noch nicht genug. Wart mal wieder auf die Flut. Schwimm oder schweb, Leben ist Leben, Leben ist Leben.
solange sich alles bewegt und unter mir, da hör ich die Sirenen singen. Ein Teil von mir will gern gleich hier zu ihnen sinken. Doch ich widersteh, hör auf mein Herz, ich geh, ich werd nur kurz zum Abschied winken. Und dann
Einfach nur los, irgendwo hin, auf jedem Weg. Ob klein oder groß, wartet ein Sinn und wir haben's erlebt. Nein, ich hab noch nicht genug. Wart mal wieder auf die Flut. Schwimm oder schweb, Leben ist Leben, Leben ist Leben.
solange sich alles bewegt.
Hello, everybody. Welcome back to the Esports World Cup with myself, Damnosh. Joining me is Danog. We've just indeed had ourselves Game 2, and we're going in for a Game 3 now. Namiga versus Liga team. Who is going to take it and progress further into the upper bracket? What do you think, Danog? Is it still kind of misty here? I mean, especially with both teams actually getting a win at around about the same time.
Yeah, I think, like, it's so hard to tell how a series is going to go this early into a new patch, right? Because
Yeah.
you'll get people like Mixer, who's just super capable on his Visage. Yeah, it was kind of on Namiga a little bit that, on Liga, now I'm getting confused, that they took a few bad fights in game number 1. Game 2, they just picked more of the busted heroes, in my opinion. But the overall trend is that this patch is a lot quicker than the previous one. We'll have to see, because I think we get a quick look at the bracket where Virtus Pro, they were able to run through next up in a series game time total of about 43 minutes. Series, not game. The whole series was done in about 43 minutes. So they've got a long wait until... I think they play tomorrow anyway, but the casters over on that channel have a long wait until their next series, which is the bottom half of the upper bracket. Of course, we've still got game number 3 to come before then, before we get to Cybe team going up against Na'Vi. So I really think it could go either way. I want a game that lasts 30 minutes plus, because I think... I don't know how that's going to happen, actually. I don't think IO needs to be banned. I think it's... Maybe it's just not something that they're used to playing against. Maybe it's something that they've just always had difficulty with. But when there's heroes like Weaver and Venomancer slipping through that are just giga-busted, I really just don't want to see them in Dota. not in any of these games. Marcy kind of falls into the same sort of bracket for me. And I'm always a second pick enjoyer. And I think there's enough good heroes that first pick overall isn't that important. I think we saw there the importance of having that Lina last pick against the Slardar. Like, you just completely dominated the lane. As the Lina, you was never under any sort of stress at all. And I feel like just being able to wrap up your whole entire draft, know that you're probably going to win at least 2 of the lanes, is good enough at this point. So... who actually has second pick this time around? It's Liga team. So they've got the last pick of the overall draft, and we're into the draft itself.
Yeah, I really don't know.
Dire team banned.
Do you really need to ban the IO? I think it's just so many possibilities with this patch right now that no one actually kind of fully understands what's broken and what's not yet. As you know, we're still discovering things, and there's other heroes that may seem more broken than others as at this moment in time. I mean, especially when we just mentioned, the really fast patch that came out for the patch A. I think it was a couple of days ago. So everyone kind of uncertain where things lie in regards to broken heroes. So I think there's definitely other heroes that can be banned. I'd be more particularly scared of, like Weaver and other things than IO, but, maybe perhaps now this is where it's not banned. IO comes out and we're like, okay, yeah, that needs to be in the ban pool.
Look, if everything is OP, that makes for more entertaining Dota, right? Because something good is going to slip through. If you left it up to me, it would be like TA, Zeus, Weaver, Venomancer are the ones that are gone every single time. I think they're the ones that stand at the top at this point in time. Centaur, still really good, but not busted in my eyes. Storm Spirit, he was in that category before Eternal Shroud got slightly nerfed. I still don't think that item has been nerfed enough, and it's just incredibly good on the Storm still. Not sure if it deserves a first phase ban, though. Second phase, sure, but first phase, I feel like there's plenty of ways to be able to address the Storm Spirit if they do look to pick it up first. Like, I don't know, a Nyx Assassin or something like that. Some solid mana burns, some ways to be able to stun the Storm with, like, your Carapace whenever he launches out one of his remnants. Just that sort of thing. I feel like there are answers to the Storm Spirit if you're picking it that early.
I think a post that I recently saw as well, and it was about Amar saying that Eternal Shroud, it needs to be removed from the game, even with the slight nerf that happened to it. Would you agree that far? I mean, that it would need to be removed?
No, but it needs more of a nerf than 100 extra gold and 5 less magic resist. Like, that's not enough in my eyes. It needs to give, like, maybe if it costs like another 400 gold, then it would be okay. Just because you're not going to reach this really insane timing. I don't think you can make it worse than its components, so you can't make it give less magic resist than the cloak that it needs to be built. But yeah, I think something else needs to change with it, or even just like less stacking magic resist, right? With everything that gets used onto you. I think that would be fine as well. But removed from the game, not quite in that territory yet. We will get to see a Spirit Breaker though, which I'm always happy about.
Yeah, let's see how fast this guy actually moves. I'm quite intrigued. I've only seen it from out of fog, so I haven't had it in my team. It's just seen this guy bullet in and bullet out, so it'll be intriguing to see, without the fog of war.
Depends what
how this
facet
hero
he
works.
goes as well, right? The thing you're talking about is a specific facet where it the movement speed lingers after the charge actually finishes. So if he wants to, have that extra bash distance, I guess, you might look to go into that, because that's one of the good things about your tinies or your Tusk if he has the walrus kick, or your Bat Rider, like all these things that have repositioning abilities, they just become even stronger, and even just the Spirit Breaker on its own feels pretty damn good.
Radiant team pick.
Oh, they come up with Bat Rider. Now, I think it was Nemiga who had this in game 1, right? They had themselves the Bat
Liga
Rider.
did.
Oh, it was Liga. Oh, sorry.
Yeah, and they lost with it. But it wasn't really the Bat's fault, in my eyes.
10 seconds remaining.
Still good. Still a lot of damage. Still able to... Not quite as good at being able to, shove out lanes, but you can fulfill a lot of the similar things that made it annoying in the previous patch, right? Being able to split push, just cut lanes, use that to, take a creep wave, pull it into a neutral camp, farm that, get a lot of farm as a support, and then have a highly impactful ultimate as well, which also now does more damage, so you don't need to rely on your basic spells. I think Bat Riders might still be a little bit too strong, but it's finally getting brought back into, reasonable territory.
Oh. Grimstroke.
Have you seen Grimstroke's facets?
I have not.
So one of them is, pucks, where you can have, a curving stroke of fate, so you can change the direction that it goes. And the other one, basically, they nerfed his E, where you can't just detonate it whenever you want. You actually need to choose a facet for it now.
Oh, okay.
Which I don't think he needed that nerf, to be honest. I think that was what made the hero pickable again. The fact that you're actually able to make your stun a little bit more reliable. So I think that's unfortunate. I want to see more vector targeting Stroke of Fate plays, but I think you can't really pass up on the being able to proc the Inkswell whenever you want.
No, yeah, I would have fully agree with that 100%. It'd be so much better if you can control it, because, what if you need to stun at a certain time and, they get out of range? It's going to be difficult. Is there still the shard upgrade, how it makes it a strong dispel? Or...
Yep. Which is great against Bat Rider.
Oh, yeah, 100%, especially against the lasso.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, and Leshrac comes out. Now, this is a hero that, previously, before the meta, was still a good hero. And I feel like still in this patch, he's quite a solid hero. But I can't put my finger on it why. Do you happen to know why he's
10 seconds
pretty good in this patch?
He's probably going to go for Chronoptic Nourishment, which means that when you right-click, it gives you a little bit of mana back, basically. So it has a penalty now when you're hitting creep, so it's not quite as strong as it used to be, but just a little bit more sustain when you're out there on the map. And anything that pushes towers is always going to be good. I love seeing Darkseer. I've just got a bit of a soft spot for this guy, right? You could choose to go for Giga Brain and then go full agi or full strength, and your int is going to level up to match it, or you can go the stuff that makes you, burst punch like Bruce Lee. You just increase your attack speed just a huge amount, which I would love to see.
Yeah.
Radiant team.
You can turn into a legitimate core. You're not relying purely on your ultimate, basically.
Ooh. And Nemiga.
Ooh, I like this. So
Gyrocopter again for Lucas.
Yeah, and the gyro against the Darkseer feels really good too, right? Because you're one of those heroes that relies on a steroid to be able to actually dish out the majority of your damage, like the flak cannon, right? Whereas Darkseer, you're not going to get that when you either normal punch him or you use the vac wall onto him. And you've even got the flak cannon to be able to deal with the illusions that get created, even if you hit a 5-man vac wall combination. So quite like this Gyrocopter, and you're able to stay at range against a Leshrac, which feels really nice.
You should have seen my face when you did read out one of the talents that you can select for Leshrac. I was like, how the hell have they been able to name a name like that? It went over me.
Chronoptic.
Yeah, chronoptic nourishment. What a name that is. That sounds really fancy.
And then the other one's like, you deal a little bit more damage, but your edict doesn't hit buildings. And I'm like, well, it's not that one. You're never going to take that one.
Dota's an educational game. It's also teaching me words which I've never heard before in English. Oh my gosh.
5 seconds.
What are they going to go with this last overall pick? They need a mid. Not
Slaughter. Maybe Slaughter.
Can they get away with Invoker? Invoker for like mana drain against a Leshrac feels nice. With the EMP.
I actually, I like it quite a lot, Invoker.
You've also got a Dispel with the Tornado against Surge and Bulldoze and just Leshrac trying to run at you. Even just something like Alacrity for the Gyrocopter feels quite nice. I could see it working.
Dire team pick.
Do they have enough damage to work around with it? Oh, they actually pick up the Death Prophet instead.
Okay, more push, more frontline. Don't hate it. Wonder what he's gonna go. I like the. I haven't seen the buffed up Exorcism in effect. It's called Spirit Collector. So basically, every time you kill someone, your regular ghost gets replaced by a super ghost, basically, which does
a Giga Ghost.
Yeah, it does like 50% more damage than the regular ghost does, which is kind of nice.
They should call it
Even
a
in the
Giga
middle
Ghost.
of the fight.
That sounds pretty cool.
Giga Ghost.
A Giga Ghost.
So what position one are they going to go against the Gyrocopter? I think Morphling got banned.
Oh!
They're going to go Lifestealer. Okay. Against the Centaur. Feels nice.
Yeah, still, it's pretty. I think he's still pretty good against the Centaur, though. I think with some changes that he did, he does kind of fall off a little bit on the late game side of things. So I think if Lucas is able to get to the point where he's able to have all the items that he needs to just decimate them, then I feel like he can do that and actually able to outscale this Lifestealer, because he's quite good early on. But I think with what they've done in the patch, because he used to be a hero that I used to play very much so within the previous patch. I was unfortunately a Lifestealer spammer, but he's actually deciding whether to go for the Unfettered, which I've never touched actually, or the Corpse Collector, I think it is. And this one's
he
the
went
one where it
unfettered.
reduces.
He originally had Corpse Collector selected.
Yeah, he did. Yeah, he swapped it around. So this one, it gives you the strong. Oh, he keeps on swapping it. Violent. What are you going for, man?
I don't like Unfettered at all. Like,
do you not?
You're giving up rage if you're going into that. Like, it replaces rage. And what are you really wanting to... Like, there's nothing that is going to keep you stunned for that long, right? Like, you would much rather have it preemptively going into a fight, so you're just not going to get stopped, if that makes sense. It's not like you're going up against a Batrider where you want to be able to pop it so you can, survive a little bit easier after the fact.
It doesn't work against Phantom's Embrace either, does it?
No, I don't believe so.
No, I wouldn't think it would. But ladies and gentlemen, let's hop into the game. Game 3.
For battle.
We'll now proceed between... I mean, this is the third Gyrocopter game that Namiga are going for here. Quite intriguing, to be honest. They're very, very comfortable with this Gyrocopter. But quite a bit of different changes here. Death Prophet, Clockwork, and Grimstroke. I think we saw Clockwork in game 1, but Clockwork's coming out again. Death Prophet and Grimstroke, these are new heroes here. Darkseer we haven't seen, Spirit Breaker, Leshrac and Lifestealer, these are some new heroes at the moment. Only early days, though, of course, within these closed qualifiers, but we'll see how these go, It's great to see the fact that we've got, this versatility of heroes and not just this, small block of heroes where everyone knows the patch and stuff like this. This is what we yearn for.
Oh, look here, Namiga. Full wraparound. They're going to know that one of the heroes isn't going to be with them. They took away the Watcher. So you've got a little bit of this information. They want to make sure that they're waiting until the very last second to be revealed.
Broke all that is a nice stomp there with the combination of the Stroke of Fate. Will they dive underneath this middle tier 1 tower? They will not. They will survive. There won't be a first blood.
They'll get a D-Ward. They'll get a D-Ward off as well. They saw the fact that Rabel got hit by the flak cannon as well, despite the fact that he wasn't standing in any sort of vision. So that'll be a little bit of extra experience if they do want it. I'm just looking at BB3's items. 4 Gauntlets of Strength, for him to start this one out with. And he's gone the mental fortitude as well. Oh, no, sorry, that's the innate ability. But anyway, his int can't be lower than his strength or agility. So no point in building into agility. Just build into pure strength, and your agi's just your int's just going to catch up with it.
I'll give you a pass on that, Dan. There's just way too many abilities being added as of
Agreed.
late. It's just like, oh.
Mm-hmm. And
So
no
moves
boots, and he
faster.
was moving at 350 movement speed when there were 4 there.
Dire's courier
Oh, wow,
has been
yeah, I see.
killed.
His courier has just been taken out. And has 1J gone this kind of fast movement kind of thing, or is that to do
Radiant's
with the
courier
like
has been killed.
the spells that he has? It's not one of these abilities that you can select, right? He's got the imbalanced one, which is the
Yeah,
enemy
it
targets
bumps
by
them a
nether.
lot further back when they get nether struck. So, I mean, I guess you also have like, wait, let me read the actual wording for it. Knockback amplification. So if you punch them as well, they're going to go flying, which I want to see this game. I wanna see
Maybe
that
it could
normal
act
punch
in a,
just push someone back.
Maybe it could act in a negative way, because I have seen it before, where, you know, like maybe perhaps like they're fighting in the river or something, or near a cliff, and because of that extra amplification of the knockback, then they can knock them up to the high ground or the low ground, and then they get away.
Yeah. But I mean, you can
Radiant's bottom
you
tower
can control
is
it,
under
right? It's
attack.
linked with your nether strike, so you can just choose when and where. But if someone's really switched on, I'm sure they can, you know, deliberately move towards a cliff, which might provide them a
Radiant's
little bit of
bottom
safety, you
tower
know.
is under attack.
Yeah. Just to highlight on this top lane too, ever since they've swapped around the feast with which is now an innate ability, Violent doesn't, well, Lifesteal for that matter, doesn't tend to actually heal up as much anymore, and can't really level it up very early on in order to lifesteal more. It's actually quite a bit weaker on the laning stage here, as you can see. Doesn't really heal up that well compared to previously in the previous patch.
One thing that I haven't tested, and I'm gonna try and watch, see if it is the case, is like, hold on, a little bit of engagement. Does the 2 HP that he gets whenever he kills a unit
Yep.
actually give him like max HP, or does it give him current HP as well? Like, does that heal him the 2 that he needs? If that makes
Oh,
sense.
I don't know that. That's way
Yeah.
too advanced for me. I don't know.
Because I mean, it's something, right? If you're looking to get into that, I mean, you can just go open wounds, right? And that's your lifesteal that you get, but it does cost 75 mana to do it, and lifestealer doesn't exactly have the greatest mana pool. Pretty bad int gain as well.
Yeah.
Also, one other thing that made him less prominent for the later game is the fact that he doesn't have that, I think it was 2% percent damage for the open wounds once you got the Aghanim shard as well. That's just gone. So really, you're only relying on the feast for your percent damage now. It's going to be nice though. Still gonna. Oh, hold on, mid lane. Nicky Cool
Wow.
and Rabel.
Actually trying to withstand the damage there from Rabel. Did not calculate it great enough and will actually fall there, not being healed up faster with the damage output there from Rabel. The Spirit Siphon level 2 will not be enough to sustain. With that, get themselves the first blood on the middle, going to the Leshrac. Action on top as well.
Middle tower is under
Inkswell.
attack.
Oh, doesn't connect because of that flame break. Because... Oh no, still has the instigate. Inkswell can be detonated early. And they find the kill there onto the center. Look at this! The sticky napalm stacks going to work. Pantomime getting a double kill here on the top lane. 6 sticky napalm stacks there, that was.
Yeah, and you got to remember this is combined together with the innate ability as well, which now is attack supply a debuff. So 15% of his attack damage every 1 second for 2 seconds, and if you've got a bunch of those sticky napalm stacks, you are actually a significantly strong right clicker. He finally went the extra range on the cogs as well, on the clockwork.
Oh yeah, I
I
see
love
it.
the fact that the internal ones can knock back now as well.
I don't, not when playing against it. It's horrible. Maybe
It's
you're
fun to
acknowledging
watch.
that, but-
Dire structures
Oh, I bet it's fun
Oh,
to
mid
watch.
lane.
Not when you're playing against it though, that's for sure.
Oh, look at this, Rabel. Bit of a fake back here. Doesn't seem like you would want to continue on this if you're 1J, and yeah, you'll just look to remove the Watcher for now. Doesn't have any points in the Diabolic Edict, so won't be able to utilize this siege creep to be able to deal a significant amount of damage to the tier 1 tower. Gonna try and dive past it though.
Yeah, they're not diving tier 2, are they? I was going to say, that's a bit adventurous.
Oh, look at this though. Just wanting to make sure that this siege creep is actually in the perfect spot. The one that
oh, it is, yeah.
The one that Namiga have for assisting with their push, right? It meant that the wave didn't actually push into the tower. The siege creep is still alive.
Yeah.
Decent amount of damage being put into the tower, although eventually it'll be forced to back off, just running a little bit low on mana. Rabel gets the amplified damage though. As he says, double damage. Here we go, Lucas. Dive.
Yeah, that's a dead gyrocopter. Not coming back from that one. And the kill, Rabel will get it.
Oh. How did that not hit? Thought that did on the split earth onto the clockwork. Guess not. That just shows. Probably didn't even need the amplify damage to get the kill onto the gyro there, right? The surge and all of the AoE damage was probably enough to kill him anyway, but just makes it so much easier to quickly secure the kill and get back to the lane, not wanting to let Nicky Cool get back into this one.
Oh, they're actually going to go onto the Batrider here. Who stomped there, they have themselves the double edge, and there it is. They will get the kill, but can they get a return here? Violent, he's actually taking too much damage. Oh, look at that, they get the kill! 2 kills on the top. Lifesteal not able to heal back here with that very early innate ability on the Feast, just not able to sustain as well compared to the previous patch. And meanwhile, a contest for the Wisdom Rune as well. Did Ike get that? He did not.
Nah. 1J able to secure that one. Very important, getting them up into that that level 6 as quickly as possible. Don't know. Okay, he's going to TP, refill the bottle on the Leshrac, not wanting to run all the way from base. Obviously much more important. What is the situation like with the TP coming through from Rabel as well? He does have the ability to move down bottom if they want to make an additional dive here onto Lucas. Although he's got a very healthy magic wand, he's got a healing lotus as well to be able to play around with, so I feel less inclined to do that. Charge up top, actually.
Oh, Queasy's dead here for sure, right?
Mm-hmm.
I mean, one more sticky napalm, maybe?
The charge will get him.
The charge is coming, and 1J, skadoosh! Gets the kill. Stampede comes out, just able to get level 6 there, but not soon enough to save the Grimstroke. It's not able to outrun that charge there.
Oh, he just didn't go for the power rune quickly enough. Leshrac is going to be able to take it. Is this going to lull him into a false sense of security, though? Or is...
He's utilizing the cogs. Will they be able to find the kill down to Leshrac? They will, with the stomp. It's a return kill. 2 for 1 now, but in comes BB3 with the Vac and the Wall of Replica. Violent taking a lot of damage, has to infest there within the Darkseer.
Look how fast he's going as well on the gyro.
Yeah, it's a 2 for 2. Nicky Cool. Oh, the Rocket Barrage Violent getting lower and lower. That Siphon Drain very close to taking him out. And look at that. The damage there from Lucas gets the kill onto the Lifestealer. Absolutely huge amounts of damage there from the Gyrocopter at just level 7 here. Actually putting 4 points into the Rocket Barrage.
Okay. I suppose realizing the sorts of heroes that he's going to be going up against, right? Like, he's going to have a lot of people trying to get up in his face. So, may as well try and be able to turn that one around, as he's even going for another bit of a dive here onto 1J. Yeah, all that damage coming through. DP was the one that did the vast majority of it, though. 3.2k. Full usage out of the Spirit Siphons, 4 Crypt Swarms being able to get popped off. Nicely done by Nicky Cool. Now he just needs to use that good fight, that good amount of XP and gold that he's got to transition into pushing into a tower, because that is an area that they are relatively lacking at this point. Honestly, both teams are. You know, not putting any points into the Diabolic Edict is Rabel. So we were asking for a game that lasted a little bit longer. This might be the one, just because no one has the capabilities to push right now.
Nice split earth there, but no follow-up damage. Get the kill onto the clock. And a Illusion Rune bottled up there for Rabel. That'll be nice. Kaya obtained 2. Meanwhile, the net worth sitting comfortably here on 5,400 gold, so Rabel is having an excellent time here on the Leshrac. 3-1, 2, might I add, and Violet, on the other hand, on the top lane, having to use that Rage level 1 defensively there to get beyond this tap. But look at this rotation here from Lucas through the Twin Gate. Rocket Barrage ready. Are they going to go for an aggressive pick-off here onto Violent? Greasy comes forward, gets the vision there onto Violent, but he is away with those phase boots. Just not in position there to try and get the kill onto the lifesteal.
They won't need to use the Exorcism, though, to be able to take out this top tower. They're using the Siege Creep really well. It's something that Namiga has actually done a pretty good job of in all of their games. You know, they really make use of those Siege Creep timings to full effect, right? They know how important it is to be able to open up the map for them, and if you can do it without using a big resource like the Exo, it means that you're not necessarily, like, giving up the next fight. You've still got that TP rotation potential. You've still got the ability to maybe take another tower while that's all happening.
Coming forward, Lasso. It's the clock. Ike. Oh no, he's bouncing around the cogs.
Just run over the same one. Why did he keep trying different cogs?
That's not what you want.
You know what? They're just players, right? We're all learning at different stages. I feel like Violet, this is a game where if it doesn't... Oh, bottom lane, they're going to be able to get a secure kill onto this Darkseer. Yeah, if this is a game that doesn't really work out much better for the Lifestealer, it might be one where he's just like, this hero is trash. I don't want to be picked it anymore, because in previous patch, like, he would have been able to take those few previous man fights, but just...
Oh, yeah.
Not this one.
And I mean, there's another man fight right now. It's the Cogs. 1J getting pushed back and forth there by the Cogs. Will fall. Queasy gets the kill. Zoltan to try and go for Rabel now. Nicky Cool healing up there with the Siphon Drain. Still living through it here,
Centaur
Rabel.
coming for the backstab.
There's the Soul Buy. Oh, gets the kill onto the Leshrac. With thanks to the Hoof Stomp there in the backlines. But now Mixa is getting jumped upon here. As Wall of Replica is there being slowed down by the Ghoul Frenzy. And it will be there. It was a 2 for 2. Was it 2 for 2? It was a 2 for 2.
DP going the Yules. I like it. Good way to be able to stop the Surge away, stop the Bulldoze. Even set up after the Rage is about to finish, right? For a potential stun onto the Lifestealer.
Know your place.
It'll provide him, of course, a lot of safety as well in these fights with the Spirit Siphon. I think he's... Never mind, he went and bought something else prior to it. Ah, he's got a cloak. Just a casual cloak. Makes a lot of sense, considering all the magic damage that he's going up against. Minus the Lifestealer. So I think we're going to have a tiny bit more chill. Wait until the Centaur gets into his Blink Dagger. He's very close, though. Probably look to just yoink away this stack. Get Wisdom Rune.
Matt Ryder in trouble. He's been caught in the Cogs. Have the Battery Assault there, too. With that Siphon Drain, they will commit the Lasso. Attempt to turn it around. Pantomime will fall, however, from the level 4 Crypt Swarm. So dominating spree here for Nicky Cool. He's doing a lot better now at the moment. Looked like Rabel was having the only mid player who was having a great time, but Nicky Cool starting to come back now.
Mm-hmm. I'm hearing an Infest as well.
Yeah, on 1J.
Yeah. I'm going to try and find someone for free if they can.
Here they go.
Grimstroke coming into the lane. They just want a freebie.
Oh!
And look, yeah, that's the bounce back that I'm talking about. Yeah. So imagine that with a normal punch as well. Like, and imagine that with the reverse polarity. I think that's still a terrible facet, but for the memes, I want to see it.
I think that would be good, like, high ground, right? If someone was, like, kind of a little bit out of position, you would just, like, never strike them straight away and then charge them and try and bash them back to your tier 4 tower.
Absolutely. If you get lucky with the just the regular bash as well, that works.
Not if you have no mana, though, on 1J.
True. 6 seconds is the knockback buff up duration. Not insignificant by any means. Really does feel like they're about to go, though, on Namiga. You've just been able to pick up a Blink Dagger on the Centaur. You've got some pretty deep vision set up. You've got Nicky Cool with his ultimate ready. Shield Rune's just run out, and thankfully they have finally given it an icon. So it's not blank anymore, which is a little bit of a relief. And he's even got his Yule Scepter as well. But yeah, look at all the vision that they've got on the top side of the map here on Amiga. They are just wanting to just find people over and over again, try and delay things. Violet
broke on Violet.
Exactly where he is.
Oh no, he's moving around the trees. Oh, there we go. He's silenced. Stomped up. Yep, that is a dead lifestealer. Not escaping that one, mate. There we go. Mega kill for the Death Prophet. They're going to smoke up again and maybe try and find something more.
Radiant's
perhaps a
bottom
lit
tower
Shrek.
is under attack.
Maybe. I'm a little surprised 1J isn't... I know it feels risky to put your body up there
Dire's
just to
top
hit into
tower
this
is
tower,
under
but
attack.
you gotta just take
Radiant's
this tier
bottom
1. You
tower
can't let them
is
just
under
walk
attack.
around the map and take whatever they want.
Stampede. They're going to go for Pantomime. Typhon drains there. The hook
Ooh,
shot.
nice dodge.
He misses. Nice dodge from the Batrider. Will Yule
Firefly.
Pantomime. Caught in the cogs now. Oh no, not the cog.
Go over
Not
the
the cog
same
action
one.
again. Oh no, but a back and a wall. Actually turn it around. Pantomime still going to fall from the cogs there. It is going to be a 1-for-1 and a lovely stomp along with that double edge too. That's going to help take down 3 as that's the Darks here and the Leshrac completely gone. 1J now trying to flee. Charges on cooldown for 2 more seconds. But the stomp is there along with the double edge. 2 triple kill for Mixa. Absolutely beautiful stuff there with the hoof stomp.
I mean, that was the double edge, right? He had the Soulbind on them as well, so it just buffed up the damage by that much. Nearly 4k damage done by the Centaur in the midst of that fight. He was really impactful. I'm sorry, I can't get over Panto just constantly running into different cogs and killing himself over and over again. Just go over the same one, bro, please. Oh well, all's well that ends well. He got a lot of assist gold from that, and means as well that he's got the Blink Dagger available, so pick off potential even stronger coming through for Liga. They see that, ooh, okay, just outside of the range of the Watcher. Actually charging away is 1J. Not wanting to commit onto Nicky Cool, I suppose, right underneath the tier 2 tower, feeling a little bit mindful of that. But they got to get something out of this smoke. You know, you've got limited resources, you've hit these timings with the Blink Dagger on the Batrider. Maybe move your Leshrac more towards the mid lane, try and take out the tier 1 tower with using the Lesh as bait.
Radiant's bottom tower is under
Possibly.
attack.
Could just be looking to wait out the power runes as well. Look at Ike. Even just saying, nope, you are not going to take this.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack. Dire's
I
top
love
tower
the
is
cogs,
under
bro.
attack.
I hate
love
the
it.
cogs.
So annoying.
That's what they are. I think there was I can't remember what channel. Oh
Ooh.
my gosh! Speaking of clockwork, in he comes again. Cogs.
Cog him up.
And there's the stomp and the double edge, getting the kill there onto 1J.
I like that it actually requires skill to do it, right? Like, it's not just some complete brainless ability. You got to be able to actually angle it correctly. Ironically enough, he didn't at the very end there. The Cox missed, but doesn't matter. He wasn't trying to KS. He was giving it over to his Centaur, even though Grimstroke got the kill.
Oh, it's like, do you know what it reminds me of? Did you ever used to play these games like in an arcade as a kid, where they used to have like the
Dire's middle tower is
like the
under attack.
pinball like wizard machine and stuff like that?
Pinball Wizard. I've
Like
heard of that song.
you know, like on old computer games where they had like the space pinball wizard or whatever, where you had like the two prongs.
3D pinball.
Yeah.
On Windows. Yeah.
It literally reminds me of that. Just a hero getting ping ponged in the cocks.
No smokes, and it's kind of lucky because they would have smoked right underneath an
Dire's
observer
middle
ward,
tower
but
is under attack.
Liga know exactly
Radiant's
where all of
bottom
Nemiga are
tower
moving
is
right
under
now,
attack.
so they're just trying to quickly shove out the lanes and get out of the lane as quickly as possible, move to the other side of the map. Would love to be able to put a little bit of damage onto this tier 2 tower bottom, maybe force some TPs down here.
But yeah, this video was
Radiant's bottom tower is
it was
under
like a
attack.
Juggernaut safe lane on the bottom, and it was clockwork with like level 1 cogs, I think it was, but was able to like get Juggernaut to hit Cogs like 5 times because he hit 2 into him, so he didn't have enough mana to use Blade Fury because he was getting stun locks by the Cogs.
It's a way to stop TP from range as well. It's a really versatile spell as long as you're good enough to be able to use it fully. Like, imagine, like, against an Enigma, even, you don't need your hook shot, as long as he doesn't have BKB, but you can just punch a Cogs into him and stop a black hole. That's nuts.
At least it makes it easier now, like, if you Cog your own teammates. Wait, can teammates push the Cogs?
No, I don't think so. I think it's just the clock.
Because I was going to say, if you block in your teammate, then instead of, like, you know, denying it, then Clock can just knock it away. But then if you're your own teammate, and I don't know if you can deny the Cogs anymore or not, because Clockwork obviously just bashes them away. Like, what happens if you get stuck?
No, friendlies can. They can still just attack. Also, Clock.
No. Icing swell. Silence. 1J is dead. There we go. Lovely stuff. Lucas getting the kill there. He's on a killing spree. We haven't seen Lucas quite a bit, actually. He's just been focusing on the farming. He's top of the net worth.
That's exactly what Lucas wants. He just does not want to be seen or heard. Just like, forget that I'm in the game, guys, because that's how we won previous ones. Hold on, down bottom.
Yeah, they have the lasso there onto Nikki. Cool, trying to heal up there with the Siphon Drain. Able to do so there. Indeed, the Stampede comes out. They've caught themselves 2 within the Cogs there. The Infest there onto that Hellbear Smasher. They're trying to chase it. In comes the Homing Missile. It will connect. They've got themselves the Hoof Stop there. 2 and enough damage to take down this Life Stealer. There we go. They find themselves 3. Look at that, because they took down the Spirit Breaker there too a while back. On the
and
top
you saw
lane.
the impact of the Shard as well from Queasy, right? He bought it really early on, made sure he's got the able to detonate the Inkswell wherever he wants facet, so they were able to turn around that lasso, and it just meant that they were able to quickly make that one so much more favored towards the Death Prompt. And again, she's got all this armor from the Dragon Scale, she's got all this magic resist from the Eternal Shroud, she's got the Siphon, she's got the heal from the Inkswell, and she's got the Yules as well. Like, really, really tanky. You're gonna need a bit more than 2 if you're trying to kill Nick Cool.
There we go, then lays into the Roshan, gets the Aegis in the hands of Lucas on this Gyrocopter once again.
Just means that he's got more time to farm, bro. This is a farming Aegis. Still not out of reach
Radiant's
for
top tower
Liga.
is under attack.
Only 4k at 23
Dire's
minutes, and we've
bottom
seen
tower is under attack.
games can quickly balloon out to a lot worse, but I'm sure they're going to reassess how they take a lot of these fights differently. Going with Boots of Travel is Panto. I guess just wanting to try and play around 1J a little bit more, who's trying to scale himself into a BKB on the Spirit Breaker.
Yeah, I think that would be good.
Cool.
Oh, here we go. Here comes the Cogs action again. Cog 1, Cog 2. Docking back. There is the Never Strike. Oh, the hookshot does it. This is a symphony of spells, that's for sure.
Spells. Yeah. So the thing you were talking about before, what if you get locked in? If you go the bigger radius like he has, you can just walk out of it if you're a friendly anyway.
Oh, okay. Oh, I don't know.
Yeah. Don't know how it works if you go the smaller one, but who would want to not get the big power cogs?
So what's the plan now for Nemiga with this Aegis? I mean, they have themselves a 9-second BKB on Lucas, which is ready to use with this Aegis if he does fall. So I definitely feel like they are in somewhat of a good fighting position, because he does have enough damage here with the Chrysalis, I feel. He's attempting to go for that Daedalus now too. It's about 2,000 gold away from that.
Mm-hmm. I want to see them move on forward. I mean, Nicky Cool, he's level 16, he's got full points in Silence, he can buy a Veil now if he really wanted to. Plenty of tankability, Exorcism, not on cooldown. This seems like the time to really be pushing on forward and making the most out of this Aegis.
Yeah.
Let's see, Centaur, no really big time coming shortly. Same sort of thing with the Gyrocopter. Nothing really coming soon for Grimstroke. Clockwork has the Shard picked up for himself, so Jetpack, even more vision to be able to play around with. Nothing really stopping them from pushing into this tier 2 tower. Still got the Glyph, though. maybe the plan is get the tier 2, move bottom, get tier 1 and tier 2 there, set up for 28 minutes, take away the wisdom rune there, make it a little bit easier for you to potentially take their next tormentor. We shall see. And what's coming next for Liga? You got the Radiance on the Lifestealer, that's something. A little bit of extra attack speed as well on the Ghoul Frenzy, so attacking quite fast. And he's going into the Sanjan Yasha, so clearly just wanting to survive these chain disables that Nemiga seem to do very well. I'd say it's one of the strengths of their lineup, is they've got really good coordination in team fights as to when to use your spells. It seems like something that they've practiced a fair amount. So they're just going to be trying to wait out this Aegis. It's only got 3 minutes left on it. If you can get into BKB for Leshrac, gonna love that. Then you can actually just walk out of the cogs, not worry about getting that pushback. That's always going to feel great, obviously. Batrider, bots, doesn't feel like the greatest timing for him. The Greaves feels pretty good on the Darkseer. He's already got him, so not going to get caught up by the silence from the DP. And Spirit Breaker still working towards that BKB for himself. Might actually be going into an Ags instead. I see a Blade of Alacrity there in his quick buy. But Planar Pocket, is there anything really that you want to Planar Pocket here? I don't think so. Like maybe if you're trying to yoink away the Grimstroke, trying to use the Aghanims against your Lifestealer, it would be decent, but other than that, not really. One thing I really want... I want them to revisit neutral items a little bit. Not their existence in the game altogether, but there are some that, like, melee heroes really just don't want, for example. Like, the fact that Lifestealer is still taking Specialist's Array, which is useful mostly for ranged heroes, and it's still, like, one of the best for melee heroes, I think that's a bit of an issue. I think Specialist's Array could honestly be, like, even a tier 3 item, and then... you know, perhaps move something else down to tier 2 instead in its place.
Yeah, I know what you mean. It's great that, you know, Dota's changed like this, but it feels like the neutral item side has been along for a very, very long time and feels like it needs maybe some tweaks, so maybe perhaps that's what we can expect in 7.37? Is that right?
Hold on. Alright,
big shot. That's a dead Pantomime. Yeah, force back there with Cogs.
Could have bought the bots before he died. Unfortunately, lost 100 gold. Wasn't quite quick enough on the fingers. One thing I do want to commend Nemiga on as well is a lot of their vision that they've been able to place down. You know, it's really informative about where exactly people are moving, but it's not something that Liga are doing badly either, right? Like this one by 1J to the north of where Nicky Cool is farming has basically scouted out a lot of these movements. Probably shouldn't have been caught out there on the Batrider, to be honest, but they just needed to try and keep those waves shoved in as much as possible, and better to give up a support to do it than a core. It looks like they'll still be able to get a tier 2 tower, though, as another pause. Hopefully everything's doing okay. But this tier 2 tower should really go down without even having to use the Exorcism, and they've still got just under 2 minutes to be able to use the Aegis here.
Oh no, not a reboot.
It's fine. I mean, I'll be honest, my Dota's been crashing a lot. I had to cop 2 abandons through no fault of my own. Like, the game just crashed and it's like, we need to verify integrity of game files. I'm like, no!
Oh, that sounds horrible.
RIP MMR.
Jaws making it crash, or...
Nope.
Have any idea?
I have no idea. Just give me my MMR back and we'll call it even. Oof, you know it's rough when a Lifestealer needs to go BKB this early. Like, he's just having such a rough time against the clockwork, I think, in particular. That's the main one that he's having issues with right now. Just it's a menace. You can't run around in these team fights quite as easily, and you don't want to be proccing the rage just to, try and get out of cogs. Like, you need that for locking onto a target and being able to hit them with nothing able to stop you. If you're using it to get out of cogs, then Centaur's just going to stampede and you run away, and then you reinitiate on a lifestealer that doesn't have rage. Oh.
It was the fact that he was attempting to buy a Sanjin Yasha as well. That was in his quick buy, but he's changed it up to a BKB, which I thoroughly agree with here. I definitely prefer the BKB more than the Sanjin Yasha, that's for sure.
I just want to see him buy the Ogre Club. Ogre Axe, excuse me. Make sure my Dota won. The Ogre Axe coming through. Although he's actually gone for the Mithril Hammer first. Okay, so that really shows an indication of we just want to farm as quickly as possible. We are not wanting to fight right now. It's just a matter of what are they going to be giving up in the meantime.
I mean, I guess still has some alright damage here on lifesteal. I've just seen about, 259 damage. With that armlet toggle, so definitely can play into something like the Centaur, but still this Gyrocopter is a problem. I don't see anything that can take down this Gyrocopter. Maybe perhaps if they get like Lasso and focus them all together as a team.
I mean, the other thing as well would have been Ags on the Lifestealer, which is why I was wanting him to go the Ogre Axe, right? It means you're not overly committing to anything. You could pivot into the SNY, you could pivot into the BKB, you could pivot into the Aghanim Scepter if you really wanted to, but it's obviously not the mentality for him right now. They're still trying to just dodge out this Aegis, 45 seconds left on it. And the Amiga, they're doing the general moves that I was talking about, right? They take tier 2 mid, they take tier 1 bot, they take tier 2 bot, they take away the ancient camp that they can use to farm, they lock Liga inside of their base. And, nice blade.
Attempting to try and find Phantom, but he's gone the other way. Back to base. They will take down that tier 2 though, and this Aegis, as you said, Dan, I'm about to expire soon. 15 seconds.
Radiant's top tower has fallen.
EV3. Has to be a little careful here. Sticking next to Queasy. Although, might be a bit of a bait here. I mean, all the boys.
In comes the charge with the Infest. They're going to try and attempt to turn it around now. Lovely Vac. We'll try and find Mixa now. Maybe perhaps never mind. We'll actually TP away with that kill. There's BB3 attempting to flee here with the Surge, trying to avoid Ikea, who's trying to catch him up with the jetpack.
Doesn't have mana.
There is the hoop. Not yet. Not yet. Let the cogs all back and forth.
There we go. He runs over the same one. That's the way.
60 movement speed. 60 movement speed. Heart of battle. Another Surge. He flees. Blink ready. Oh! TP cancel. With the Yules. There we go. There's the stomp. That should be a kill, unless he can get away again. Nope. Another set of cogs comes out, and Mickey Cool gets the kill. Wicked sick spree for him.
Made space for his team, though. Lifestealer now has that BKB available for himself. He's nearly level 18, so Infest just that little bit stronger. Might be able to use it on to, for example, the Leshrac if he's the one that gets jumped. Lucas really not wanting to give him any sort of time to be able to... It's very rare that you see a Lifestealer be the one to capture an outpost, right? Or recapture it. Yeah, Gyro just says, nope, you are not taking this area back. This is my map to farm. This is my money that you're trying to take out of my pockets right now. He's up by 4.5k gold. 3.5k,
yeah, and
quick mass.
On the way for that Satanic, and I think once they get that, they can definitely go high ground without Aegis. Meanwhile, though, they have got themselves a lasso there onto Nicky Cool. Can they take him down? They're actually not focusing him. He's still alive, able to actually output there that Exorcism, along with the Siphon Drain too, but he's actually slowly falling, and he will fall, actually. They get 2 kills here from Liga. Attempting to turn it around now. Lucas, he's attempting to hold his ground there with the BKB and the flat cannon, but he's not actually outputting a lot of damage here as Mixa actually jumping in there onto 3, but they're still able to survive here until Liga as they get themselves another kill. That's a triple kill there. Buyback from the clock. Wanted to join back to the fight. The cogs there. Lucas is dead. That is technically 4 dead, but with that buyback there from the clockwork, 2 will remain. The bash is not there. The supports will be the only ones that remain, and Liga come out on top somehow.
I mean, a big part of it was the Aghanim Shard from the Leshrac, right? You place it down inside the cogs.
Radiant's middle tower is
When you're on
under attack.
Amiga, you're kind of wanting to fight in these enclosed areas, but it takes that away. You know, you actually don't want to fight where you're getting potential for being consistently stunned up. And yeah, I mean, the fact that they were able to take out the Clockwork pretty early on into that fight meant that they didn't have that same level of control either. So a big swing. That's like a 7k net worth swing, I
Radiant's
think.
top tower is under attack.
4 kills plus the Clockwork.
Radiant's courier has
buying
been
back.
killed.
And just like that, Liga's win probability goes, what, from 60% up to... Sorry, from 30% up to 75. Looking pretty
Wow. I think that infest usage there was really nice on Violent too, because they thought that they could possibly get a chance there to take down the Leshrac, but infest in, Lifestealer avoids the damage from the flat cannon, and then once the flat cannon is over, what else do you have left to fire out? And it was the fact that they were able to actually, because for a moment we saw that Death Prophet, they weren't focusing it. Somehow she still survived, but eventually they did all turn their attention onto that Death Prophet, taking her out before the Exorcism even has any effect at all, and not able to heal up there with that Siphon trait. So they did very, very well in picking off that hero first.
It feels like Violent just got his BKB, and now he's already got the Aghanim Scepter for himself, not even wanting to reveal it as well on the lane. He made sure to keep his courier in the trees so that he wouldn't get revealed. This is going to be a surprise one, and they want to kill the Clockwork first. They know he doesn't have buyback.
Here we go. Nice glimmer, though they have caught themselves. Queasy there instead. That is a Grim Stroke dead. They'll attempt to try and go for more, maybe perhaps dive the tier 2. They're looking for something here. The Stampede coming out defensively there. Hoof Stomp connected there onto Rabel as Mixa attempting to flee. Will be able to get beyond the tier 3 tower. And Nemiga, they are okay. They will just lose a support there.
Alright, could have been a lot worse for sure. Good little Delta split that Nemiga had, and of course, all the while, Lucas continuing to farm.
Radiant structures
That Daedalus, he's got the Aghanim Scepter, he's got a BKB for himself, going into the Lincolns as well, just wants to not be the first one that gets caught out. Wants to be able to save that BKB for as long as possible. Again, kind of using it in a similar way to what Lifestealer wants to, right? Where I was talking about, that is your stand and deal damage and have no one that can stop me item. Charge right now underneath that vision, just wanting him to be consistently revealed. They're not going to fully commit on this one for 1J.
Yeah, I was going to say, oh, another infest play coming in, maybe perhaps again.
They don't have smoke. There's actually an amp damage, and oof, very important that BB3 was able to get that one away as they dive on in.
Oh yes, they do. BKB will be committed. There's that Never Strike 2 trying to take down Lucas. The open wounds is there, but the BKB is going to dispel it. Now attempting to flee here, maybe perhaps onto Lifestealer. Nicky Cool actually getting to the high ground there, still alive. They get the silence there onto Rabel. The Hoof Stomp is there, but the BKB comes out from Rabel. He's fine, perfectly fine. No one has fallen here yet, but in comes a double back there with the Wall of Replica. Attempt to charge in, but the cogs come out from Ike. And everyone is still alive, surprisingly. After all of those spells committed, no one has died.
Everyone's just using everything one by one. It was honestly pretty good usage of cooldowns by both teams, but I'd say that is probably going to favor Liga, right? Like, you don't have Exorcism now to be able to make plays with. You've still got Infest because it was used, you know, just a 20-second cooldown. It's so active a hero, Lifestealer, at this stage of the game once you've got that Scepter for yourself, and they're even going to be able to potentially progress this one into Roshan without worrying about Stampede, without worrying about Exorcism.
And I mean, the very big ultimates that are all on cooldown here, and Nemiga, they're going for it.
They're going to know with Rocket Flare, though.
They are, yeah. Oh, Ike. The smoke just broke here. Oh, it's Rabel. Oh, that's scouted out Ike there. They have themselves an Observer and a Sentry here onto Liga. That's just been dewarded.
Just got the Observer on both sides. This is such an even game. Panto desperately wants to try and catch someone. Firefly's running out, though.
Yeah, they've got their Soulbind and the cooldown now. That's all come off. Cooldown. Oh. I just realised that. Cooldown has come off cooldown. Cooldown has come off cooldown. That's an interesting one for sure.
It's a mouthful.
It is.
Alright, G-Try. I mean, the big thing is, they didn't actually gain anything from that on Liga, right? So Namiga are going to call that a win. Just 38 seconds left on that exorcism. They would love to be able to wait this one out. Not exactly the most mana to be able to play around with on Ike either. Does anyone have a way to give him any sort of mana back? It doesn't really seem like it. The cogs for information.
Fire them in.
He's got
He
no
doesn't have
mana.
a lot of mana though. Look at his mana, 140. You're only able to commit the hook shot, and that's it. That might be a problem. BKB will be committed there onto Lucas. The infest now into the gyro. The lasso is there too. Can they take down Lucas? Lucas slowly falling here is violent. He will get the kill.
Oh, what a
The
wall!
buyback there. They get themselves two. Lovely wall. Mixer is slowly falling. Will be found there too. That is 3 dead, potentially 4. Is Sneaky Cool attempting to flee. Has himself the TP there, but it will be cancelled by the charge from 1J. Ultra kill for Violet. They lose no one here. On the side of Liga, they get themselves a team wipe here, and that was the Grim Strip that bought back and was not able to come back to that fight.
And they're going to get Roche as well. He went through the Twin Gate on about 10 HP. So nice one for them to be able to yoink away, even grabbing the cheese as well. So Rabel going to go all the way back to base, regen up. It'll take a while for him to join the rest of the team, so maybe this push won't be as quick as they would have liked, but still a very definitive team fight win coming through, and just showing the importance of playing around these cooldowns, right? I mentioned that Liga in game number 1, they made a few mistakes with when and where they took a bunch of their team fights, and it's clear that whatever their coach has said, they've learned from it. They're just not wanting to give up these big opportunities anymore, and they've got a lot on the line, right? This is to move forward and book themselves a date against Virtus Pro.
Radiant's middle tower has fallen. Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
It's really, what's the plan now for Namiga being team wiped like that? That will give them a significant demoralization for their team. Not even getting 1 kill there, because this Lifestealer, he wasn't very impactful, but ever since he's got himself this BKB and this Aghanim's now, they're not able to take him down. Now they have themselves a Scaddy on this Lifestealer now, too. All of a sudden, accelerated in net worth. Beyond the Leshrac, 22,600 gold. What can you do?
The DP as well. Trying to make a bit of a jump in here. He's so tanky though on the Lifestealer.
Still silenced though, yeah. Will they get the kill? The BKB just coming out there, not able to heal up, but a vac and a wall. Onto 3, they might find themselves queasy. This will be a dieback if he dies here. They're going to try and attempt to take down the Death Prophet, as they will do so there indeed. Buyback available, but that Exorcism is down now. Ike attempting to flee with that jetpack. He's going to TP away here in the trees. They won't get him. He'll be out. That is pretty close.
I really don't want the game to end yet, Epi. I want to see what Spirit Breaker might have coming out to him now. That is a full Hurricane Pike, so you can just use that that Nether Strike and then Hurricane Pike someone back into your team. Remember, it's going to increase that knockback by 100%, so it's a long range to just push someone back.
Shot misses. They got themselves a lasso there onto the gyrocopter as well. In comes the charge, even with that activated BKB along with the Never Strike 2. That BKB is going to mean nothing as Gyro down for 70 seconds. No buyback available. They're going to go for Mixa right now here. He's knocked back, not able to get into his fountain. Will he be able to get there in time and heal up? No, he will not. He will be taken down. GG is called, and game 3 will be going to Liga team here, so they will advance.
What's 1J dropping his items for? There's no need for him to do that. That's just gonna ruin my future research, saying how does Spirit Breaker end on no items at the end of the game? But it's all right. We got what we wanted, right? We got a more competitive game. It was very back and forth. It really felt like both teams could have taken that one at any time, right? Like it, especially that mid fight prior to the what felt like the game-deciding Roshan, right? Just spell usage and spell usage, pretty damn perfect, but if you've got these heroes that are able to fight without relying on their ultimates, they're going to come out on top every single time, and it felt like that was where Liga came out ahead.
Yeah, they did a superb job here. I mean, especially when they add themselves BKBs, you're just seeing some of the BKB pierces here, which just disrupt the gyrocopter from outputting his damage. Not able to output it. I mean, even with all of this farm here on Lucas, still not able to surpass them. And Liga team within the late game of this lifestealer, I had doubts for this hero, but it actually turned out to be very, very good once the BKB and the Agnims came out here and just wreaked havoc here, and just hopping into Lucas at the time when he activates that flat cannon. As you said, when we saw Darkseer come into the pool, it's this hero which is only able to output damage once you activate this flat cannon. If you're able to avoid it, I mean, especially infesting into him, it's kind of a problem.
Yeah, even just some of the other itemizations that they went for on Liga, right? Like you had Elven Tunic on the Lifestealer, yeah, pretty standard. You also had one on the Spirit Breaker, so a little bit of that evasion. You've got a Craggy Coat on the Darkseer. You had a really early Plate Mail before I didn't even end up finishing the Shiva's Guard on the Leshrac. And it meant that you were able to get into more armor on the Defiant Shell as well. So it was clear that they were like, look, we can handle all of this magic damage that they're throwing at us. We've got a pipe, we've got a Greaves. We just got to make sure that this gyro isn't chewing through us. He still did the second most damage in the game on the gyrocopter, but it's just not enough. You can't put everything onto that one hero, and that's why I think this hero does have a little bit more difficulty against these much beefier lineups, as we saw here.
Yeah, because it did go well for them previously, but this time I think it's very, very good from Liga here to kind of improvise, adapt, and overcome from what worked well for Nemiga. They found a way to actually punish it, and with that, they make their way through into the semi-finals here to fight Virtus Pro.
They do indeed, and that's going to be tomorrow, I believe, one of the first series that gets played tomorrow. We've still got 2 other series today, though, one of which I believe starts in about 45 minutes, and that is going to be on this stream, the second one in the upper brackets. So Cybe team going up against Na'Vi, one of our favorites to be able to take out the whole qualifiers. So stick around if you want to see the boys that I'm sure are very familiar to everyone. You've got Yuragi, you've got Sanctity, you've got Zayats, you've got Melody, one of by far the best supports, at least in terms of win rate in pubs, highest MMR support by a mile, I believe. And Nefrit, he's not as heavily lauded as the rest of the players, but he's such a stable position 3 that I want to see how this roster is able to make it work.
And we will see. I'm quite excited to see both Cyber Team and Na'Vi compete against each other in this next series. So stay tuned, folks. I think that we have ourselves a 45-minute break. Correct me if I'm wrong. I think we have a 45-minute break, right?
Correct.
We do have a 45-minute break, folks. So if you are in need of some lunch or anything else for that matter, anything you need to do during this 45-minute time frame, go do that now, and we will see you for Series 2 of Na'Vi versus Cyber Team. See you in a bit.
I'm the solution and I'm the problem. If it ain't profit, it ain't an option. If you try to play me, I'm gonna get you packed up. If it's something nasty, nothing's getting passed up. No, we bout to act up. This whole game is wrapped up. Talk will get you smacked up. Refresh, you should back up. Hanging up these plaques up, it's fast, bro. Know that I'm a menace, catch you lacking with your hands up. 10 toes down. If I stumble, watch me stand up. When it goes down, get the tutu, tell your man's dog. You can blame it on your homies, got you hyped up. Whoa. Everybody trippy, yeah, we coming, yes, that back. Yeah, we walking with a body bag full of cash. Cut from a different rare, we raise it like a flag. Unapologetic. We gon' keep running it back, running it back, running it back. It won't stop. Running it back, running it back. And that's we gon' keep running it back, running it back, running it back. Running it back, running it back, running it back. You can't manage this, can't break this, boy, I'm funded. Gotta keep my distance when you not 100, Cause the same ones say they love you, late and funny, You can't match my energy, and yeah, you know it, Way too cold, yeah, man, Yeah, man, I'm way too cold. Hey, I'm a problem when I'm on top like this. This why I just sign a flow. Hey, gotta keep my fur coat close, cause I'm a boss and I'm way too cold. I don't really wanna come ask me why I gotta act like this. Tell them that my pockets too swollen, they already know I'm a flex with a bag like this. Like, I'm at the top and that's literal. I'm making money, it's digital. They watch how I step in, it's pivotal. They wanna be me and it's pitiful. I cannot be no one else and I'm flexing, I'm glad to be me. There's no angle they can come for me, boy, I'm 0 degrees. Wait, you can't manage this, can't break this, boy, I'm funded. Gotta keep my distance when you not 100, Those the same ones say they loyal, they funny, You can't match my energy, and yeah, you know it, Way too cold, yeah, man, I'm way too cold, Way too cold, yeah, man, I'm way too cold, Way too cold, yeah, man, I'm way too cold, Yes, I meant it, yeah, man, I'm way too cold, Yeah, I'm killing it, I'm the realest. Ain't gotta say, gotta know you feel it. My flow got a cold, sick as the illest. I know that I'm great and they about to witness me going in. I went way up, about to go again. You see me on the telly, then you tell a friend. Cause you know I'm about to rain, it'll never end. Cause I got big dreams, big goals, never settle, gotta keep on going on. You say you got it, and I Red Bull, I got the wings and I ain't coming down. No. I keep it straight, every line is so intentional. This is your moment to let it go. You know that I'm into it, I'm way too cold. Too cold. You can't manage this, can't break this, boy, I'm funded. Gotta keep my distance when you not 100, Those the same ones say they loyal, they funny, You can't match my energy, and yeah, you know it, Way too cold, yeah, man, I'm way too cold, Way too cold, yeah, man, I'm way too cold, Way too cold, yeah, man, I'm way too cold, Yes, I meant it, yeah, man, I'm way too cold,
time, 'cause I'm already gone. So long, can you stay the night? 'Cause you're the thing I want. I know you're feeling different when you're stressed out, but even with no makeup you still stand out. 'Cause no one makes me feel the way you do now, like you do now. The way that you move your body, you make it look like a hobby. Every time that you touch me, it's electricity. Things we discovered underneath last night's covers. Everything came so easy. It's electricity. Electricity. Whoa. It's electricity. Electricity. It's electricity. When it's late at night, I feel you on my skin. My skin. You're all that's on my mind. It's finally sinking in. You're it. I know you're feeling different when you're stressed out, but even with no makeup you still stand out. 'Cause no one makes me feel the way you do now, like you do now. The way that you move your body, you make it look like a hobby. Every time that you touch me, it's electricity. Things we discovered underneath last night's covers. Everything came so easy. It's electricity. Electricity. Oh, it's electricity. Electricity. It's electricity. The way that you move your body, you make it look like a hobby. Every time that you touch me, it's electricity. Things we discovered underneath last night's covers. Everything came so easy. It's electricity. Electricity. It's electricity. You move your body. Electricity. You move your body. It's electricity.
Raise that level up. Raise that
And the dust are trailing behind my boots. Blown by the wind, showed me a piece of my past. The soil and the dust is where we go. 6 feet under, whatever your uniform says. The smell of the dust is sticking onto my clothes. The smell of the dust makes us just the same. What makes us different is just a bullet away. No pride but shame. No pride can bring the corpse from the graveyard. May the souls rest in peace. Some say we'll follow them down in the wind. Sooner or later, we're gonna pay the bill. The taste of the dust is lingering in my mouth. Burns my throat, sends shivers down my spine. We taste the dust when we grow. 6 feet under, whatever your uniform says. No pride but shame. No pride can bring the corpse from the graveyard. May the souls rest in peace up above. Some say we'll follow them down in the wind. Sooner or later, we're gonna pay the bill. We'll fly in the sky, blown like the dust, the soil.
fancy. Money on me, I got plenty. 100s, 50s, and 20s. Stage set, lot of them. Rags, house by the lake, bought that. Opposite the brakes, draw back. Paddock on my wrist, I'ma hit 'em with a drip. They gon' pay the VIP to get a pic with me. I'm a star. Brand new keys to the car. I'm the boss and the king and the czar. Got 'em so high, so addicted. Telling me I'm the only queen of his heart. Guess I let you co-star. If I gotta do it, I'ma do the most. Since they paid to see a show, got the sauce overflow, yeah. If I gotta do it, I'ma do the most. Watching me, they take no razor toast to the goal, yeah. If I gotta do it, I'ma do the most. Since they paid to see a show, got the sauce overflow, yeah. If I gotta do it, I'ma do the most. Watching me, they take no razor toast to the goal, yeah. If I gotta do it, I'ma be the best. You can bet I got the recipe. Mastermind creator of this high vibe energy. Only thing I'm loyal to is building a legacy. So quit testing me. Lot of commas in the bank, I'm a provider. Tell the amateurs stay in their lane, ain't no outsider. Bought a mansion in LA, right next to Mariah. Write a song, get filthy pay, price going high, yeah. If I gotta do it, I'ma do the most. Since they paid to see a show, got the sauce overflow, yeah. If I gotta do it, I'ma do the most. Watching me, they take no razor toast to the goal, yeah. If I gotta do it, I'ma do the most. Since they paid to see a show, got the sauce overflow, yeah. If I gotta do it, I'ma do the most. Watching me, they take no razor toast to the goal, yeah. Yeah. It takes a lot to be the best.
I've never seen you this gone. You're further than you've ever been, and you're fading out. With your hands by your side, you're closer to the edge. It's your final breath of courage. And you're ghost white, with a head full of pain. But if this goes right, then you'll never hurt again. 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 I know you've got it in you. You've gotta face it all. This life will continue, even if you fall. And you're ghost white, with a head full of pain. But if this goes right, then you'll never hurt again. And you're ghost white. Don't look back, don't look back. I won't let go, can't let go. I count your voice, all they will find. You face an impossible and make undeniable my faces. Getting tired of forcing a smile when the world is so broken and no one seems to care. Feel exhausted for all I've learned. I'm barely suited for the task at hand here.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back to the Esports World Cup with myself, Epidamnos, and Danog. We're coming in for Series 2 of Cyber Team versus Na'Vi. Danog, do you have a clear favourite out of these two teams? Which one do you have a feel is going to win this one?
I gotta go with my boys on Na'Vi. I've been a big fan of the organization, not just from the good old days, but ever since there was a season in the DPC, one of the latest seasons, where they actually got knocked from Div 1 Eastern Europe down to Div 2, and they still stuck with the same roster. And that roster, persisted. They obviously practiced a lot. They crushed everyone else, and they did pretty well in a bunch of other third-party tournaments, that same, developing roster. Obviously, that's not the same roster that we've got right now, but I think when you've got access to some of these talent that you've got on the roster, it's pretty evident as to why. You've got Yuragi, multi-time LAN winner. You've got Sanctity, who in my opinion was the star player of that little gun Mongolia team from Southeast Asia. Nefrit, very solid, very stable, experienced player, so lots of good experience to be able to draw from. Zayat's TI runner-up, and Melody, one of the best supports in the world, at least in pubs. He hasn't always translated it to pro games, but I think this is a roster to be feared for sure.
So we think that maybe perhaps we're going to get maybe a 2-0? Do you think maybe a 2-1 between the two?
I think a 2-0 is on the cards.
A 2-0. So we're coming in, obviously, of course, with this being a new patch. We'll see how Na'Vi come about, but fairly confident that they will get a 2-0. We'll have to find out, because I think I share familiar thoughts with yourself here too. I think Na'Vi, they look pretty strong. I mean, I was very excited when Yuragi came into the mix as well for Na'Vi, so that is one of the reasons why I am quite excited about this team as well. Not fanboy, not biased here. But Cyber, how are they doing at the moment? How's their journey been so far this year, Dan?
Yeah, it's been all right. But, the one thing that Eastern Europe and honestly Southeast Asia as well has is an abundance of these tier 2 teams, the ones that are just slightly a little bit below. I think the one difference between those two regions that I just mentioned is that there's like a very clear top 2 in Eastern Europe, and it's a little bit more bunched together in Southeast Asia, where you've got a team like Neon that can beat any other Southeast Asian team on their right day, whereas the likes of Bet Boom and Spirit, they just seem a little bit extra above. So I think Cybe, they're not. They're probably not one of my favorites to be able to take out the whole qualifiers. I think they could potentially move forward in the lower bracket, but Na'Vi is a big scalp that they would be able to take if they're able to get the W.
With some of the heroes that we've seen within Series 1, obviously, of course, Liga versus Nemiga, do you think we'll see some of the same heroes within this, or do we really have to wait and see what the other teams pick? Could it be potentially mixed with the fact that, obviously, of course, this is a new patch, or are these heroes very common occurrence? Like, everyone understands that, oh my gosh, these heroes are pretty good. How do you feel?
Yeah, I think there are some commonalities. Probably Cybe is the one that's going to go with something like Spirit Breaker. It's something that Sunset plays a decent amount of. We might see some other heroes in this, though, like Melody and Sohai both love to play the Treant Protector, for example. And I think that's a hero that's being slept on a little bit. That change to Elite Seeds feels really nice. I also kind of want to see some Sand King. I think that hero is being underrepresented so far as well. I forget what the spell is called, but the one where he slams his tail into the ground, his new third spell, feels really nice. And one thing that we're going to call him Pro, it's like some weird Cyrillic writing, but he plays a lot of these off-lane style heroes from the mid lane. So, your Night Stalkers, your Slardars, your DK, your Sand King. He plays all of them in the mid lane. So it's interesting to see how that might affect these drafts moving forward.
And speaking of the draft, Danog, we've got ourselves a draft underway now, folks. So let's head into that and check out the first game out of this best of 3 between Cyber Team and Na'Vi. It is currently Na'Vi that have themselves the first pick, and Cyber who have themselves the second. So they ban out Dazzle. Dazzle first ban.
It's a bit of a respect one. It's a Zeneca hero that he likes to play from the offlane, so I think they just want to take out a bit of the jank, for lack of a better word, stuff that they're not exactly used to playing against, and just play normal Dota. I think Na'Vi should feel confident if it's a regular game of Dota without any sort of cheese or anything like that, then they should be able to get the W. And Cybe, for good reason, just get rid of 2 of the most busted heroes in the draft, in the Spirit Breaker and the Weaver.
What is Dazzle offlane like? That sounds that just like blew my mind there a little bit.
It's just like very, very aggressively oriented. You can look to pick up a lot of momentum early on. You act as a little bit of like an anti-carry, I guess you could call it. And even if you are getting into the stage where you're like spamming your spells, one of the new facets is Nothal Boon, which basically creates a barrier for any sort of overhealing that you're doing. So you don't need to necessarily
5 seconds remaining.
You don't necessarily need to wait to use a lot of your heals, either offensively or defensively. You can just use it whenever you want.
Oh, okay.
Always going to be useful.
I might have to try that out now. That sounds like a lot of fun. Although you'd probably get some comments like, oh, this is pretty grief. But yeah, I totally agree with what you said there. If they've never played something against it, and it's something unique and something that they play very well, then it's very beneficial for that to ban it, because you don't know how to play against it. Which is kind of a little bit of this patch, everyone's still trying to figure it out and stuff. But IO's banned too. Cyber Team, take that out. Doesn't look like we're going to see an IO at some point. Phoenix gone, intriguingly. And Dark Willow makes its way through. So this was banned, I think, 3 games in a row on the previous series. This has made its way through. So Na'Vi get themselves the Dark Willow. Why do you think this was banned out so much?
I mean, it's just annoying to have to play against it, right? Like, they didn't really change too much to the actual spells themselves. It's more just what the facets are able to provide. So Terrorize has a little bit of an extra radius, but it's more about stuff like throwing shade, which increases the amount of damage that you're able to output. Dark Willow, of course, already such a great pick-off style hero. Or if you feel like you're lacking a bit of control, Thorny Thicket just creates extra brambles that last for a fair amount of time. So it's just like area denial, basically, that Willow's able to provide. So I like it. Overall, just still, I think the change to Bedlam a while ago of being able to throw it onto someone else is still kind of insane.
Yeah, it's pretty good to combine with another hero.
Get rid of that Sand King.
Have they? Oh, they have as well. So no Sand King for us. Maybe perhaps in game 2. But yeah, we didn't mention the Tiny coming out here in response.
5 seconds remaining.
Yeah, there's a lot of respect bans being given by Na'Vi, right? Like, these are comfort heroes that Cybe Team like to play. In particular, the first 3. The Dazzle, the Night Stalker, sorry, not the first 3, and the Sand King. 2 of them, a little bit more flexible because Sohai is able to play the Dazzle from a 5 position as well, but certainly Night Stalker and Sand King flexible between the 2 and the 3.
Radiant team ban.
Darkseer ban 2. Darkseer is gone. I gotta say that movement speed, what was it? The Heart of Battle, I think it was called. That was pretty cool.
No boots, and you can still have 350 movement speed. I think that does nerf his base movement speed down to 275 instead of 295, but who cares? In a laning phase, you're going to be around heroes anyway. It took a while for the Storm to actually get removed, but it is still quite strong. That's sort of the area that I feel like Storm should be removed. Like, it's still incredibly strong. Love seeing some Warlock come through as well. So basically the little minions spawning from all of your spells is now part of your innate, which feels really nice. They also gave him free AoE Shadow Word. I think it doesn't like apply to everyone in the AoE. It's just whatever target you use it on, it's an AoE around that target, if that makes sense. So you kind of need to huddle up a little bit if you're going to get the full benefit out of it. But for being able to use it to like push out waves, that feels really nice. And I'm very surprised that TA hasn't been banned up until this point. This is one of the broken heroes of the patch, in my opinion, because of the change to the refraction, most importantly. Like, you can't go something like Urn and, Venomancer, Poison Sting doesn't instantly get rid of a tick every time that it procs. It's now a little bit beefier, right? You need to get through, I think, 50 damage once it's maxed out before a refraction instance is used. And when that does happen, you also gain an attacking instance of the refraction. So, like, the brawls last for longer, you are tankier, and you do more damage the longer fights go for. So it just feels really strong. And you get Psyblades innately. So it's not the most range that you get, but still the ability to harass people in the lane without committing any points to it feels really nice.
Damn, that does sound pretty cool. I was going to say...
And we get the Treant.
Yeah, we do get the Treant as well. So it's how's Treant faring in this patch? Is there any difference for this hero? I haven't really seen it get picked up.
Yeah, the Leech Seed feels really good. And there's a facet called Sapling, which you put it onto the ground and it just damages and heals everyone in a range around it. So it kind of like forces people to move away from it. You can cut it down, but it just immediately regrows. So there's no point to cut it down, basically.
Oh, that's pretty cool.
Or you could just go the other one, which makes him hit harder per level that he has.
5 seconds remaining.
So now we get ourselves Doom and Shadow Demon 2 on the side of Cyber Team. So with Doom, you've got yourself the level
Gluttony.
question mark
Team ban.
That reminds
the
me
one
of
that you want, though.
It's the what, sorry?
Gluttony is the facet that you want. Just being able to have 2 Devours at once. That's much more money.
They're upgraded by 1 level as well.
And Shadow Shaman as well. Love this for the memes. Being able to, what is it called? Cluster Clock, I think, is the facet. Basically makes you able to use Hex onto allies. Can be seen as a bit of a grief, but if you're really on point, you can dodge out some of the damage that people are doing. And then it provides a little bit of a movement speed bonus, kind of like Pigpole. And you're also able to kind of have a cheat death every so often. So you turn into a chicken, or a few if you go with a Cluster Clock facet. So just a little bit harder to kill the Shaman.
Massive Serpent Ward is a little bit scary as well,
10
right?
seconds remaining.
It's just one, yeah. It's enormous. It's so feels
5 seconds remaining.
feels very interesting. That's for sure.
Gives me some like Wizard of Oz vibes, like the giant wizard on the recording.
Now, Underlord is giving me PTSD because it summons Necro books with his
Radiant team
his
back.
facet, and I hated Necro.
Oh, really?
It's tied to his Fiend's Gate, so you go through that, and then at the point where you go through it, you get a Necro book level 2, I think, every couple of seconds that spawns. So I think you get 3 archers and 3 melee warriors.
Oh my
5 seconds
gosh!
remaining.
At least they're not level 3s that have the True Sight and the Purge and all that. That was so bogus.
I think they don't want to destroy the whole the idea back from Necronomicon and stuff like that. Slowly.
Bro, do you know how frustrating it was as a support where you could do literally nothing against it? Like, you Glimmer Cape, it gets purged off. You like try and run away, you can't do it. Like, it's just impossible to try and do anything against it.
Yeah, I remember.
So thankfully, it doesn't exist.
It was like spam with like Lycan, wasn't it? And any time it's like, oh, I've got Ghost Scepter or Glimmer Cape, and then it would just get purged.
Mm-hmm.
DK comes out for the final one. So this one's an intriguing one with the fact that now you have to select a dragon form instead of it being
most likely going to be the corrosive one, in my opinion.
You think?
Just because minus armor is always good, and it synergizes really well with the TA as well. So you can use it to take towers a bit faster, wipe out a target a little bit faster, take Roshan a little bit faster. I don't think you're necessarily worried about stuff like cleave against this. You've got no illusions that you're having to worry about. Although Cybe Team might go for an illusion. Nah, probably not actually. You're up against an Underlord. Might be a little bit challenging. So I think, yeah, the corrosive one does feel like the way to go. The thing is as well, you don't 100% know on Cybe Team where this TA and DK are going. You've still got the flexibility with Sanctity being able to play TA mid or Yuragi taking it to the safe lane.
With the DK though as well, obviously of course the Agnims it used to gives the Black Dragon, but it still does. Do you not receive that magical resistance anymore? Because I remember that being like a big one. Because I see here that it says that it increases the damage of the Worm's Wraith, which is no longer, like where you gain passive armor or HP regen anymore. It just basically allows you to do cleave damage. So this one's quite an intriguing one, how they've moved around this hero somewhat.
Yeah, I mean, it depends what the cleave damage and all that is as well, right? Like, it's going to depend on what facet you go for. Again, that's what I like about DK. You've got so many options. So if you need to deal with illusions, you go the Fire Dragon. If you need to deal with, like, a Morphling, perhaps, you go the Frost Dragon or a Huskar, just because it negates a lot of the healing that comes through from that. The Corrosive one, if you want to pick up the speed a little bit, or if you're going up against a TA, for example, it feels really nice just to accelerate the game. So anything that's just flexible with what you're able to do in the later stages feels really good. We're going to get a mid Bat Rider, though, so that is going to be very interesting. And not going to be against the TA in the lane, going to be against the DK, so I think DK is going to be just fine with that. But still, in terms of a game counter, doesn't feel too bad.
So these are some really different picks compared to the last series that we came out of. Like, as you just heard, folks, we are going through like all of the spells that have been introduced, whether they're, innate abilities or the facets, not facets or... What was the tap thing
Facet.
called again?
You said faucet.
Faucet, that's it. I can't even pronounce it, and I thought it was that. Jesus. But yeah,
I hope that Zeneca doesn't stay with Devil's Bargain, because that one feels kind of weird to me. Doom can sell items for 90% of their value, but buyback costs are increased by 15%. Why would you ever want that? Why? When are you actually selling things as Doom? Not often, in my books. I think you would get more benefit out of just having an extra devour for the gold that you get from that. Am I wrong? Am I delusional?
I know what you mean. No. I would go the. But I mean, they are pro, so maybe perhaps they have a strat for it. Possibly.
Sure.
But yeah, I agree with you. I would go with a Devour because as a Macaw player, I do tend to be greedy like that, you know. It's like facts. But he's gone for the not the Grimstroke. What the heck? The Warlock went for the Black Grimoire. It's because it has a Grimoire on it and stuff like that.
So it does mean you can't use a neutral item until you actually use it. That's the one of the downsides to it. But it is nice just to be able to give yourself a nice little XP boost once you get, you know, a few minutes into the game. I'm still not sold about when is the best time to use it, right? Like, are you trying to use it to get an earlier level 6 than you might expect? Are you trying to use it right before the Wisdom Runes, for example, so that potentially someone else on your team gets the XP bonus? Or are you trying to use it before the 14-minute mark just to give it the potential to get a few more charges? Or even later, just because, you know, if the game is going really, really well, you're getting an extra 250 XP for every kill or assist that you're a part of. So it just goes down to how greedy do you want to get. I would probably use it around that 14-minute mark, because you could probably get away with not having a tier 1 neutral item, but tier 2 ones, that includes stuff like, you know, the Philosopher's Stone, for example, which just feels way too good to pass up on.
Yeah, I thought the other one was insane. Some of the things that I've seen, someone buying like 5 Hearts of Tarask on Warlock to get the champion of Goroth.
I've done the testing. You can do like Juggernaut Healing Ward with it. You can do Pudge eating you, Io using the tether onto you and overcharge. Is Sunset okay, or is he dead?
It looks like he's dead. Then the Bramble.
Oh, the cluster clock!
Oh, the cluster clock! Won't be enough. They get the kill. Malady finds it.
It's alright, it's gone on cooldown now. He'll be back up when he needs it again. And he did go the corrosive one for Sanctity on his DK. So he wants to have a little bit of that damage over time, as well as that minus armor.
So how would DK get his armor now? Would he buy something like an armlet or something? Because from what
you still get armor from innate ability. You just get Dragon Blood for that.
Oh yes.
So like, you just get 4.5 regen to start the game.
Yeah.
And 2.5 armor, and every time you level up, it goes up 0.5. It's kind of stupid just to give him that for free.
So how much can that go up to? So 20.
Oh, don't make me do maths. You're the maths one.
So 25. Half
not the
20.
language one, but the maths one.
So once you get to 25, it'll be like 12.5.
Sure.
More armor.
And more when you turn into a dragon.
Oh, wait, and then we have bonus multiplier, so then it adds about like 0.5. Oh, wait, is it actually
Sanctity is getting a little dived here.
Yeah, I can't do this math, actually. Screw.
Got plenty of one charges, though.
Got 8 sticky knee palm stacks. Sanctity. 9
really
sticky knee palm stacks.
Yeah, look at the damage over time that you take from it. Like, you have to be very careful.
10. He's had to use his magic wand.
I mean, he's almost out of mana on the Batrider, so he'll be okay on Sanctity.
Yeah, all good. I do like the fact that, you know, you have different, exactly what you were saying. Not just the fact that you can change up what dragon you want based on what heroes you're facing, but I like the fact that it kind of like scales now. Because when you got like the corrosive haze at like level 1, it was like, oh yeah, I can push tower, and then, you know, like after 15 minutes, like that's all it is, and that's it. It's just for pushing the towers and stuff. But it actually scales in the way.
I mean, yeah, minus armor is always going to be good.
Just the refreshness of a patch. It's really nice to see, like, you know, like heroes being changed this way, still being looking as impactful. As meanwhile, though, speaking of the Dragon Knight, he will die on the middle lane to the hands of this Batrider with this sticky knee palm. I mean, great time hit. Do you feel like the sticky knee palm, like it's kind of a game changer here with what they've done to it, with the fact that he's just able to deal more damage?
For a core Batrider, yes. I don't think it affects supports that much, although we did see a double kill in that previous series, right? Where they were able to, you know, go for a little bit of that extra dive. But, you know, someone like Mikey, for example, who is a core Batrider specialist, he's going to be loving this patch for sure.
So we've actually been speaking a lot about mid. How are the other lanes going here at the moment? Oh, actually some aggression on the top lane with the meld there, and there's the clock.
He used the hex on himself. Not
What is it called again?
The foul
The
play.
cluster clock.
Yeah. So you can kind of treat it a little bit like a nightmare as well, where it makes them invulnerable for 0.1 seconds. So let's say you're going up against a Lina or a Lion or something like that. You can dodge out one of those big ultimates if you're really on point with it. But got to be very careful not to grief your teammate as well by turning them into a chicken for 2 seconds when they don't want to be. It's like a disable help kind of play. And we see there, that's the sapling on the ground, so it kind of forces people away from that area in general.
I see, yeah.
I trust Melody with what he feels about this Tree and Protector. Probably, I would say it's his best hero.
X coming out. Lots of mana being used here on this top lane. Almost all the heroes. No mana remaining.
How's bottom going? Seems like Self-Hate. He's doing A-okay underneath the tower, just farming away. Going for... what is his item build? Okay, he's just going for the treads, pretty standard. And he's opted to go for status and slow resistance, insurmountable. So, I mean, slow resistance feels pretty damn good this game. Going up against the likes of, you know, a DK, the Treant, the TA. It's a lot of slows that are potentially affecting you.
I remember when Tiny used to be quite a common carry a while back. I think that was when LGD used to do the, you know, the Tiny Lycan combo kind of thing. And then he's died off for like around about like a year or two. But all of a sudden, ever since this patch, he's come back into play. You have to know why. So it's
not sure, to be honest. It might just be a lot of other position ones getting relatively weaker. Craggy exterior, I mean, it does allow you to man fight a little bit more effectively, I suppose.
I want to kill on Sanctity again.
Oh, no, not solo that time. Got a little bit of help from Sunset. Nicely done by Pro, though, to be able to start this one out. Not falling too far behind on net worth, at least, is the DK, but... oh, he was actually going for a bit of a kill of his own, perhaps? Oh, no, that was the lasso, dragging him back underneath the tower.
Yeah, looking at his inventory, wasn't able to use that one, so it looked like he was stunned there, because he had a max 1 charge.
Yeah, full shackled underneath the tower, dragged back by the lasso. But he's level 6 now, so could look to potentially make a play with his, once he's got the treads coming out to him. Maybe make a move towards the bottom side. Might be waiting for Nefrit to get into his own level 6 to potentially make a play around that Fiend's Gate.
Oh, dewarded the sentry, so he can't get the observer. Malady doesn't get it, but in comes Pro. Lasso on cooldown, does have Flame Break. There we go, pushing back the tree. There's no cancel though, because Infernal Blade is not leveled here on Zeneca.
Another just TP away from Na'Vi on the bottom side of the map. They tried to kill off the Underlord, but used both the Avalanche and the Toss just to try and keep him inside of the upheaval. Wasn't able to secure the kill. But a decent start here from Cybe. I mean, they've got the kill lead. Not necessarily leading on net worth, though. Even with those 2 solo kills that Pro were able to get on Sanctity. Sanctity's ahead on net worth, which just goes to show the strength, although they're looking to go onto him again.
Well, they are with the shackles.
Would save him.
That's DK dead once again, but can they get a return kill here? Lots of damage being outputted here within that Firestorm and a double kill for Nefrit. Look at those warriors
This is without ultimates on the supports as well. It's going to become even more dangerous once you've got stuff like the Terrorize and the Bedlam to worry about, the Overgrowth. There's a lot of stuff that's going to be able to hold them into place, so the EKB is going to be incredibly important for Cybe team, as well as that insurmountable facet that Tiny's chosen to go for. I want to try and keep track of this, Happy. I want to know when the first thing that Zeneca sells is. Because I'm still not getting the point of the Devil's Bargain, to be honest.
Yeah,
Can't
I'm not
go to the
sure
lane,
either.
poor guy. If only he had a second Devour charge.
Nuragi doing okay here. Drawing net worth here, very close to Tiny, very close to Underlord. Nothing of major concern here. Looks like all of the cores are doing fine. Apart from this Doom, which we just mentioned here, Zeneca. Still trying to get phase boots here at this moment.
Not exactly the strongest laner. Against the tier, you might feel like it's okay. Chose to not go any points in the, any Ring of Protections. So that's going to give him a little bit more of an issue. As well, Devour no longer provides armor when you're using it, so just means that any kind of minus armor is going to be especially effective against you. Does have the Doom leveled up though, in case they do go for a dive on Na'Vi.
They're attempting to try and take down the Shadow Shaman here. As in comes Nefrit, once again underneath this tower, attempting to try and find this Warlock, being caught there by the Pit of Malice, will be found by the Shadow Realm, but in return will get themselves the Shadow Shaman there too. Lasso comes out, catching themselves the Underlord. That's Nefrit gone. A Doom will be placed there now onto Yuragi, but he is completely fine. It's actually going to be a 2-for-2 because Zayak will also be found by Pro near to the river.
Doing a fairly good job on his Batrider there. 4-1-1. Getting a nice little bottle refill, and he's able to make plays all around the map with the Boots of Travel that he's got picked up. I want to see if maybe they want to try and shove in this mid lane a little bit. I'm sure Sunset's saying, hey, back off. I really want to make sure I get my level 6 as quickly as possible. Obviously, it's just the regular Mass Serpent Wards that he's got because he went for the Cluster Cluck facet. But that's something that they're really going to need. They need to open up this map. They need to make it a little bit easier for Doom to catch up some of this farm because he is well behind right now. He is the deficit, essentially, that Cyber playing with. And I like his item build, though. Just go into the armor. You're against a TA, you're against a Dragon Knight. That is the vast majority of the damage coming through from Na'Vi. So just try and protect yourself and your team as much as possible.
Just trying to... what's that?
They're about ready to go for a gank here, I think, with Sunset and Pro. Did just use the Firefly, so maybe just wanting to get... It's not really close to that next item. But certainly, now's the time to try and make it happen. Mass Serpent Ward's available. Level 6 on the Shadow Shaman. Boots of Travel as well.
Not one of the big ones, though.
Nah. Might just say, look, I really need this Blink Dagger. Or potentially a Power Rune as well. We can see Na'Vi more grouped up around the top one. It's one of those games that might just come down to a little bit of luck, even just using the scan, and oh, that's a little bit of luck, and it might go a long way towards giving Cybe a little bit of an extra boost that they need. One thing, denying it away from the DK, making sure that they are able to retain their tower for the next little bit. He's probably going to look to farm up for the next couple of minutes, get into that Blink Dagger for himself, and then use the amp damage to try and get a high value kill. If you could shut down Yuragi, get a quick kill onto him, that'd be enormous.
Just realised it's actually quite a lot of armor that you obtain here at level 1 on the Tiny Grow. Like 10 armor.
Oh yeah.
Radiant's top tower is under attack. Dire's middle
Meanwhile, Dragon Tail onto Pro. Pro might fall here with thanks to the Bramble Maze. Will do so there indeed.
Look at those Necrobooks.
Too, though. In comes the Doom along with that Chaotic Offering. The fear is there. Wazak. The shackles catching in place the Dark Willow. But in return, in comes Yuragi there with a meld. The Cluster Cluck will not save his life. It's going to be a 2-for-1. Make that a 3-for-1. As they find Zeneca there on the Doom also and just take down these Serpent Wards.
Radiant's top
He's doing a decent job of using them to deny each other just so that he wasn't giving him all of that net worth. But I think that's punishing Cyber a little bit. They got a little bit too greedy there. I really felt like they had the potential to be able to make some sort of kill happen, and Pro might just die back to back here.
Oh no, he does indeed. Just caught ever so slow there within that Nature's Grasp and the Leech Seed too. That's like 46% slow. I don't know if the Corrosive Breath slows him down too. Does it?
Yeah, it's just a little...
No.
It's a little unfortunate. I was really getting amped up about how well Cyber were doing, at least in terms of those few early engagements, you know, fighting around their towers, being effective in that way, but yeah, they've just sat a little bit too far on the back foot, and
Gonna go for Zeneca on the bottom, catching him in place there with the Bramble. The Sanctity coming in there with the Dragon Tail too. They get themselves that kill on the Doom once again. Na'Vi starting to pop off now and start moving around the map. I mean, they have themselves some kind of global control here. You know, Fiend's Gate, they can move in. The fight's happening on the other side of the map. Sanctity now with his Blink Dagger starting to have giant effects here with this Dragon Tail.
They don't really have ultimates to be able to make plays with, but they saw the smoke that Sanctity and Zayats made underneath that Observer Ward, so they're grouping up a little bit here on side to potentially make a turnaround play happen. They've got the Mass Serpent Wards, but no Warlock Golem. I wonder if they're going to be able to get away with keeping their tower. I think this would be a bit of a mistake if he tried to go in. Yeah, should have known that was coming.
Bramble Maze there. Plus the clock will not save him. Once again, will fall. That middle tower is gone by the hands of Na'Vi.
Disgusting. Disgusting in the mid lane. Just a little bit of extra push that you're able to dish out. Oh, top lane, and they're going to be able to get Zeneca as well.
I mean, just wait till it's level 3 Fiend's Gate. That's where we'll really start to see it pop up.
Ugh. Not good. And they lose a bunch of stacks as well.
Oh, that's not
Yuragi
good.
is just gone from good to better. Sanctity as well. He's got his Blink Dagger. He's got the potential to be able to make plays. Wants to try and get a little bit of this farm in the mid lane. He's got his boys backing him up, so it might be a bit of bait here.
Oh yeah, nice usage there of that upheaval, but cancelled by the Terrorize as Pro. Still wondering whether to go in or not. I mean, Lasso already utilized here.
Overgrowth into nothing.
Yeah.
Just clearly happy enough to back up. Maybe just saying, look, we're not ready to fight just yet. DK, not quite yet level 2, so doesn't have that extra minus armor coming through from the Worm's Wrath corrosive armor reduction. Also just wanting the BKB, I suppose. Same sort of thing with the TA wants the Desolator. Oh, speaking of TA, they might have found her.
Oh, but they're coming in to try and save Yuragi. The Sunset attempting to flee. The blink forward from Yuragi there with the meld damage. Should be enough to take down the Shadow Shaman. They found themselves the Warlock too with the Dragon Tail and the Bramble Maze. There's the Cluster Clock. Will that be enough to get away? It will not, I think. That was the Leech Seed that got that final proc there, and it'll be the Killing Spree for Malady.
It was a nice use of the actual self-hex there, just to be able to give him that 0.1 seconds invulnerability. Might have actually got him back to safety, but yeah, like you said, that Leech Seed was able to follow him down.
The tree is dead, but the Tiny will be too. Self-hate will fall here within. So much lockdown. Pit of Malice, Bramble Maze, and the Pit of Malice. How the hell do you escape without a BKB?
Yeah, you don't. That's the issue. Even with that that facet that he's gone for, right? The status resistance, extra 10%, really doesn't mean too much of anything. Oh, poor Zeneca. Just trying to get away. We'll be able to.
Yeah,
but it seems to me like this is pretty open if they wanted to try going for Roshan up on the top side. Maybe just wait the 500 gold for Yuragi to have the full Desolator before they go for it. But it's wide open for them to take it and start moving down these lanes.
Did you see this Black Grimoire that Warlock is able to get? Goes into the neutral item area?
Yep. I forget when... I didn't see when he used it, to be honest. But it gives a nice little bit of value, right? Like I was mentioning before that it's useful for being able to use right before a wisdom rune gets taken, just to ensure that maybe, like, for example, you and the the other support and the offlaner are the ones that get the experience boost rather than yourself. So, you know, really effectively making your whole team a lot stronger.
He just keeps on pushing out the bottom here on Malady, and they're all hanging around here with the smoke. They really want this tree. He blinked in the wrong area, Pro did, as Malady just wanders on away. There's a second dust.
Not there, my guys. Not there.
Just wanders off.
Are they going for a little bit of a wraparound here? Have to be very careful. Sunset's picking them out.
Oh, Sanctity. Blinking forward. Dragon Tail there as Pro is decimated again.
He got way too greedy. He did not need to be in that lane. He saw that they were coming through the Twin Gate. Just wanted that one extra wave, but when you're a mid-bat rider, you can't afford to be that greedy. Such a big portion of their damage. Ooh, Sunset.
Oh, nice Hex.
Very quick fingers.
But the Shackle is there, and out comes the Chaotic Offering from that Golem, but in return, they may lose the Shadow Shot. What's in place? Too many Bramble Mazes and Pit of Malices. I mean, the upheaval's there from the Warlock, slowing down Yuragi, but that will expire now. He's okay. He'll blink away. They will lose two. That was the carry gone there. Tiny dead. So Cyber are not having the greatest of times right now. 20 minutes in, and it's almost a 14k net worth lead.
Yep. And this is what TA drops do, right? You're able to farm so much more quickly. You're able to get objectives very fast, like the towers and now the Roshan, right? You can just look to move on into it. Don't even need the DK to be able to do it. Just able to use the meld to its full effect.
Wow. Look how much damage Triang did there. It was like 2,000 damage.
I mean, just Leech Seed being able to damage everyone in the AoE, right? Not just that one target. Feels really good.
There we go.
65 damage a second. That's better than a Radiance.
There it is. Aegis now in the hands of Yuragi. They are smoked up on Cyber Team, but unable to find anything here. There's no one showing at the moment.
I don't want to sound like a broken record, but it really does feel like they lost their timing, right? Like, ever since I was talking about, okay, they've got the Mass Serpent wards on the Shadow Shaman once he was level 6, you had lanes pushed out fairly effectively. Pro hasn't got another kill. Up until that point, he was 4-1-1.
Oh no, they caught Doom as well. Look at that with the Bramble Maze and just the insane lockdown once again. I mean, that was really intriguing because Soy's is it pronounced Soy or Soy?
I'm just saying so high. Because why not?
So high? Alright, I'll say so high as well. I mean, the smoke broke on him, but he still walked up on the stairs there and then was just met with a Dragon Knight. Melt him to a crisp with the Dragon Breath. Well, they are rotating though. They have found themselves the Dragon Knight, but in comes the rest of Na'Vi to rotate in. The BKB's there, along with the Dragon Tail too. Look at that damage there.
Against the DK.
That was the Bedlam that helped there from Sanctity. And why is Zayak? There's now another Dragon Tail. So high is dead, and a double kill for the Dark Willow. I want to see how much damage that did to the Tiny. That was... Let's see here. Who dealt the most damage? Oh, it was actually TA, apparently, that dealt quite a lot of damage there. About 1,900 damage. That makes sense.
With how farmed he is, I can understand it. He's got the crit stick as well. Nearly ready to finish up the Daedalus as well is Yuragi. Having a very good game. I'm also just watching him for things like going up against the Shadow Shaman. Previously, finally able to use, by the way, a Mass Serpent wards onto a tower. When they're getting ready to hit up onto your high ground, though, so it doesn't feel all that great. When he's using the Shackles, for example, onto a TA, normally that would really quickly drain the refraction charges, but it actually takes quite a bit of time to do it now. Now that it's, you know, not just when you take damage on TA, it's when you take 50 damage that the refractions actually get boosted up. They might catch him out though. Boys are coming.
They found themselves the Shadow Shaman there. They got themselves the Bat Rider here, as you saw, locking him in with 2 Pit of Malices. The Shadow Shaman died top there at the hands of the Dragon Knight. Now look, they found themselves more. This Doom just dead to rights by the hands of the Dragon Knight once again. They're just popping off. I mean, there's nowhere for Cyber Team to farm or, you know, prolong this game. It really looks to be tough for them right now, as that net worth is climbing faster than the time ongoing. I mean, it was once at 13,000, now it's at 20,000 at 24 minutes.
Yeah. And now they're going to be getting towers as well. Even, remember, if they glyph this one, it's not going to refresh. So you should be pretty open just to look to try and take that full lane of racks. Really the only thing that they're worried about is the lasso. It's coming up in 10-15 seconds though, so maybe it is something that they're a little conscious about, but while Self-Hate doesn't have a Blink Dagger, he's never going to be able to get that Blink toss back into the rest of the team.
I mean, I think that is something that I am glad about. It felt like every time like you would push and then go back, it'd feel like the team would have a glyph like every time. You're like, how is this? How is this okay?
It's good for sure. I like that change. I think High Ground was way too strong previously. So something like that does feel like a welcome addition to the game. Just allow a successful team to actually benefit from a good early game.
Yeah.
Still, though, maybe it can work both ways, right? Like, if you're feeling more confident, then maybe you're more likely to stick around, and that means that the heroes that could previously punish you, like the Mars Spear back, the Magnus Skewer back, the Tiny Toss back, they're still just as good, right? Like, there's even more potential to get caught out if you're feeling overly confident with your pushing power because there's not that extra glyph.
Radiant's bottom barracks.
It's just mad to think that some heroes have had some of these buffs, like what you mentioned, like TA with the
everything.
the everything, yeah, but especially the refraction as well, because you said that if you use Shackle with the Shaman, like if Yuragi has like refraction or something like that, it would usually be melted, but it doesn't, which I find insane. Which means, like, what is there to counter the TA now with like heroes that can no longer do that?
That's why I feel like it's a top 4 hero that I mentioned should be banned every game, because it was stronger before. It was another 10 absorption before each instance of refraction went away. So I honestly don't know what it is. Like a Willow, maybe? The Bedlam feels like a decent way to break it.
On the Dragon Tail there. Let's take down the Doom. Zenica on his own will fall. Dominating spree now for Yuragi. Look at these warriors go to work. Level 2 Necronomicons. They're pushing in.
The Doom is lower net worth than both supports on Na'Vi, and I don't think he's sold an item yet. So, that's... Please don't go Devil's Bargain, is what I'm saying. Oh, he's desperate just for armor. Look at that, he's got 3 Wraith Bands queued up on the Doom. Effectively, the only items that he has is Shivas and a Phase Boots.
He's not going to be 3 Wraith Bands for real, is he? That's...
He did have it queued up.
Okay, he's got 1.
Well, it's because he's already bought one. That's why. I mean, it's 25 minutes in, so extra benefit. Alright, who's going to go out onto the lane? Now, Yuragi doesn't have Aegis, so he has to be a little bit more cautious with himself. Once again,
found Yuragi. Oh, the blink! They attempted to get the lasso, but the blink timing beautifully there from Yuragi is now. They'll attempt to turn it around. They have placed the Doom there upon Sanctity, but they will lose Doom himself. He is gone. The Pit of Malice locking in place to Tiny. Self-Hate dead. Wanted to buy back and come back to this fight, but I don't think there's really a fight to come back to here because they've just lost all the supports there. As GG is called, I don't blame them here on the side of Cyber team, because this was just decimation there. I mean, more net worth advantage than the actual time. 27 minutes, 29k net worth. Absolutely mad acceleration here from Na'Vi.
Yeah, I mean, this is why going into this, we were both saying, look, they're favorites to maybe take out the whole tournament. You know, they've just got a really good draft, a really good understanding about how to play around each other, and it felt like Cyber were a little bit disconnected. I want to have a look back at when Batrider actually got his like boots of travel and when Shaman had level 6. It was, for whatever reason, the level is not adjusting when I'm changing the time slider, but I want to say it was around that 12 or so minute mark, and at that point win probability was pretty dead even. Like, it could have gone either way, even up to around 15 minutes. It's just that they sat back, they waited, it allowed Na'Vi to come in with the additional item on TA because she was farming a little bit more quickly than the rest of them. They lost a bunch of stacks, and instead of getting kills and opening up the map with the mass serpent wards to take towers, it was wasted, and it really felt like it was just a downhill snowball from there.
Yeah, I mean, Zeneca on the Doom as well. I mean, what, 1 in 7? Like, yeah, he was able to get Doom off, but what else was he able to apply after that? And I don't think his team were able to, like, follow up on that damage either. Just way too much control here on Na'Vi. I definitely think that they need to ban some heroes here on the side of the Cyber team, like Dark Willow, for example, which we saw in the previous series. Now I understand that why it was banned out, because especially with this, what is it called? Thorny Thicket, you know, granting like extra bramble mazes is really, really annoying. I mean, especially with Pit of Malice as well. Like, how else are you able to get out of this without a BKB? I mean, BKB obtained on Pro, but then you've got the physical damage to handle there from Yuragi, who got himself a Daedalus. So,
yeah. And they even went the right neutral items as well, right? I see 2 Gossamer Capes going up against a TA, always a great choice. Means that you're not getting one shot by those Blink Meld strikes, but yeah, it just wasn't enough. And, you know, maybe the justification behind going for this Doom was having something to be able to deal damage over time against the TA. But again, like, 50 shield for each refraction stack, and you need, I think, 3 points in the Scorched Earth to deal more than that. And then you also need to consider that you need to take into account things like the 25% magic resistance that heroes get by default. So it actually takes so much time, like 2 ticks of Scorched Earth, to get rid of 1 refraction stack. Like, it's just way too much. TA is way too strong. Worth banning for sure.
And with that, folks, we're going to close it here for Game 1. So stay with us, because we'll be back with Game 2 in just a couple of minutes. Don't go anywhere.
Drinks gegen Tristest. Großstadtbild komm ich nicht weg. Kopf fragt, mach kein Pisstest. Nein, ich will nicht auf deiner Party gehen. Nein, Engel und Teufel tanzen Schwansee. Von deinen Lippen tropft der Chardonnay. Ich küss ihn weg, bevor du schlafen gehst. Sitz auf meiner Fensterbank, die Nacht zieht vorbei. Ich blick über den Tellerrand, trinke Sekt auf Eis. Ein Teufel und ein Engel tanzen auf dem Parkett. Vielleicht sind wir unsterblich, müssen nie wieder weg. Ich sitz auf meiner Fensterbank, die Nacht zieht vorbei. Ich blick über den Tellerrand, trinke Sekt auf Eis. Ein Teufel und ein Engel tanzen auf dem Parkett. Vielleicht sind wir unsterblich, müssen nie wieder weg. Faded auf den Wohnzimmerdeal. Baby, sag, wieso sind wir hier? Kann sein, dass wir den Boden verlieren. Wir heben ab morgens um 4. Ich sitz auf meiner Fensterbank, die Nacht zieht vorbei. Ich blick über den Tellerrand, trinke Sekt auf Eis. Ein Teufel und ein Engel tanzen auf dem Parkett. Vielleicht sind wir unsterblich, müssen nie wieder weg. Ich sitz auf meiner Fensterbank, die Nacht zieht vorbei. Ich blick über den Tellerrand, trinke Sekt auf Eis. Ein Teufel und ein Engel tanzen auf dem Parkett. Vielleicht sind wir unsterblich, müssen nie wieder weg.
Straße in den Süden, Kickdown, Moto Guzzi, Sozius, Traumfrau, Monika Bellucci, High-Res, Roadtrip, Neapel, Rom, Overnight, Truck Stop, Insta, Snapshot, Polaroid, 40 Love, Korken knallen, Karte Door, Spa-Time, Bubble Bath, Aftershave, Miyake Sport, Private Coach, Crunches, Lunch Break, Yacht Club, Seafood, Aperol und Lachsteak, küsst den Ring. Wir haben Erfolg, Millionen Dinge und dein Lächeln spiegelte meiner Persol, Pilotenbrille, Holz knackt im Kamin. Es werde hell, wir lieben uns die ganze Nacht, nackt auf dem Bärenfell, Wüstenstraße, weiter Himmel. Kawasaki, Speedboat, Karawane, F1, Abu Dhabi, bist meine Nummer 1 und nicht nur diese Nacht. Ich nehm dich zur Frau, trag dich die Marmortreppen zum Palast. Blaue Stunde, Promenade, Lippenstift an deinem Glas, Soda, Zitrone, Haut glänzt, Haare nass. Ich schenk dir nach, du sagst, wie schön ich bin. Ich küss deinen Hals und du lachst wie eine Königin. Leck die Lippen, ich bin dein bestes Pferd im Stall. Sind am Drippen, trinken Daiquiris aus nem Bergkristall. Schrimps und Limette, Monaco, Saint-Tropez, Dachterrasse, Whirlpool, Eiswürfel, Corbusier, Casino, Hopping. Die ganze Welt ist hier, Drinks für zwei, Champagner, Elixier, Traumpaar, Undercover, Americans, unsterblich, Grace Kelly, Cary Grant, allein unter Palmen und dazu kalter Cider, Sommerwind, Küstenstraße, Sonnenbrille, Alpha Spider, Hors d'oeuvre, schwerer Wein und klarer Kopf, Zigarren aus dem Humidor, Cohiba und Davidoff, Candlelight, sanftes Licht, Candelabra, deine Haut, China White, Seidenkleid, Balenciaga. Vergiss, was die Leute denken, wenn sie uns reden hören. Open Water, Seychellen, Hochseeangeln, Segeltörn. Du bist meine Nummer 1 und nicht nur diese Nacht. Ich nehm dich zur Frau, trag dich die Marmortreppen zum Palast. Blaue Stunde, Promenade, Lippenstift an deinem Glas, Soda, Zitrone, Haut glänzt, Haare nass. Ich schenk dir nach, du sagst, wie schön ich bin. Ich küss deinen Hals und du lachst wie eine Königin. Leck die Lippen, ich bin dein bestes Pferd im Stall. Sind am Drippen, trinken Daiquiris aus nem Bergkristall.
I swam the river to get to you. I climbed a mountain to get to you. I called the preacher to get to you. I'd walk through fire to get to you.
Hello, everybody. Welcome back to the Esports World Cup. We're coming in for Game 2 out of this best of 3 between Na'Vi and Cyber Team. That was a pretty quick Game 1 out of the best of 3. I'm not going to lie. And at the start of the series, we predicted this could possibly be a 2-0. And Na'Vi have just showcased to us how aggressive they can be and how much of a lead they can get. So they definitely have to go pull something out of their sleeve on the side of Cyber Team. Do you think they'll be able to, Danog, or do you think Na'Vi is too strong in this situation after we just saw Game 1?
All starts with the draft, right? Like, I really feel like there wasn't too much hope for Cyber Team to come out with the win, to be honest. Just because, you know, you had a Tiny going up against a TA. That's a bad carry-to-carry matchup. Pro did really well in the mid lane. Like, he was getting solo kills onto Sanctity, but it doesn't really matter. Like, he was still falling behind in net worth despite killing him 3 times in the laning stage. And it just goes to show that maybe Batrider's a little bit too narrow focused, like good at killing heroes, but not great for the overall game unless you're demoting it to being a support. Then you've got all the good stuff without needing to rely on it for things like, you know, taking towers, doing other things of that nature. And poor Zeneca, like he never had a game, to be honest. Like, he was dying in lane. He, I think, still picked the wrong facet. Was getting 2-shot. It just, It didn't feel right. So hopefully this time around they're able to adjust a little bit. Yes, I know they play a little bit unorthodox heroes on Cyber Team, but I think they've just got to go with what's good. You know, if somehow, I think they've got first pick, and they banned Weaver Spirit Breaker last time. Just let Weaver through. If Na'Vi don't ban it, pick it. You know, that's the sort of thing that can set yourself up really well in the laning stage, and you've got the flexibility, if it's a good Weaver core game, to just play it core.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, this Weaver hero, as you said, completely nuts. I think it's a great hero. They obviously should pick it if it's revealed, but especially banning some of the heroes that came out in game one, I feel will be beneficial, because that was just way too strong with all the control that they had. Maybe perhaps, we don't know, Na'Vi might have another hero pool here where they don't care if those heroes are banned, they pick themselves something out. So that's what I'm going to be intrigued for, whether they do decide to ban the heroes that we saw within game one, and maybe perhaps Na'Vi, they pick themselves up something else and then that works as well. Who knows? We will see. But I definitely agree with you there that some things do need to change within the draft, because they looked very weak here on Cyber Team.
Yeah, and the good thing is they've got another game to do it, right? It wasn't a best of one, so let's get into the draft and see how that's all going to go down. Never mind, they ban out the Weaver with the first overall pick. So that's fine, as long as they want to try and pick up for themselves one of these other busted heroes. So, you know, maybe they pick the TA themselves, maybe they pick a Zeus for themselves, maybe they pick a Dragon Knight for themselves. I would be happy with them leaning towards the DK, just because you do have flexibility with that hero. Like, that and Weaver are probably the two highest flex heroes that I just mentioned. So you may as well try and use those to its fullest potential, right? Keep Na'Vi guessing a little bit. Good. TA ban.
TA ban. Very good. Yeah, I mean, that's gone.
Zeus next, please.
10 seconds remaining.
Anything with, like, I feel like Zeus just has such a high margin for error. Like, you can screw up a lot of things and Zeus is still good. Like, that's why, like, percent damage, you've got split push, you've got magic damage, you can push towers with Banter style, you've got an escape, you've got high burst damage, you've got global presence. Like, it does a lot.
Just press R, right?
Yeah, but I'm not feeling as great about the whatever it's called, like the delayed Thunder God's Wrath, just because if you're all grouped up, as soon as you hear the first one go off, you just pop a pipe and like it basically gets negated. So it doesn't feel as good to me.
5 seconds remaining. Dire team ban.
Yeah, there it is. Night Stalker. He's banned.
Fine by me.
Saw he was quite a worry.
5 seconds remaining.
And the final ban remains for the side of Cyber Team.
Zeus, please.
And then we get Zeus. Will it be banned though? Will it be banned?
I mean, if they want to pick it.
They will not. They ban Tiny. And they first pick Dark Willow. Okay, so they're the ones that actually pick this up, so they won't ban it. They'll actually take that pick off them. I do like this. Let's see if they can replicate what Na'Vi did to them with the Bramble Mazes.
Yeah, I'm fine with it. You know, you've got some scaling as well with position 4. I just feel like you potentially let a little bit too much get through to Na'Vi, where they can, you know, choose a few things that are really good, like Melody's Treants even through the pool. If you did want to go the Zeus, you can still hit the Willow while she's in Shadow Realm. Just use the Lightning Bolt on the ground, and you know that's going to connect onto her. So we'll see. We'll see. Maybe it's a little bit too early for Sanctity to be looking to pick up something like that. Could they consider maybe a Hoodwink if they want to keep things a little bit open for them? Zayats loves playing the Hoodwink. I'm interested to see.
Storm Spirit.
Like someone plays. Oh yeah, I'm fine with Storm Spirit. It won't be this game, but I want to see Na'Vi run a position 1 Ember Spirit because they do it a little bit, both on Yuragi as well as Sanctity. Back when he was playing in that Mongolian stack on Little Gun, he, if the game was right for it, would move to the safe lane, playing one of those styles of heroes, if it meant that, you know, the other hero at the time, mostly if it was Meepo when 423 was playing it, was good for the mid lane, for example. So
10 seconds remaining.
you want to see them make it work, but Storm Spirit, I have not seen it other than one time when Quinn played it for Gaiman and just looked absolutely dominant, and the hero was pretty much unkillable with Eternal Shroud.
Radiant
So the Storm Spirit coming in, like what kind of talents does he have? Why is he being picked up here all of a sudden? What's so good about him?
So previously, when you used the Static Remnant to farm, like creep waves, for example, in the early stages, the risky part was you had to go up into melee range to use it, right? You walk up, you drop it, it does damage in an AoE. But now you've got Static Slide, which means that you can just say, hey, Spirit, go over there into the creep wave, and it's a way to just not get harassed at all while still picking up that farm.
And what movement speed does that slide at? Do you know? Is it quite fast, or is it
325?
kind of
It's like move-ish speed, so like
okay.
starting movement speed or so. Also, his innate ability, you get more mana each time, more mana regen, excuse me, each time you get a kill, and you get 5 when you level up Ball Lightning, but you lose it when you die. So what it means is you don't need to go as much into actually buying mana regeneration. You just need to go more into stuff that will keep you alive. So things like Eternal Shroud are really good because not only does it keep you alive, it also gives you mana back through, the passive of Eternal Shroud.
Oh, that's really interesting. So is it a little bit like old days Bloodstone?
Kind of, yeah.
That used to give you a regen. God, I still remember those broken days when someone would have like 32 charges on Bloodstone and be like, oh yes, we finally killed him. A level 22 Leshrac. Oh wait, what? He's spawning back in about 22 seconds at 40 minutes in the game. What is this?
Do you remember the minus? It's been let through. Position 4. I guess. 4 Zeus.
Oh, but they go the Underlord. Okay, so they're following suit what Na'Vi did. So maybe, Na'Vi can show us a little bit something and something like that. I mean, the Phoenix Sunray is going to deal a lot of damage to the Underlord here. Very percentage based.
Egg's not as useful though, considering you're going up against a Snapfire, so you're going to have that little shredder to be able to deal with it. My issue with Saib's draft is that it's very like you need to commit a lot just to kill one hero, right? It feels like you need to use at least 2 ultimates to kill someone because you're generally going to either be pretty tanky or on the back lines, or Phoenix is going to be healing them up. And I have a little bit of an issue with that. So I think they need more stuff that's just able to deal general AoE damage without needing to commit heavily for something, if that makes sense.
No, yeah. It makes sense. I mean, I can see that here. Like the only thing that deals damage right now is, of course, Wind Ranger. But for Underlord to have an effect, especially, from what we saw in Game 1, he has to be with the team. He has to team fight. Like if he's coming through Fiend's Gate, he can't be like alone. He has to be with someone in order to obtain a kill. So I can definitely see what you're saying.
And you saw whenever they were getting gone on previously, it was like Sanctity on his Dragon Knight that was getting initiated on, right? And then the Fiend's Gate came through because Sanctity was pretty tanky, right? He's playing a Dragon Knight, he's got good strength gain, he's got that innate armor and HP regen, and then he would just like immediately breathe fire just to reduce some of that attack damage. So it meant by the time Underlord came through, you also had the Atrophiora, you also had a Pipe, you also had a Greaves coming through. And I feel like they don't have that tanky-ish frontliner on Cyber Team, right? If someone gets gone on, by the time you go through the Fiend's Gate, that hero is probably dead. Like, whether it be from a Centaur stomping you and a Storm using his abilities and Zeus ulting, you're probably going to die in that time. Even if, like, Wind Ranger win runs, it's probably not going to matter.
Yeah. I mean, I guess he's a very good pipe builder on Underlord,
I agree.
But
I don't know. I just feel like
very strong physical.
That's very reactive as well. I want to see where Snapfire's playing too, like because I like Snapfire's God, what's it called? Like basically his Scatterblast gets really narrow. The cast, let's call it range for it. It's called full bore, and it also means that things further away take more damage as opposed to things closer to you with the Scatterblast. So it means that you need to be a lot more skill shotty, but it also means that you're able to like harass from long range in a lot of these engagements. Okay, well they've got a little bit of global now with the Spectre and the Underlord, and maybe this means that. Could this mean it's a Snapfire core? Because we've seen Snapfire cores build like boots of travel and look to try and move around the map in that regard. You do have
I think it might be a Wind Ranger mid.
Most likely it's going to be, but I'm just thinking, is there a way to try and make this work, you know, especially going up against most likely a Storm Spirit?
Oh, there go the Sven to counteract the Spectre there, get some crit damage in.
So I think Sven is being slept on at the moment. I really, really rate his Wrath of God facet. So basically, 25% less base damage, but you get more damage for each point of strength that you have. So that includes strength that you start with as well, which is like 25, right? And then when you level up, you're getting strength. You're naturally building into stuff like power treads and braces. By the time it's around 10 or so minutes in, you've already caught up to what the deficit was at the start of the game, and then it keeps growing beyond that. So I feel like you're just getting a huge burst in damage, you know, around that 12-minute mark, because they also buffed up the God Strength bonus damage by like another 10%, for example.
Mm-hmm. So that's pretty intriguing, you know, coming out with all the heroes like this and you know the talents that they can receive, pretty nuts.
What are some of these other ones? Horsepower, so Centaur doesn't need boots. You probably still do buy them because phase boots is still pretty nice to have. It solves some of your armor issues. It gives you that phased movement speed. Like the Livewire from Zayats, just a little bit of extra % damage. Is going full bore on So High, so position 5, Snapfire.
So you twist the knife. That's applying a spectral dagger on the target when you use reality.
Okay, so kind of what it used to do, I guess. Or, I mean, it did it on the Shadow Step previously, right? As opposed to the reality, I think. I think it used to do that anyway. And they've nerfed it a little bit. Anyway. You need to facet into it to get it now.
Yeah, let's see how it goes, folks. Game 2 coming up now with Sibe versus Na'Vi. Currently, at the moment, very different heroes being picked up. I mean, a few similar ones, but it's actually Sibe team that have taken those heroes from Na'Vi, and Na'Vi responding with completely different heroes from Game 1. So, very more unique heroes that we've seen again. You know, Spectre haven't seen, Wind Ranger, Snapfire in regards to the Phoenix that's come out, which we haven't seen, along with Zeus, because that's been banned a lot. The Sven coming out in return for the Spectre. The Storm Spirit as well, I think, has been banned a few times. So quite a lot of unique stuff. It's a lot of versatility once again, and this is what we love to see.
Mm-hmm. I think there's probably like maybe 10, maybe 12 really strong heroes right now that are easily first pickable, which I like to see. You know, you don't want the same, let's say, 8 heroes coming through every single freaking time that are just all getting banned out. I like the fact that teams are still experimenting a little bit with this stuff. Yes, there's probably still space for some of them to be nerfed, TA and Weaver specifically, but, you know, stuff like Storm Spirit, I think, are in a good spot where it's very strong, but it still takes a level of skill to be able to get it to the point where, you know, you become overpowered, let's say.
Oh, okay, so I see that slide.
Yeah. Nice way to be able to just scout up as well if you're trying to go high ground.
So does it, when you use the slide, if it hits a unit, does it just like...
It'll go. It goes.
It will go, okay, so it doesn't wait until it's at its position that you sent it?
No.
Oh, okay.
So you do need to be like... clever with how you use it into a creep wave, right? Like if you're wanting to hit a range creep, for example, there's a situation where maybe Pro body blocks it with himself so that he gets hit instead of the range creep.
Mine.
You can also just, I think, double tap it to cast it on the ground as usual.
Oh, okay. Well, meanwhile, top already. Look at Spectre already.
Yep.
200 HP. The level 4 Zeus.
He wants to get up in his face because he's got the live wire, right? Does more percent damage based on how close he is to the target, so he wants to be right up there. Very risky to be doing it at this stage, but maybe understanding that, hey, I'm going up against this Snapfire that actually wants to be further away. So it's kind of a reverse of what is a normal Snapfire v Zeus support matchup, where normally it's Zeus that wants to be far away and Snapfire that wants to be close up. Not the case anymore. Also interested to see how well Melody's able to use his facet on the Phoenix, where Hotspot, Sunray does more the closer they are to the tip of the ray. So, again, provides a nice way to show your individual skill, just to make sure you're getting the spacing just right in a lot of these team fights.
All very intriguing here. And more action happening on the top. Maybe perhaps they can go for a kill onto Spectre. Blood Grenade committed, but doesn't have enough mana to use some more of the Arc Lightning. But look at that. So high, has to commit the healing salve along with Self-Hate 2. Both of them healing up here. But thankfully they can rest easy now because the Zeus does not have... Okay, never mind. The Zeus has mana.
Yeah, he just gave himself 2 mangoes. What I was saying before is that I feel like it was really ballsy by Zayets to be going in as he did previously at level 1. Now he's level 2 though. Like, Heavenly Jump is still as busted as ever. You know, only 50 mana, does a little bit of damage, has a little bit of a slow, and you can just go in and escape whenever you want. They really don't have any easy way to be able to chase you down.
Mm-hmm. So I'm just going to see when Sven reaches level 3 and see how much damage he gets with the Wrath of God.
Oh, the extra.
Yeah, the extra. So currently he only has... well, he should have 17, but it's reduced because of Underlord with the... Oh
so
gosh,
you got
and then it's
+4
gone.
just then
Oh.
from leveling up. So normally you would just get, let's say, 3 when you level up, but it was the 3 from his strength gain plus the 0.4 damage per strength that he has on top of that.
Yeah. So remember, Sven on the early stages of the game, he was like a great last hit with the fact that he had a lot of base damage, but I guess you can sacrifice this in order to get, you know, more damage in the middle and the late game.
Yeah, and even like his innate ability, we haven't talked about that. You do 15% more damage to stunned enemies. So, like, that's even more on top of everything. Imagine if you're critting with your buffed up God Strength and your greater late game damage. I wouldn't be surprised to see some, like, 3k damage crits this game.
Is that more reason to buy, like, an Aghanim's or something like that on Sven? Because obviously, of course, like, you can go straight in. I mean, I guess you can do it with a Blink as well, and it's cheaper.
Yeah. Yeah, I can see it. I could certainly see something like an Overwhelming Blink being even more value. Just that slow, a little bit more burst damage, more strength, of course. But a much quieter game to start off with. How's the last hits going overall? Spectre's really the one suffering, it seems. Just the power of Zeus. He's only going to get stronger.
Quite passive on the mid. Oh, I'm just seeing like how good this this static remnant slide is. I mean, especially against someone like Wind Ranger, because you would not be in range to get a
nice glyph.
A static remnant. Yeah, that was a nice glyph. Oh, nice dodge from the power shot there. And first blood here on the bottom lane.
Yuragi?
Pretty low. He will be found in the trees, taken out by Sunset. Ultimate Sanctity getting quite low here with a power shot being delivered there onto Sanctity. He will have to get himself back. Meanwhile, top lane, Self-Hate getting low here too. And Ifrit stomping the double edge.
Just feeling confident enough on Nefrit with his 2 braces, with every 2 minutes getting an extra 40 health. Means that Zeus can just back off completely. He knows that Snapfire doesn't have a lot of mana to be able to play around with. Spectre, obviously not the most amount of laning presence early on. Might even enable Zayats to TP mid. Give a bit of... he doesn't really need a bottle refill on Sanctity. Just walks back to base. Well, he'll still do it. Maybe just really wanting to secure that power rune for his boy.
Coming in now, will it be top, will it be bottom? Malady cannot help contest it. And it is going to be bottom. Arcane rune for Pro.
Oh, there ended up being 2 bounty runes up there for So High to be able to yoink away. So that TP from Zayats didn't really accomplish much of anything. So little wins are important for Side. Still feel like it's going to be quite some time until we see too much of anything happening from Side team in particular.
Yeah.
You've got, a little bit until you've even got Power Treads on the Wind Ranger. Still not quite yet level 5 on Zeneca, so not really able to join in any of these fights. I think they're going to be very happy if Na'Vi just opt to be a little bit more passive. Is Melody going to be able to yoink away this Wisdom Rune? He's trying to dodge out a lot of the vision that the tower is giving, but I don't think he's going to be able to do it in time.
Either team get a Wisdom Rune there too, as it spawns at 7 minutes, so no contest for those either, surprisingly. The action's starting to slow down here on this top lane now, and Self-Hate starting to get some last hits, but still below here at the moment.
Double value there from Zayats. Realized where the sentry was that was blocking the camp, so made sure to use the lightning bolt onto the Snapfire, get a bit of harass, reduce the raindrops charge, and get the D-ward off. So just little things like that is why he's already a TI runner-up.
Just wondering, because both teams, they need their carries to come online at some point. I mean, obviously, of course, if we think about it, it's going to be Yuragi that comes online first, hopefully sooner, right? Because it just needs like Blink, Echo Saber, maybe perhaps a BKB, God Strength just blinking, kill someone there. Meanwhile, Spectre on the other hand can join team fights, but not very good at farming up compared to the Sven here with the cleave. And the only way I think for Self-Hate to kind of accelerate around about the same time is try and be really good at participating with the kills. But then, speaking of the carries, Yuragi is going to get initiated on here. They do have themselves the defensive Stampede, attempting to flee here right now by hiding in the trees. Yuragi, he may be in trouble, still be pursued here by Pro, and they will indeed get the kill. That Lancer pursuit actually helping out there during the focus fire, though. Meanwhile, the other carry will be taken out here on the top lane with Self-Hate being found.
Did you see that?
Yeah, I did. He's gone through the Fiend's Gate and will actually fall there.
Still, though, it took attention away from, the rest of the team. Means that Nefru was able to continue to farm.
Stupendous.
Would have loved to be level 6 at that point on Self-Hate, just to be able to join in on the kill for Yuragi. Even if he didn't get the kill, just the assist gold would have done a lot to be able to provide him with a bit of help here.
Maybe they'll try and go on to Spectre now. A bit close.
Down bottom, they're trying to go on to Melody. Just able to survive there.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Doing their best to try and keep as many. Melody is just getting. He's like a magnet for all of these skill shots, the scatter blast, the power shots.
Oh, Pro's coming forward.
Yeah, he knows he doesn't have dive. Once
kill.
again, first 10 minutes, Pro is really on point with a lot of these rotations. 2-0 and 1. He's done it 2 games in a row now. And Self-Hate is mid. That is not where you want to be as a Spectre, and you don't want to be last on net worth as well for all the cores.
Do you see how fast Pro moved then with the level 4 win run and the talent? Oh my gosh.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
They really want to try and make a kill happen somewhere, but I think maybe just waiting for So High to get his level 6, wait for the Willow to get her 6, just stick in these lanes as much as they can, look to try and make a bit of a play get the haunt going off there, or rather the shadow step, sorry. Because it's dead even right now between the two teams. The important thing, though, is that it's not really on this Spectre. And Sven's even, I believe, identified the fact that she is eventually going to be an issue. So, wanting to build into the Silver Edge, I believe he's got in the quick buy. It might be 4th item down, but it's something that he's already planning for.
Pretty slow game this is at the moment into Dunogo. We're just waiting for... It's just the carries. They need to get themselves farmed up, and we don't expect them to be fighting early anytime soon. And that is quite a difference compared to the patch that we've been seeing at the moment. It's always these fast-paced carries that can dominate the lane, fight early, be able to, you know, get kills early. But with these two heroes, it's a completely different story.
Oh, here we go. Phoenix, the one that they're trying to get onto, and there we go. It was Pro that ends up getting the kill, but a valuable bit of assist gold coming through for Self-Hate. Also enables him to position himself on the safer side of the map, where you're not as worried about a TP rotation coming in and killing you.
They're going for Nefrit now? Do they know he was there?
I have an idea. Got the smoke just running out now on Sunset.
Oh yeah, the smoke just broke.
Bit of a glimpse onto him. But the thing is, you've got the Bedlam, you've got the Mortimer's Kisses, and really all you really need is 1 point in the Shackle Shot. Oh man, and you've even got a Maelstrom now on Pro, so you've got all you need to be able to kill absolutely everyone on the map.
Oh, and they're going to respond there. They've caught themselves.
Good
Zayak
usage.
hits a Malice and the Bramble Maze, as we saw within Game 1. Stopping the use of Stampede there. They get the kill onto Zeus.
Again, not really needing to use all that much to get that kill, right? You used the Mortimer's Kisses, you used, sure, the Fiend's Gate, but it feels alright. You didn't have to use too much on Pro to be able to make it happen. Storm had to use a lot of his mana for assistance. He's still getting pretty consistent bottle refills, though. And I'm a little surprised he's still... I guess going into the Orchid is fine, but I really want to see him go into something a little bit more defensive beyond that.
Like the Eternal Shroud that you mentioned?
He just queued it up, yeah.
Ah.
Dire's middle tower is under
Actually going to join in a smoke here. They're going to attempt to...
Oh, Windrun just wore off.
It did. It's back on cooldown very shortly, though. In 2 more seconds, they're actually going to go in with the Stomp, and they will get the kill in quick succession there. Blink Dagger reveal on the Stomp.
Didn't need to use any big abilities for that one either. Zeneca just trying to protect this tower for now. But yeah, no Thunder God's Wrath used, no Stampede used, just a quick zip in. Got a little bit of that extra mana regeneration. You can see he's galvanized at the moment on the Storm with 7 charges of it.
Oh yeah? I don't think you want to dive there. Careful the Bramble.
Looking for me?
It's okay.
Oh, shield rune. Yeah, Nefrit says don't even try it.
Now Echo Saber now for the Sven. Yuragi finally surpassing net worth of everyone else. Been having this free time to farm up on stacks here, as we can see. God Strength already.
Yes, he's used God Strength, but look at that damage. Like, 320 damage, 14 minutes into the game is pretty damn significant. And it's only going to get stronger, right? Like, he's going BKB, he's going to blink, try and blow someone up before they're able to use their defensive tools. Because everything's a little delayed on Cyb, right? Like, you need to have a reaction to get into the Shadow Realm, you need to have a reaction to get in the Windrun, you need to have a reaction to use the Fiend's Gate to be able to join the rest of the team. They've got a lot of burst potential on Na'Vi, whether it be Blink, Sven stun, Blink Centaur stun, Thunder God's Wrath, Storm zipping in. Like, there's a lot that could potentially catch Cyb off guard. And remember that Sven's innate ability is just, they just need to be stunned. Doesn't need to be his stun, they just need to be stunned. So even Centaur Stomp is enough.
Just hanging around here as 5 with Zeneca just
Look at all the
defending
vision.
this middle tower. Attempting to go
behind
for
the
the pack. Well, they're going to jump with the Orchid. There's the Sunray too. They're going to attempt to find him. I mean, there's the mech. But they will still get the kill. So now the Stampede coming out in return. Maybe perhaps they'll try and find more. Holiday. Supernova will come out. Another zip there from Sanctity, helping to get the kill on Sohai. And now Sunset will fall. Hands of Sanctity there too. And that is 3 kills here for Na'Vi, along with a middle tier 1 tower.
And an amp damage rune for his troubles as well. Starting to build here once again. It's around this mid-ish time. I don't feel like they've necessarily missed a big timing, but I think we've only seen one Shadow Step used so far, right? And I feel like, considering you had a pretty good start to the game, that's something that you needed to be trying to abuse a little bit more. Bedlam doesn't have the longest cooldown. You can go every 30 seconds if you want to. And I know as a Wind Ranger, like, you essentially, in my eyes, need to be using Focus Fire every single time it's off cooldown. Otherwise, why even pick the hero, right? Like, it just feels like something that's able to stay level with the rest of the cores on the map by getting kills. It's like the old Queen of Pain.
I mean, do you think Wind Ranger is still like a viable carry in this patch, or do you feel like it should just stay, you know, like off lane and mid?
I never want to see Wind Ranger off lane. I think mid it can work because you're kind of forced to be active, but I feel like it's not stable enough. Like you need to be able to have like a bad portion of the game and still be able to catch up, and I feel like Wind Ranger doesn't have that. It doesn't have the potential to use stacks, for example, to catch up, or has that like giga late game that you need.
Yeah, true.
I would kind of love to see Pro go for like a Blink Dagger instead of the Glipnir that he's going for now. I can understand why he's going for Glipnir, just because it feels really nice against the Stampede, just to be able to stop a multitude of units from getting away, if Zeneca isn't perfectly on point with the use of the Pit of Malice, but I don't know, I feel like they just need to get kills. They need to... Here we go. Give some free kills over to Selfhate. That's what you needed.
You were saying it. You were indeed saying it. They do and use the Shadow Step there. I'll get an assist.
It's a lot better though, like he desperately needed that kill with Zeneca. Look at how quickly even an Underlord with all those points in Atrophy Aura, it's only 2, but he still gets blown up pretty damn easily.
He does, yeah. The Sven now having run about 461 physical damage during the God Strength. They'll attempt to try and find themselves someone. Has been caught within the Bramble Maze. BKB is ready. This God Strength still has around about 10 seconds remaining.
Maybe look to back to the tier 1, but no real need.
And what's this Oblivion stuff for self-hate? An Orchid?
Yeah, I guess so. Good way to be able to jump onto Storm or Zeus or Phoenix and quickly get the kill. Probably much more likely Zeus Phoenix, especially once it becomes clear that, well, the Eternal Shroud's actually coming out to the Storm right now, so Sanctity hasn't died yet this game. 4-0 and 3. He's already got 17 of those galvanized stacks, so an extra 5 mana regeneration, and, well, now he's got even more capacity to keep his mana. Here he goes.
Zips his up onto the Dark Willow underneath that tier 2 and gets the kill with that Orchid final proc. The Soulburn getting the kill there.
Oh, he needs to be close to it. He didn't actually get any stacks for that. 1200 radius. You need to be close by. It's a little unfortunate, but you know what? He'll take the kill. Oh, and a shield rune as well. If it just... Oh, hold on. Run away. Not feeling quite ready to fight just yet. I think Melody still needs a little bit of time. Would love to be level 12, just for a few more attacks needed to destroy the Supernova.
Just saw Snapfire got deleted there, walking up to the high ground.
Oh, hold on.
Oh, they're attempting to go onto Yuragi here, activating the BKB and the Warcry, attempting to flee. Might be able to escape. Will be able to there indeed, but in comes the Zip, trying to find the Spectre, but actually going to grab Pro there instead on the Wind Ranger. Sanctity not able to land any of these physical attacks, but stuck in a pit of malice in the Bramble Mids. The Shackle Shot's there too. The Cursed Crown is going to have an effect with the Fear there. Also, Sanctity may be dead here. He's not able to zip out. He will be taken out. Down. They eliminate that mega kill streak. The Shackle Shot's there, actually landing onto the tree. They find the Phoenix there too, and punish the over-aggressiveness here from Na'Vi.
Yeah, a little bit puzzling there. I felt like Melody was in a great position to be able to pop the Supernova, maybe force a little bit of attention towards him as opposed to the Storm Spirit, because he only needed about an extra second or so, and he was A-okay. Like, the root chains coming through from side were pretty good. The Brambles into the Pit of Malice, but yeah, just needed that extra little bit of survivability.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Even just the Phoenix innate ability as well, right? The Supernova dealing that ticking damage might have caused an extra mischance or two against the Storm Spirit.
Better not fall off.
Going for now, zipping forward. Orchid there on the bottom. Though Sunset is okay. And Sanctity is going to get out there with the Stampede because Shadow Step did come in with an Orchid upon him by Self-Hate. Yeah, he's back underneath this tier 2. Oh,
so much
Pro. With the Shackle Shot, there we go. They may be able to get the Snapfire Kuki and lock this Storm Spirit in place. They will indeed. But in comes a Storm with the God Strength as well. Pro able to utilize that BKB and the Wind Run. Try and get away. Meanwhile, they will find So High. Killing spree for Yuragi. Pro took a lot of damage there. Had to activate that BKB and Wind Run the heck out of there, or else that would be a dead Wind Ranger.
They're looking for a bit of a play of their own. 3-man smoke coming through here. They had to use a lot, though, to be able to even just get away on the Wind Ranger.
Oh, and there is another Shadow Step with the Orchid as well. The Pit of Malice along with that Firestorm too. Look at the lockdown like they had in game 1. It's now back upon them, and they find a kill onto the Centaur. In return, though, that Sunray doing quite a bit of damage there to Zenica, but he will be fine. No further follow-up here from Na'Vi. Starting to actually go around the map now and gain some kills, which is what they really need in order to stay in this game and pull it back.
I was watching Yuragi. He was waiting, just wanting to know, can I blink in there? Can I try and focus him down? But he just didn't have the boys to be able to back him up. And he's going into the Monkey King bar. He realizes that this Wind Ranger is causing all sorts of difficulties for his team. Wouldn't hate seeing like a Nullifier as well as a potential option, just to be able to get that away from the Wind Ranger. Still a while away from Wind Ranger getting level 25, so Wind Run being undispellable isn't a factor just yet.
They could go. I think they're looking to go Roche here on Na'Vi to try and turn this game up a notch. They will do so there indeed. Activating the God Strength. They have themselves the Fire Spirit, so slowing down that attack speed there of the Roche. I mean, they could Fiend's Gate into this. That is a possibility, but
if they knew it was going on.
If they knew it was going on, yeah, but they did not at this time, and it will be found.
Even I'm just looking at Roche with his mischance. It's slowly being built up by Melody. He had like a 50% mischance by the end of it because of his blinding sun innate.
I was just looking at that movement here from Cyber Team, and it looked like they were attempting to set it for the Roshan, because it was about to move top soon, but then gets taken out. So I think they may have just foiled their plans a little bit here on Na'Vi, taking that before it moved top.
Nicely done. Interesting as well, going for the Aether Lens on Melody with his hot streak, because if it's longer than the natural Sunray distance, it does even more damage and healing. And of course, against these heroes that are fairly tanky, the Spectre and the Underlord, that percent damage really starts to rack up very quickly.
Oh wow, okay, well, we'll see how that works. That's pretty interesting. I mean, this is definitely a first. I mean, have you ever seen a Phoenix build an Aether Lens before?
Maybe when it used to build into Octarine, I did, but not
Not for the reasons of increasing spells, though, right?
Yeah, not really.
No.
Radiant structures
Yeah.
are fortified.
So first instance of that,
Dire's
pretty cool.
bottom tower is under attack. Dire's bottom tower
One of the great things
has
about
fallen.
Phoenix is that a lot of stuff can work on it. You're able to do a lot with not that
Radiant's
much.
top tower is under attack.
Iraqi. It's a bit in Godstrand Fear. He's actually going to be initiated on here. They got themselves the Fear along with the Shackle Shot too. This might be enough to take down the Sven. He's going to activate the BKB and try and run away, but they've had themselves enough damage to take down the Sven. They find themselves Melody there too, and look at that, they tip Iraqi. Not respecting the side of Cyber Team.
Gives him the wrong as well from the Spectre. Just saying, you really there? That far away from the rest of your team, my boy? Because we got the damage to be able to take you out. Just getting a little bit overly confident there on the Sven. Just 3-3 and 2 at this point. Yeah, he's top of the net worth, but up until he gets into something else that's just going to provide him with a little bit of extra of a safety net, I feel like it's a very ballsy place for him to be.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Like, I wouldn't hate seeing him go, I
Radiant's
don't know,
middle
a
tower has
Bloodthorn
fallen.
instead of a
Radiant's
MKB.
bottom tower is under attack.
Oh wow, and Zayak getting
Dire's top tower
solo
is under
killed there
attack.
by the hands of Self-Hate.
Or the Orchid. We sure about this one, Nephrin?
I mean, the rest of the team's coming. Sanctity's coming in to try and get the kill here. I mean, there's no Manta style. Nice silence there to stop the Electric Vortex coming down. And the Pit of Malice now coming down onto 2, along with that Bramble Maze too. Able to zip out of it, though. There's the Supernova coming out. Not able to take that down. Sanctity now doesn't have himself any mana, but has himself the Aegis. There is the Fear in that Bramble Maze too, as another Pit of Malice coming
shackle.
down, locking in place 3, as they do find themselves Yuragi. Once again, look at that, and Sanctity has to get himself away, but he's found there by the Bramble Maze, and he doesn't die, he survives on 30 HP, so he is actually able to zip away and clear this wave.
Oh.
Never mind, the Shadow Step comes out, taking down that Aegis, but because of that Fiend's Gate, it applies a Pit of Malice, but he is silenced up, so he can't apply another one, but it doesn't matter, because he is locked down there. Lovely stuff here from Cyber Team. Because look at this momentum. Now it's completely turned around here, and now it looks like Cyber Team are the ones who are going to be coming out on top of this game.
Yeah, they're in the driver's seat, that's for sure. And to me, it comes down to a couple of instances of a lack of respect coming through, right? Like, trying to fight in front of a tier 2 tower on the bottom side of the map, and when they had just the Sven and the Phoenix, that time around, Centaur tried to go back in onto a Spectre, where you knew where none of the enemy team was. I think Zeus was still dead at the time. At the end of the fight, Zayat's just TP'd mid because he was like, well, I'm not going to help with this. You've kind of already lost the fight without me, one of your main damage sources. Like, the reason that Zeus is good is that he has so much of this percent damage output that he's able to dish out.
Agnim's just obtained now as well for Pro, upgrading that win run.
Radiant are scanning.
But may find the Phoenix here hanging around the trees. Double damage rune 2 in the bottle of Pro. This has kind of slowed down Sven a little bit. I mean, Luke, Spectre's matching the net worth here as Sven. It's now another Shadow Step coming in, trying to find the kill here onto Sanctity, and there's nowhere to run because of that silence. Doesn't have himself a Dispel item here at all. When that Eternal Shroud, so this Orchid is such a great item here being built on Self-Hate.
He needs a BKB so badly on this Storm Spirit.
Oh no, and another silence again. That is Phoenix dead. Sunset finds the kill with the Bedlam applied onto the Spectre. They will find this tier 2 tower too. Will they look to go for a tier 3? The double damage being applied there onto Pro. Focus fire ready. The Glyph will be committed. Try and kill the creep wave and push it back, because 2 heroes down here on Na'Vi. They just need some time.
They killed the bot wave creeps as well, but looks like Self-Hate feels confident enough in being able to take it, and I think he's got his Aghanim Scepter completed as well. So another global factor Saib is going to be able to play around with. A bit more cautious and even just forced to run away, although did pop the BKB on Pro. So I wonder if this is going to be an instant smoke attempt coming out here from Na'Vi to try and chase them down. They won't know that Aghanim Scepter has been completed, though. He made sure to keep himself off the map on Self-Hate. Let's see if they're able to make something happen. But for now, 7k net worth lead, 77% win probability. Really feels like Na'Vi, they don't want to let this one go. I think that's the MKB finished up for Yuragi, though. So
it is, yeah.
They've got the potential to pick off this Wind Ranger. They just need to find her, and, well, she's under the cover of the smoke herself, so it's going to be very hard. They don't have great vision up on the top side of the map outside of that high ground ward. They might be able to find Zeniker. I think... Oh, they see the courier. They see the courier going towards the Underlord, and if they can pick him off before he's able to pop anything, then maybe that'll be what they need, because he's providing so much to their team fight.
Yeah, there it is. Big stuns. Silence there. Instant lockdown. Nowhere to run. Perma lockdown pretty much there as finally take down an Underlord. Finally get themselves a pick-off that they need here in Na'Vi. Starting to gain back a little bit of momentum, but it's kind of gone now. The game is not heavily in their favor. It is pretty neck and neck right now. And
Nefrit?
Well, yeah, they are going to go on to Nefrit there. I mean, the God Strength is about to expire really soon, so they need to output the damage there. As look at this, they will find the kill onto Pro. Yuragi, he got himself a cleave there on one of the illusions there. I think it was from the horns. So he's able to actually get the cleave kill onto the Wind Ranger.
Yeah, a couple of hits onto her as well directly from that MKB, so providing a little bit of help and even a little bit of that Sunray damage coming through. Remember, it was just the tip for Melody, able to deal a lot of that percent damage over time towards the Wind Ranger. And of course, all of that miss chance is very effective against a Wind Ranger as well. If you're hitting that often, if you can reduce the amount of damage output that she's doing, and that focus fire really doesn't feel all that good at all.
Dire's structures are fortified.
So finally climb back now from those few kills Yuragi has. 19,200 gold.
And this time he's not making the same mistake. He's got the boys hanging behind him, not wanting to hit a tier 2 tower on his own.
Have we got a Dispel on Sanctity yet?
Close.
Almost. Around about 800 gold, 600 gold left now for this BKB. It's going to be very, very beneficial, especially against the disables that they have here on Cyber Team. And Roshan spawned up again. But they do have themselves the Aghanims now on Spectre, which is a Haunt. Though it is on cooldown, 60 seconds. Still has the ability to move around the map and come into a fight here with the Shadow Step.
Zayats has an E-Blade for himself as well. So a little bit of extra safety for himself. If he does get gone on, could just E-Blade himself.
So there we go. They're actually going to take Roshan themselves here. Cyber Team. They're very far away on Na'Vi to even contest this. By the time they get here, the Roshan may be dead.
Might be able to get them on the retreat, though.
They have good vision. They could still jump Na'Vi if they want to.
They know. They see the creeps down there with the Observer Ward. Just got a little greedy there on Melody. Farming a small camp. Oh, here we go.
Coming in. Oh, who stomp onto 3? But a lovely shackle shot. It stops the initiation there from Yuragi. Activates the BKB. The focus fire is being applied onto him there by Pro. Yuragi, he gets himself out. Though he's stuck now at the pit of mouse as another shackle shot comes out again. All with the focus fire too. That is going to be Yuragi dead. He's not able to output his damage here at all. As why Zayak is taken out too. Disaster for Na'Vi. They found 3 here, taking down Malady with the shackle shot. Absolutely lovely shackle there from Pro.
I mean, he's living up to his name, isn't he? We saw in that game 1, you know, getting what, 3 solo kills onto Sanctity. This time around, 9, 2, and 9, getting these big shackle shots off, and I mean, basically, when he's living in these team fights, Cyber winning them, and for a pretty damn good reason. He is just a machine in terms of individual skill. Oh, and there's even one range creep that was able to survive, and they've used the glyph really early too, so this double siege creep wave is going to be uncontested, pushing in both mid and bottom. A little bit of a mistake again from Na'Vi.
And there it goes. Tier 2 tower gone. The focus fire now being committed into the melee racks. And look at this Satanic on Pro. On the way. That's quite a unique item that you don't see every day on the Wind Ranger.
Provide him just that little bit of extra survivability, of course, in the middle of a lot of these team fights. Even just the strength on its own.
Radiant are scanning. Radiant's top tower is under attack.
So just one tier 2 tower remaining. That's a lot of range creeps there on the top.
Yes,
That'd
it
be lovely
is.
for someone to take out.
It looks to be the one, yoinking a little bit of it away. He wants to get into the Yule Scepter, providing himself with that little bit of extra safety net against the Orchid, potentially once again getting the win run off the Wind Ranger. But now it feels not as great, right? Level 21, nearly level 22 on Pro. It's going to reach the point where he's going to have that level 25. Win run cannot be dispelled, and you were mentioning before the Aghanim Scepter for the Sven, that applies a basic dispel, but by the time he gets it, even if he chooses to, on Yuragi, it's pretty much going to be pointless. Interested to see the new Roshan's banner as well. Haven't seen it in practice. In the radius, it makes the creeps immune, so you can't actually get rid of them when you're going up onto high ground. So you just drop them when you're going for a high ground siege if you've got, like, a siege creep wave, for example.
Oh yeah, I see the Roshan banner, yeah. Snapfire's inventory right now.
They needed an offensive dispel 10 minutes ago on Na'Vi. Like, and now you're going to have to, like... You've got a Glimmer Cape on Sunset, you've got Wind Run on the Wind Ranger, you've got Pipe that you can look to get rid of, you're going to have a 4-stuff, hold on, who's getting gone on here? Zayad's, see you later.
He's still later? Oh no, he's gonna die. Yeah, there we go, self-hate.
What else are you going to have? Yeah, another Pipe, 4 staffs, and eventually an Aeon Disc as well. Like, that's a lot of value that you could get out of just a simple offensive dispel that just no one seems to have want to go on for Na'Vi.
Check this out. They want to go for the Spectre.
Yeah.
This could be big. Zipping forward. Mantis Style in 3 more seconds. There's the Who Stomp, but the rest of the team are going to rotate in. Will they be able to get there in time to save the Spectre? No, they will not.
Oh, buyback instantly.
That is an instant buyback. Is Yuragi going to use the BKB and TP away? Now, there we go. They will find themselves 1 kill in return. Oh, 2 kills in return. Malady found. I mean, buyback's available. Zeus is back in 20. I mean, they have themselves the Aegis. So was that buyback worth?
I think they would have loved to get the Sven. I don't know how they saw the Phoenix. Maybe he had a Spectral Dagger on him or something already. He's definitely just in the pathway. It does open up a very small window of opportunity for Na'Vi, though, if they're able to get that pick off onto the Spectre.
Sunray was quite a bit of damage. Okay, Aegis expired now on Pro. No longer has it.
Radiant's middle barracks has fallen.
And Sanctity, he's gone for an Aghanim Scepter. I feel like it's going to need some sort of, like, wombo combo style play if they're going to be able to pull this one out on Na'Vi. They would love to have the Centaur there for an extra little bit of initiation. Still going to be 7 seconds until the God Strength is available as well. So they still retain something.
Yeah.
Now it's just... They need to try and get into Self-Hate's head, find out where he's going to be farming. I know you want the value of being able to farm on one side of the map and join the rest of your team. To me, it really doesn't make sense to leave the team or be too far away from the team, right? Because that's the only way you're going to lose this game, is if the Spectre dies without buyback. You've got a Sven that potentially doesn't die, and you're able to just run down and potentially, take tier 4s, take the Ancient before the buyback's available. Even going a BKB on the Spectre to try and make sure that that doesn't happen.
It's just insane as well to look at the win probability for both of the teams here. I mean, when Na'Vi were having themselves a great time, look at that, it was on 75% of their favor. And then it's just slowly dropped over time to 94%.
Oh, yes.
On the side of SEBA team.
Still got a chance. It's going to be around Cyber team making a mistake. Like, clumping up a little bit too much. Sanctity, if he's able to get into this Aghanim Scepter for himself, getting like a 4-man Vortex into a Centaur Stomp, into, Yuragi blinking in, stunning them all, cleaving them down with, all this other damage coming out. They've got the potential. But Cyber team just need to stay spread out a little bit. Don't all get caught out. Have that turnaround potential of a Terrorize, a Pipe, a Greaves, a Shackle Shot even, just to try and keep them away. Keep them, your team as survivable as possible.
So it could just be, we don't see any action for around about 2 minutes until the Roshan spawns again. That would be the safest bet for both teams here. So possibly won't see a fight for another 2 minutes, just both teams farming up here until Roshan is present. And then Aghanim's coming out for the Storm. So now, very much some extra control here with the Electric Vortex AoE now.
Yep. Sven's got a lot of gold, and he does have buyback, but I feel like if you're dying, it's probably in a fight that you've wanted to take, right? Are they going to go for this smoke here? They're all kind of grouped up around the Tormentor area, and they should see, they're pinging out the fact that there was just a Scatter Blast in the general vicinity. Self-Hate, again, can just join at any time. Zeneca as well.
Yuragi, careful. Blinks away. There's the triangle.
He'd love to be level 25, but you just can't. You can't farm those. It's way too risky. Are they going to go for, like, Zaya's Pulse down there just to give a little bit of vision? Oh, hold on.
Zipping forward. Electric Vortex there. Onto 2. They take down Pro. With enough damage there. We'll attempt to try and find So High now. As Dark Willow has been found on the other side. Supernova comes out. They find 3 kills here for 1 with Spectre. She wanted to join the fight. That did actually Shadow step in, but Shadow stepped away, knowing that that fight was not in the favor of their side. So this Aghanim's pickup from Storm, very, very big there. Just helped to just decimate this win range.
Yeah, Sanctity not mentioning to his team, or possibly just not seeing the fact that there was a gem on the ground. They're retrieving it now from Soheim, so able to yoink that one back. Not going to help them out with terms of getting a little bit of map control for themselves. And it's a quick-ish Roche respawn. 15 seconds away. It's going to spawn on the bottom side of the map, so that's favoring Na'Vi a little bit, just for that extra TP point to be able to get to. Importantly as well, Yuragi, with that, he's got the full Daedalus. He's level 25 now, so even more damage coming out, even without it popped. Look at the stage that it's gotten to. Like, 450 odd damage that he's got.
I mean, that's pretty good. I remember when Sven used to be, a hero that if he did not have God Strength, he was still very...
He's crit Roche for 1,000.
I have. And now there's the God Strength.
2,000.
There we go. Aegis in their hand. Just able to get it in time. Lovely stuff. I don't think you want to go through that. Oh, no, they're going to go for the Twin Gate. They're going to go for the Twin Gate. They've got themselves both the supports here. This could be a disaster. The Cyber.
Another great pit.
As Malady is found, but in return, So High will fall. The focus fire there being affected onto Nefrit. Nefrit will fall. The Aegis now bringing Yuragi back alive. They're actually going to turn it around here. Yuragi going to try and attempt to TP away. Will just be able to get out. Buyback there from Nefrit too. So they get the Aegis, but they will lose it. And they lose Malady there too. Oh,
no way, they found him.
Fear found. Why, Zayak?
Holy. he doesn't have buyback. And
Oh my
Yuragi
gosh.
lost the Aegis and had to use the refresher just to be able to get away from that fresh BKB. This might be it.
It might be.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Still that wombo combo potential. It's going to require that huge vortex coming through from Sanctity. Him and Yuragi need to be in the same general area at all times. Like, they can't be disconnected. Here we go. This ooh, they're kind of grouping up a little.
Oh, yep, there we go.
Oh,
They're trying
landed
to
on
find
one.
the Wind Ranger. Not able to get it.
He doesn't
This
have
is a bit of a
BKB.
disaster here. They've got themselves the Storm Spirit. Storm Spirit down for 90. A dieback onto Nefrit too. Logs inside that Pit of Malice. Will be found and is dead. Yuragi already activating that God Strength there too. They will lose this melee set of racks.
That was so clever by Zeneca as well. Like,
Radiant's top tower.
you might think that he would just panic, you know, try and pop all his spells to try and get away. He used the, oh, hold on. Going in. Still no
here.
BKB though on Yuragi.
Oh my gosh! I mean,
He was only 3 seconds away. Okay, but he's all the boys.
Oh, they got the stun there onto Sanctity.
He still hasn't BKB.
Oh, look at that! They've got themselves Sanctity along with Yuragi too.
He didn't
What
BKB.
an absolute blunder there!
Has fallen.
They lose
Oh.
4 instantly. A game that was theirs, it's turned around. And Sibit team, they take game 2. We're going for a game 3.
This Underlord Willow combo is so annoying to play against, man.
Oh
Like,
yeah.
hard to kill, ridiculous reduction in mobility, and pretty good amount of magic damage that progresses at all stages of the game, right? Willow strong early, Underlord strong late, percent damage, good global mobility, really good teamfight control. Gotta say the MVP of that one had to be Pro though, right? 14, 3, and 14. Involved in 28 of the 36 kills. He was basically solo carrying that early mid game while Spectre was having a bit of a rough job at it. But yeah, as soon as he really started to show his stuff, landing multiple 2-man shackles in a lot of these team fights and dishing out the damage needed, it was just all side.
Oh yeah, absolutely superb shackle shots. I mean, example was when Yuragi thought that nothing could kill him, and then they were able to pick him off with none of his team able to help near the tier 2, and they even tipped him there, just like, you're a bit out of position there, Yuragi. Well played. Here's a tip for you. But yeah, they were able to come out on top, and it was really surprising to see them actually turn this game around, because as we mentioned, it was Sven who would be able to farm up a lot more efficiently than the Spectre, but actually able to match up that net worth and actually punish the Sven quite hard here in some of those fights. Like, for an example, near the Roshan pit, not able to use the BKB because of the shackles there too. And then along with the other stuns, like and the disables like the fear and stuff. Absolutely crazy synergy here from the side of Sibir team. I feel like this Dark Willow hero just needs to be banned, I think.
There's a reason it was in a lot of the, or in both games,
Dark
I think,
Willow, yeah.
of the first series, all 3 games of the first series. Like, it is a strong hero. I think Underlord is also a strong hero, not busted, but strong. But them together just seems like, something else. So I was questioning the Wind Ranger pick. Pro made it work. Good job to him. And good job to Sai bringing us to a game 3.
Well, with that, I think we're going to go for another break, folks. So stay tuned, because we'll be back with game 3 in just a couple of minutes. Don't go anywhere.
You can escape. You can skate down the screen now. 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 You can skate.
and the dust are trailing behind my boots. Blown by the wind, showed me a piece of my past.
Hello, everybody. Welcome back to the Esports World Cup of the close qualifiers for East Europe. With myself, Epidamos, and Danog. We just had ourselves game 2 out of the best of 3 between Na'Vi and Cyber Team. And Cyber were actually able to come back from game 2, turn it around in around about the middle stages, where I feel that Na'Vi kind of threw this one away a little bit here, and with that, they're able to take advantage of that and get themselves game 2. And now we're coming in, as we say, for a game 3. Danog, do you think that Na'Vi are going to be able to get game 3? I mean, they put up a heck of a performance in game 1. Game 2, they kind of threw it a little bit to the point the Cyber team, they were able to come back and get that. How do you think this game 3 is going to go?
Multiple times, not just the once. That's the thing that gets me as well, right? It was kind of reminiscent of what we saw in the first series of the day with Liga team, where they won the series, but they lost game 1 off the back of like 4 bad team fights in a row. Kind of felt the same in this game with Na'Vi, and it was kind of similar to that one as well, actually, centered around the position 1. Then it was violent. This time it was Yuragi just being caught a little bit too deep against a team that, you know, we said had a lot of global mobility and just global presence with the Spectre, with the Fiend's Gate, able to just connect onto him at all stages. And a Phoenix on its own is not enough to be able to provide you with that extra little bit of a safety net.
I mean, we're seeing a pattern here from game 1 and game 2. So both of these teams, they've picked up the heroes, which actually won them the games, it feels like. So obviously, of course, with this Pit Lord and the Dark Willow, that was able to help so much with control. And then in game 2, it was actually Cyber Team that picked this up, and they were able to have a great time with the lockdown. It just feels like this Pit of Malice, along with the Bramble Maze, when you don't have yourselves these BKBs, were great. But I mean, the Shackle Shot did prove to be very, very nice, especially stopping Yuragi from activating that BKB. Really needed to kind of use that preemptively. But I wouldn't be surprised if we see these heroes banned out completely and not be able to be picked up again within this game 3.
Even just the Willow, to be honest. I think that's just way too strong of a hero right now. I think you can beat the Underlord, you can itemize to be able to protect against it, but itemizing against a core makes sense. Itemizing against a support never really feels all that good. So, I was watching back that one just to see like the situation around him not activating the BKB in that very last fight. Not really a reason for it. And, you know, I was reading the chat as well, people saying, you know, this support duo of Phoenix Zeus can't work. I think it could, just because all 3 cores had some sort of stun. They all had blink daggers, they all had a stun, so it's not like you were lacking in teamfight as a result of it. I just think they took bad team fights. They didn't press their buttons right on Na'Vi, and they were just caught out of position a few too many times, especially considering the heroes that they were up against. Spectre, Underlord, can't do that.
But folks, we'll see who will be able to make it further on in the upper bracket as game 3 gets underway. We've got ourselves a draft now, and we will see whether these heroes will decide to get banned down or will they be contested. At the moment, similar bans to what we saw in game 2 with Spirit Breaker and the Dazzle being banned out, but there it is, Danog. The Dark Willow, it is gone. Weaver and TA also banned, which we have seen previously.
Same setup as last team, though, right? Cyber team on Dire. You've also got them with first overall pick, so they're going to get their choice of what they feel is busted this patch. Not going to be the Willow, of course. Just trying to think what they could potentially lead with. I mean, with this Willow pick, it means that Na'Vi aren't going to be able to get rid of, I want to say, the Night Stalker / Sand King that they've been banning out in the past. So maybe it allows Sand King to slip through. I hope it does, just so that we could see, again, another one of these unique heroes.
I mean, that's something that I've enjoyed with the I know I've said it multiple times, the versatility of new heroes coming in. Maybe perhaps we'll do it in game 3, considering that some of these heroes will be banned. And my god, this Sand King hero is not coming through. This is the 3rd time it's been banned. We will not see it, unfortunately, Danog. Maybe perhaps in the next series, but this series, SK's been banned 3 times now.
I think it's a good hero. I just wish I could see it being a good hero. That Stinger is really good. The new 3rd ability. So what is it now? Do you go DK? Do you go Spirit Breaker is banned? Maybe pick up Zeus for yourself.
Dire team
Maybe...
pick. Radiant team pick.
Haven't seen any Oracle yet. Night Stalker, sure. Remember, this is something that Cybe team don't necessarily just have in their offlane. They flex it between mid and offlane, so can't really get complacent as to what you're going to have playing up against it. The bonus for Na'Vi, of course, is that they have last overall
10
pick. So
seconds
let's say that you've got something like the Night Stalker, which ends up
5
being mid.
seconds remaining.
Maybe you have Sanctity play something like, I don't know, a Monkey
Dire
King
team
or a
back.
Huskar or something else that's going to have a pretty decent time against it in the laning stage.
Yeah.
Once it's more obvious about where exactly it's going to be played.
And this is something that Cybe team did within Game 1, and they first picked the Tiny. This time it's Na'Vi that will pick that up, but originally
10
Cybe
seconds
team, they
remaining.
made that a carry. This time, we don't
Dire
know for
team
certain,
back.
because this can be flexed, right, as a position
Yep.
4.
And mid. Like, Sanctity
mid.
plays a really good Tiny mid. I think Zayats is one of the better Tinies in the world as well, so could really work any way that they want to do it. I think it's totally fine as a first pick overall. Burst damage, reposition,
10 seconds
good
remaining.
last hitting / denying potential, good scaling, multiple different item avenues,
5
good hero.
seconds remaining.
So 2 more bans remain before we get into the mega pick stage. I mean, the picks were absolutely flowing within Game 1. Maybe perhaps we'll see a little bit slow down here with teams deciding what they want to pick up. I mean, Underlord's still in the pool at the moment for either one of the teams to pick up. Either side have played this hero, and it's still in the pool at the moment unless they decide to ban it.
Wouldn't hate seeing a Centaur, to be honest. Probably more for Na'Vi, just because it's going to provide them a reposition. Your supports will be saying thank you against a Night Stalker. It's finally a way to at least cast a spell
Radiant
out of the
team
crippling
back.
fear. Cybe are the ones that get rid of the Underlord. I'm all good with that. We've seen teams in the past try and abuse the Night Stalker ultimate, so there's multiple ways you can do it,
10
right? Is this
seconds
the game that we
remaining.
see the Dawnbreaker, just so that we're getting a little bit more often that we're breaking out
seconds
of
remaining.
the nighttime into the daytime, a bit more map hacks coming through. Because I think support Dawnbreaker is really strong if you're able to get into the Aghanim Scepter. It makes going high ground a lot easier, because you can just throw down the hammer. It provides about 300 healing to everyone in the hammer's radius, because it pulses the Solar Guardian in it, and it still provides the evasion, like the 60% evasion in that little hammer spot. So going high ground becomes really easy, taking team fights becomes a lot easier as well, and you aren't necessarily locked to your ultimate for a lot of these fights. So I could see it working. Also, Spectre is another option. Like, if you Spectral Dagger the Night Stalker, you get the Night Stalker's vision for the duration of the Spectral Dagger.
Radiant
Pretty good.
team pick.
Oh, Wind Ranger banned, surprisingly, here from Na'Vi. They don't want to play against that again, but a hero that we haven't seen yet, Undying, coming through. First time this will be picked in the Eastern European closed qualifiers.
It's a good hero. Probably going to go for the Ripped facet, which
10 seconds remaining.
allies get a strength increase based on Undying strength. So
5
basically you pop the
seconds
Flesh
remaining.
Golem, you get your strength multiplier. Let's say it's level 1, 40%, and then you Soul Rip someone else. It's just another way to be able to boost up their HP in a lot of these team fights.
It does make me laugh that it's called Ripped. I don't know if it's in relation to Soul Rip or the fact that it increases strength, so he is actually ripped.
Mm-hmm,
Do you know what I mean?
And he
don't know all
also
the
gets a
references.
free Aegis as well. Well, not an Aegis, so instant respawn from
10 seconds.
what is that, 8 minutes onwards, I believe.
5 seconds remaining.
I can't remember when it starts, but I know it has a heck of a long cooldown.
It's 480 seconds and it starts on cooldown, so I think that's 8 minutes. A Rubik, huh? Always down for a Rubik.
I mean, nice Tombstone to steal,
Radiant
Avalanche to
team,
steal,
Dire team pick.
nice spells. I mean, Dragon Knight and Darkseer being picked up here on the side of Na'Vi. They had themselves a great time with Dragon Knight in Game 1, and Darkseer being picked up here too. So they're going to go for what was comfortable in game 1. I don't blame them.
10 seconds remaining.
But they don't have that extra control like they did.
Yeah, my issue whenever I see a
5
Rubik
seconds
is
remaining.
that you provide a lot to team fights, right? Like, you provide a good amount of damage reduction as a support just through your Fade Bolt. Extra stun always feels quite nice. The issue I have is you're relatively low in damage, and I would say that this is a Na'Vi lineup that has incredible sustain potential, you know, through the Ripped facet, through Soul Rip in general, through Dragon Knight just healing, through Tiny being inherently tanky, through Darkseer being able to go Pipe, Greaves, all this sort of stuff. So I'm not sure if Rubik, a relatively low damage hero, is necessarily the best pick for this sort of scenario. That's a little bit of higher damage coming through for sure, and it is percent damage, so it's going to be nice against a few of these beefy heroes as well. I just feel like maybe they're going to be a little passive on side team, right? Like, they might do well enough in the lanes, but like, where's Necro actually going to move? You kind of need to move to him, and Rubik moving to him doesn't really change much of anything. Same sort of thing with Snapfire. You need to wait for Snapfire to hit 6. So first 6 levels on everyone, basically, is going to be very, very passive for side.
Remaining.
Yeah, and from what I'm looking at Na'Vi, like, if
5
Night Stalker is the
seconds
only
remaining.
one that can kind of stop someone from using a spell by staying on top of them with the crippling fear, I feel like Na'Vi can just tank it. Like, you said that they're sustainable, so they won't have a care in the world if they do have themselves a lot of armor. It can just, you know, just let it fly by, dish it out, just be attacked within the crippling fear until it ends, and then you can just heal yourself back up, maybe perhaps with, like, Soul Rip, for example.
Radiant team back.
Haven't seen the Night Stalker Ags in a pro game, which basically makes Crippling Fear toggleable, so you just have permanent silence on you. It ticks your mana down slowly, but I mean, going up against something like a Undying or a Darkseer, that feels horrible
10
to play up
seconds
against.
remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
But position 1s, huh? So I want to see strong laner that has the ability to...
Dire
Hold
team
on.
back.
They banned Earth Spirit.
They did?
Are they thinking this is a DK1, maybe?
Maybe.
I just want something that builds Nullifier. I feel like you missed an opportunity last game. You're going to be going up against 4 Staffs, Glimmer Capes,
remaining.
Ghost Shroud. Just something that lets you actually do
5
damage, I
seconds
think, is the
remaining.
most important thing for me. Even if they
Final
wanted to
plan.
Sven again, I wouldn't hate it. But just, you gotta go Ags.
What, on Na'Vi?
Yeah.
Dire team pick. Radiant team pick.
PL bans. Ursa?
Ooh. I mean, even more reason to go something that gets rid of buffs, right? Overpower, gone.
Mhm.
Invoker, again, if you do want to do DK1. Feels
10
decent against the
seconds
Necro.
remaining.
A lot of magic damage, so Necro's Ghost Shroud isn't
5
actually going to do all that
seconds
much.
remaining.
You've got stuns, so Exort Invoker as well, if you wanted to go down that route. Can get Sunstrike kills from across the map. Oh, okay.
Select your heroes.
Might be Aghanim's Troll for that
Yeah.
offensive Dispel.
Yeah, I could see that as well. I mean, especially reducing the cooldown. Correct me if I'm wrong. So
4
able
seconds,
to keep on applying the mischance hit on the Ursa, and then eventually, if you get yourself to level 25 talent, you can actually make those whirling axes pierce through the BKB if self-hate hasn't gone anything like an MKB. So that would be very, very nice.
Yep. Can also make the debuff duration on the whirling axes 2 seconds longer. So
Is that level
you know,
10
all that-
talent?
Yep.
It is. Yeah.
So what is that? Like 7-second duration on a 4-second
10
cooldown.
seconds remaining.
Feels pretty good to me. If you're able to get into that Aghanim Scepter. And again,
5
like
seconds
we've mentioned it a few
remaining.
times in the past, but Troll Warlord is one of those heroes that really benefited from innate abilities, because now you can have both the ability to change whether you're melee or range, and the ability to actually throw the axes or swirl the axes around at level 1, which is nuts. Like, you're already a very, very strong laner. You're playing with another hero that is an incredibly strong laner in the Undying. How is this lane going to work? If Cybe team don't pull these waves, they're making a very, very big mistake, because just laning up into this feels horrible. Like, it is unlaneable in my opinion. So most of the time, I hate Rubik's or any position 4 going boots. This is the game to go boots. Like, boots, tango, and just pull the wave, because Undying's not going to be able to stun you. Just pull the wave, farm it up. Yeah, Yuragi might get, free farm, but at least your Night Stalker is going to get something out of that lane.
Did you, did we ever touch light on Ursa's facet?
No.
Because usually we see, like, an Ursa... Well, I've never seen an Ursa go Grudge Bearer before, and that's what's been chosen by Self-Hate. So instead of going the Bear down, which debuffs inflicted by Ursa last 20% longer, he's gone the Grudge Bearer, which when damaged during Enrage, he gets bonus attack damage.
I mean, against a troll, it feels pretty good, right? You just man fight.
Yeah. Because he hits a lot.
Granted,
might
you
work
can't
out
exactly
nice.
kill the troll, but you're gonna have something. I think it lasts for 5 seconds as well. The damage that you get.
Wow. Okay. This
We
is
shall
going to be
see.
quite intriguing. See how this one works. Is there any others we haven't covered? I know we covered Ripped. Definitely covered Ripped. We went on even about the name change.
Troll went insensitive, so every stack of fervor that you have gives you armor. I don't know how much armor, so we will have to wait and see. Just armor.
To battle.
In strength is victory.
Tiny went the other one, crash landing. So when units land, they deal bonus damage as a support. That makes a lot more sense than the other one.
Oh, I think it's per stack. So if you got like 6, like fervor, then it's like 6 armor. Because I'm thinking
doesn't seem enough. One
Yeah, but
armor
I'm-
per, that doesn't seem enough to me.
The battle
I'm thinking if it
begins.
was any more, then it'd be kind of broken, because he already gets bonus armor through his Berserker's Rage, doesn't he? So he gets like 5 bonus armor from that. And then he can get a further 12. He buys phase boots as well.
Okay. We'll have to wait and see.
We will.
Let's see. Anything else unexpected? Corrosive Dragon, standard. Speedy Darkseer, standard. It is nighttime, standard. Speedy Necro as well.
The rapid decay.
Yeah. Look at Yuragi's already getting up in his face.
Dire's
Saying,
turret
I'm level
has
1.
been killed.
I don't care. As long as Zeneca isn't last hitting, that's all that Melody worries about.
And already being an annoyance to Self-Hate here, as Ursa's not very strong at level 1. Intrigued to see whether Darkseer can still have some impact.
He's pulled the lane. Wanting nothing to do
has.
with this alliance.
I actually leveled the Earth Shock
Oh.
here.
Hold on. He's not going to dive, is he? Oh.
No. There's no way. This is a weird place to be, though. Oh, he cancelled the healing salve.
Yeah. I was waiting for it.
Oh, that's painful. That is so painful. Oh my! Imagine being in Ursa's position right now. It's 1 minute and 33. The creeps are underneath your tier 2 because you've pulled it. I don't know if you've pulled it intentionally here. I think you've like done it a little bit by accident. And you're like, oh well, might as well pull it underneath my tier 1. Being pushed away by Tiny.
Now it's under your tier 2. It's going to be incredibly hard to last hit because you've got terrible base damage on Ursa.
Yeah. Oh, no.
I don't think it could go much worse, honestly, to be able to start this one off. How many lasts is he? He has 3. So
I think you should
I
just
think
go
that's
back base.
increasing.
I think you should just go back base and heal up. That's you're
soak
gonna
the
have to miss
XP
out
and
on
get
creep.
back to base, yeah.
Yeah. That's the only way. I'm intrigued to see what will happen bottom lane, though, because we know that Undying quite early on as a position 5 will do great stuff with just spamming the decay there. So even with the whirling axes, they might be able to get a kill, because the Berserker's Rage, I think that's another change, Danog, where per point of Berserker's Rage, you would increase your chance for an ensnare. But
Correct.
now it's
the longer duration.
no, I swear it wasn't 20%. I swear it was like 12, 14, 16, 20.
But they buffed it? Or like,
yeah,
you mean
I think
becoming
they changed
innate?
it to like static.
Yeah.
Yeah. So now it's 20% change. If I'm wrong about that, I'm I'm an idiot. But I swear that was the case, because I remember playing Troll quite a bit, and I would always max like the Berserker's Rage if I wanted to man fight, because that would increase the chance that it would happen, and the duration too.
For sure.
I'm gonna have to Google that now. I don't want to be wrong.
Just the chain logs. How are some of these other lanes going? Pro V Sanctity should be pretty fine for a Necro at this stage of the game, right? He's going the Boots of Travel as well. So, okay. I guess you get a flat amount of movement speed with a Rapid Decay. It's not like increase your movement speed by 25% or anything like that. So he's not going to become super speedy. But, I mean, even just Sadist being an innate ability is pretty dumb, to be honest. Just getting it for free as well. Like he needed it.
Yeah.
Oh, well. I guess it was in a Heartstop Aurora anyway. Like, you got 2 for 1, but now you don't even need to go Heartstop Aurora. He's still going to, of course. It's a great game for it. If they do go for an Aghanim Scepter on Yuragi, and I hope he does, because no one else really wants to go Nullifier. It's not a great Yule Scepter game. I think it's like a substitute for Battle Fury or Maelstrom, but I've spoken with other people and they're like, no, you need both. You need Aghanims and one of the other two to be able to make it work, because it's just not enough to be able to keep yourself up in farm. I don't know how much I agree with that, just because you're able to just keep spamming out those abilities, and that is like your pseudo farming tool. You just get by yourself like a little bit of mana regeneration to be able to make it work. But I don't know. I think it just depends on how well the lanes go for Na'Vi and how aggressive Saib get. Like, if Saib aren't really indicating that they're wanting to, you know, start diving, go in deep, play around their ultimates, by all means, go super greedy, and then try and come out with Ags, Maelstrom, for example, and, you know, another ability like maybe a BKB for yourself, so you're always able to pop the Battle Trance so that you're not getting Reaper Scythed before you're able to pop your ulti.
Yeah, I would love the Aghanims here, I think.
He has to, surely.
Yeah, because you've like, just to conclude, like, you're able to make Ursa Mischance, you're able to dispel Ghost Shroud if it happens with the Whirling Axes too. I just find it really good, and by that time, Ursa doesn't want to go like a BKB this early on. I think you can get an Aghanims at around about, what, like 16 minutes? Something like that.
Depends what order you get it in, right? Like, do you go at first, or do you get your farming item first?
Yeah.
Did you mention Overpower as well? Can get rid of that.
Overpower?
Ursa W.
Oh, no, I didn't. No, I did not. Yep. Oh, yeah, you can. I was right. I did Google it, but it was 14, 16, 18, and 20% root chance on Berserker's Rage last patch. The root duration is the same, though, but obviously without a level in it, it's weaker, so it's 0.4. Yeah, that's correct, yeah.
Okay. Still, though, like, having a higher chance to just ensnare in general in a laning phase feels really good, even if it's only 0.4 seconds.
They nerfed the armor bonus, though, so that used to be, at level 1, it used to give you 4 armor.
I would take the trade-off of having both the ability to change stance and use the axes at level 1 any day of the week. I don't think we're going to see any anything crazy from Nefrit on his Darkseer. Pretty standard build, like the gauntlet spam into the bracers, into, I would assume, Greaves. Is it a pipe game? Not sure if it's a pipe game or not. Against Necro, of course, it's going to be nice, but Ursa, Nightstalk, you don't really care that much about
I'd say more Greaves, right? Just get some heal.
Yeah.
Or would you not even get it?
I mean, the other thing is as well, not really a good Aghanim Scepter game either, unless you're just wanting a little bit of extra control for the Necro, just for the stun, because, again, kind of similar to what we saw with a Gyrocopter, Ursa needs Overpower to do his damage. Nightstalker needs Dark Ascension to do the majority of his damage, so punching either of those guys really isn't going to do much of anything. So what could you even go? Maybe a Shiva's or something like that? Just some healing reduction, some slows for the rest
I
of the
think
boys.
a Shiva's good. Yeah, you can't go wrong with a Shiva's. I mean, especially when they made the change with the Veil of Discord. I thought that was a really cool change. And then everyone just started spamming it. It's like, oh yeah, let me just get myself a 13-minute Shiva's guard.
Thankfully, they made the recipe much more expensive. So it's like 2,000 recipe now for the Shiva's guard.
And that's one of the most expensive recipes in the game, actually. I'm sure of it.
Sure is.
Oh, TP, ensnare! Oh, he got it! There it is!
20%!
20%! Sunset's gonna fall here, and there we go, first blood. Yuragi gets it.
Man, I don't know about Zeneca there, actually. I think maybe he had the potential to turn on to Melody. He had nothing left. He was on about 150 HP. 3 hits and a void, and maybe you actually get the first blood for yourself.
I just want to mention, if he didn't have an innate ability, they wouldn't have got that kill.
Nope.
Because he would have leveled surely the whirling axes and the fervor. That's it.
And with all that, Melody free to get a bit of a pull off. Sunset, he tried the TP, so he had to walk all the way back to lane. He knows he's completely free to be able to make that pull happen on the Undying. Just to be a little careful here. Might be able to get a double decay off. Never mind, just single. But Yuragi should be all good. And again, it is another great raindrops game. I'm going to commit for this. They don't have the Tombstone available. Nicely done by Zeneca there. Using the Void mini stun to stop the troll.
Yeah, so I guess mid lane's going to be pretty passive right now. Maybe perhaps until we get ourselves level 6. I think it's only the bottom lane, Danok, though. We're just going to see... I mean, already action happening. Yuragi may fall here. He's actually got himself a 1. Maybe perhaps they can turn it around. Sunset getting lower and lower. The zombies find the kill. They will get the tombstone, though. In comes Yuragi. Has himself the whirling axes. Yep, there we go. Slowing him down. Can he get the root? Oh, he's a bit too fast. He will not. About the Aghanims, by the way, he has put 2 points into whirling axes, so this makes me think that he's setting up to go the Aghanims, because you wouldn't usually put all your points into whirling axes, right? Just early on.
No, not that many. Maybe it just feels like, look, the laning stage is going really well. Let's just keep the ball rolling. Make sure Nightstalker just isn't able to get into this lane at all, because he's crushing it right now. 1k net worth lead over the Nightstalker.
Yeah. I mean, to be honest, the whirling axes, the ranged ones, they used to be fixed damage. It would only level the melee. That would only scale in damage. So now the fact that both of these scale in damage is pretty good for Troll 2.
Sunset really feeling confident in trading against the Undying. Maybe just trying to force him to use more mana onto him. Some body blocks, maybe. It's going to be the end of Melody, but it doesn't seem like it. It just turns around with a 2-man decay and basically regains all the health he just lost.
There was a bit of a misplay on top, though. Even though that Na'Vi did do a misplay, they'll still find a kill onto self-hate there by diving the tower. I mean, they got themselves a really nice double avalanche there, and they're going to get themselves another one here onto So High, and that is a double kill for Nefrit. They got it underneath the tower, and then a vacuum was attempted, but wasn't able to catch either of them. But still, they get themselves a double kill.
And that was all because of Zayat sniping the courier previously on Self-Hate. Like, he's got his boots now because he died and his courier had respawned at the time, but he probably would have gotten away from that gank attempt if he didn't have those boots that were killed by the Tiny. So Zayat's, again, just showing why he's a really good position 4 player. I'm surprised at how long he was without a team in the pro scene, especially after getting second with Secret at TI11.
See, Sanctity is getting quite bullied here on the mid lane. Got themselves level 6 now. The Reaper's Scythe ready, but because they swapped around the, you know, of course, as you mentioned, the Sadist. Oh, actually, there may be a kill on the bottom here. They will be able to get it, maybe. Nice telekinesis, but Malady still gets it with the Soul Rip. He's very low on mana and HP, so has to get himself back somehow.
He's actually going to stick around in Clarity. What he might have...
Necros come in.
Might be a bit of bait here.
No mana for the Reaper's Scythe. But yeah, as I was saying, the fact that you're not able to get extra regen anymore per kill when leveling up the Death Pulse is a little bit of a problem. So the mana regeneration from getting kills is not as strong as it used to be. So currently lacking on the mana at the moment for the Reaper's Scythe.
And that rotation not resulting in anything means you're taking a little bit of damage on this mid-tier 1 tower as well. Sanctity, again, don't even need to level up anything in the Dragon's Blood. He's got it as an innate ability. You're just able to, you know, deal about a quarter of that tower's HP just off of your first use of the Elder Dragon form. Feels pretty nice. Zayat's, he's going to be able to secure the Wisdom Rune as well. So, Malady, he's really starting to build up a lot of effectiveness in these early stages of the game. He's already 2-0-1, level 5 now on the Undying, and just making life so difficult for Zenneke.
Or maybe a kill onto Rubik. They commit the Tombstone again. Whirling Axes coming off cooldown in 3 more seconds. They have the phase boots here. They're still going to pursue, and the Whirling Axes, the melee ones, find a kill. And you're actually going the Battle Fury here, so maybe perhaps you'll go Aghanims at a later date, but
yeah,
I understand.
I'm okay with it.
Yeah.
You need something to accelerate your farm, right? Maybe they just don't feel that Scythe's lanes have gone well enough for them to be worried about that early pressure. This is what I was talking about, right? If lanes go really well, you don't need that really early Aghanim Scepter because you're not having to respond to aggression.
No such
So
thing.
just secure your own farm. Don't throw away a good start. It's already 3k at 8 minutes. It's actually a TP mid from Sunset as well. Not really accomplishing much of anything. Level 9 on Nefret, sorry, level 7 on Nefret, just 8 minutes in. He's having a great start.
On time on the docks here. Will they look to pressure this tier 1 tower? Because we've got ourselves Malady just hanging around this twin gate here. Actually, going to start to move in. Looks like they will start to pressure this. I mean, they'll force out a glyph here, but looks like they'll definitely take this tier 1 tower soon.
The important thing is, if Melody dies, instant respawn. Bada bing, bada boom. He's got the Ceaseless Dirge ready to be used. And look at him, he's actually... Not that he kind of wants to die, but he's happy to force a few people to rotate towards him just to make sure that Ursa doesn't have a game.
3-man avalanche, but returns with a scythe there. Pro does, and gets the kill.
Gets the kill, gets some of that permanent HP and mana back. It's at the cost of the bounty rune though, so it's not like he died for nothing. They also were able to secure the top tower as a result of the space being created. At least Self-Hate's got the cornucopia picked up, so a little bit of health and mana regeneration for himself as well. So I'm really looking to see when Zennike's trying to make a play, because with no Reaper Scythe, like, Ursa does not want to play any sort of team Dota right now. And this is the other issue that I was talking about with the Rubik, right? Like, you have 3 points in Fade Bolt. Not much else. Like, you're really not dealing all that much damage. You don't have any items that are going to assist with this. So I should probably die here.
Yeah, most likely. There it
I
is.
thought that was the time to try
maybe.
Cliff, surely.
On Sunset as well? Oh, no. TP's out. It's fine.
Just need a little bit more mana to maybe get a soul rip off. Wasn't able to in time. But he's got the money now for mana boots on Melody, so this is the time to be playing around this mid lane, right? You've still got about a quarter duration on the Flesh Golem, you've got a Siege Creep, you've got Tombstone off cooldown, and Tower should really die.
And there it is, Tombstone. Avalanche as well. They want to try and find the Necrophos, tossing him into this wall of Replica. Tempted to find him now. He's still alive, and they find the kill onto Sohai. Now turning it around onto Zeneca. Zeneca's just dead. Being heavily slowed down here. I think that was by the wall of Replica, right?
Mm-hmm.
Movement slow 50%. Yes, it was.
He got ensnared once as well by Yuragi, which can't be great. I'm sure he felt like he went through enough of that in the laning stage, so yeah, certainly not.
Sunset. That's not a place to walk. He will be found here. Just walked around the tree line. There's tier 2 and stumbled onto 2 heroes.
They've just got a bunch of mana boots coming through as well. Oh, they're even going to be able to get a D-ward off here inside of the enemy jungle. So fewer places to be able to play safely now for side team. Already 6k behind. There's a nice focus down of the Tombstone there by Sohai, but he really needs to be that level 6 before he's able to truly contribute to any of these team fights with that damage that they so sorely need. You can't put everything on the back of the Necro. You can't do it solo. It's 2 minutes between times that you can fight. And Na'Vi, importantly, recognized that. That Reaper's Scythe was about 15 seconds still left on cooldown when they went for that dive past the tier 1.
That himself an avalanche there onto Zeneca. Zeneca is not having the greatest of times right now as this offlane Night Stalker. He's been pushed out of bottom. He's going around mid. He's been bullied by Zayat. Like, where else can he go as this Night Stalker other than, you know, just try and farm underneath a tower?
Dire are scanning.
Oh, I don't know if you can move on forward, Zeneca. Risky stuff. He's going into the Phylactery, which it's fine, just to deal that little bit of extra burst, maybe trying to combo it together. And hold on.
This has been found. There's the Enrage. Dragon Tail. Will it come out now? Oh, it's on cooldown. They already used it. Ah! TP. But they still get the kill yet. That's fine. So in return, Malady
died and instantly respawned. Yes.
Yeah, and instantly respawned.
I know you. I knew exactly what you think. You're like, well, hold on, he died.
Yeah,
I could read your mind.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
I was trying
It's
to.
very deep here. Oof. Doesn't get the right click off. Otherwise, he would have potentially slowed him down, left him prone to getting the ensnare off. Melody, you died once, brother. I don't know if you could walk into this.
Yeah, you can't come back again. I mean, maybe perhaps he's going to try and heal up with the Soul Rip, but the silence is there. It will take down this Undying once again. Yuragi now activating that Battle Trance. Can he get a root there onto the Necrophos? Yes, he can. Now going on to Sunset there too. Gets himself a double kill.
And Melody says worth. It was all part of the plan, boys.
Fought and died with honor.
I suppose they knew exactly where they all were, right? He set up that really unorthodox observer ward inside of the river on the bottom side of the map. Just no one's going to be dewarding in that sort of area, so knew that they were all kind of clumping around, maybe playing around the top of the stairs. Knew he was pretty tanky. Nearly got off a second use of the decay with Night Stalker just leaving the crippling fear radius briefly. But I kind of feel like... Whoa. How close are we to some of these items? Like... I kind of want to see Rubik or Snapfire, one of them, buy the Aghanim Shard, just to see if Night Stalker can get one for free, because like that pseudo Midas is going to be so needed for him.
Oh, coming forward there with the Dragon Tail onto Necro. Does not have himself Ghost Shroud again, though does get the kill with the Scythe, so trying to heal up there, but will be found nonetheless.
That's a nice
and
combo.
look at that, the telekinesis up onto the cliff with the Mortimer's Kisses. Finds Sanctity, and Zayat is dead. So it's going to be a 3-for-1 here for the side of Cyber Team.
Yeah, nicely done. You've got 3 Reaper side stacks. You've got still a Spirit Vessel charge because of that death. You get 3 kills in return, and importantly, Night Stalker wasn't able to be part of any of them, but at least EA was able to spend time farming on the bottom side. He's got the Phylactery now. He's got a little bit more of that control in fights, because Ursa's still going to have a lot of difficulty locking on to a few of these targets. Like right now, until he gets that Blink Dagger, he's essentially just slowly walking into a lot of these opponents. He doesn't even have a... Yeah, he doesn't even have a neutral item. It's just been sitting inside of the shop the whole time.
Oh.
That's what happens sometimes when you're just being pressured that hard. You forget about the simplest of things.
What a Yule Scepter picked up here for the Necrophos. I do like this, especially against the likes of Troll Warlord. Both these carries actually just hate Yule Scepters. Meanwhile, Avalanche and Toss there, finding the kill onto the Ursa. Was not expecting that. Unable to use Enrage because of that lockdown there. The Avalanche.
Melody using the Illusion Rune just to try and pull the wave a little bit. Making sure that Pro isn't able to get any damage done onto the tower. He's just going to say thank you and yoink a little bit of that farm for himself. They've even de-warding. Like, what's the vision look like for Cyber Team right now? They've got 1 ward that... 2 that was able to set up for that previous fight, and it is only 16.5 minutes, and we're having a tier 2 tower being pressured by a troll and a DK. Like, this tower is going to go down. They don't have any glyph available for this, and Ursa has barely got his Battle Fury. Like, he does not have the time to be able to recover this net worth.
Yeah, he's still trying though. I mean, kind of 3k net worth behind the troll, but I think once he gets himself like a blink or something, then maybe perhaps he can start to have impactful chances in the fights. He's just got to make sure to utilize this rage correctly. Maybe perhaps he should consider an early shot. Maybe? Oh, they're going to go for him again. They're going to go for him again. Self-hate, there he is. He's tossed away, and the Avalanche there. Pro in some trouble there. He's going to activate the Yules. They'll attempt to turn it around now. Able to heal up slowly, but the back there onto free with a wall of replica. Look at that! 3 decimated. All for a trade from the Tiny. They find 4 here. And the only person able to survive is Zeneca, who activated that Dark Ascension and flapped away with his wings.
And that was without any vision on that bottom side. Really good positioning by Pro, just standing behind that tree. They had the Observer Ward up, so they knew exactly where they all were, but it's 18 minutes in, and at the time it was a 7k net worth lead. You're just so weak compared to what the enemy team is able to throw at you. He needs level 12 on the Necro. He needs this Death Seeker. Something that's just going to provide that little bit of extra damage. Even like I was saying before, Sunset, you're a Rubik. You don't do much damage.
Oh, here we go, Danog. Agnims is now on the next agenda here for Yuragi. He's completed himself a BKB. At 18 minutes, this Agnims is up next now.
Night and day difference between the itemization of Yuragi from, game 2 to now. Like, this is exactly what he needed. Laning performance, really solid. Early BKB because the Ursa and the Night Stalker were having bad games. BKB just so that you can participate in these fights. Knowing, again, that, like, with a BKB, you're not really all that worried about the Necro anyway. Speaking of, trying to go onto him.
He did try and commit the Scythe there, but activated the BKB. Yeah. With that Battle Trance now. But he is going to go into the base. He needs to get himself back. That Scythe, the Reaper's Scythe, it will do absolutely nothing. And they get the toss there into the Night Stalker and take him out.
They didn't even use the wall. They didn't even use the mech in that fight on Na'Vi. Like, they had so much more gas left in the tank at the end of all of that. So this just goes to show how far away they are, how far ahead they are. They very well might high ground. I think much safer play is probably just to take this last tier 2 tower. That's going to be right as the Tormentor spawns as well. So you can look to steal that away from the enemy team too. What would that provide them? Grab ally. Not terrible against a Reaper Scythe.
Oh yeah, he's good.
I didn't find it funny how you...
This fight's about to hold on. That's a really early use of the kisses.
It is. An avalanche and toss onto 2. In return, nice wall of replica onto 3 with a vac. Sunset attempting to flee now. Nice Yule's usage there, stopping the Dragon Tail onto Sunset. Though they will find themselves the Necrophos. And a lovely toss there. And avalanche from Zai, but a stolen avalanche there, connecting onto 4. Self-Hate is going to try and attempt to flee now. Will he survive? He will not. As Yuragi coming forward here with the battle.
Still chasing.
He's still chasing, get himself back. The buyback here from Necrophos.
Are you safe,
He doesn't have himself the Reaper's Scythe. So that Ghost Shroud is going to expire. The BKB's there.
He's
the
dead.
back 2. Absolute blunder here coming out from Dro, who may fall here. The Dragon Tail's there. There it is. It's a dieback onto the Necrophos.
Yeah, he was just going in far too deep. I think you got to cut your losses, and even just the use of the Mortimer's Kisses,
Stolen
right,
toss.
to start off that fight.
Has fallen.
Imagine if you had that to... Yep.
No, he's good. Malady healed him up with the level 4 Soul Rip.
Yeah, imagine if you had those kisses to combo together with the multiple uses of the avalanche that Sunset got in that fight. Like, he hit 2 4-man avalanches in that fight, which, you know, you follow that up with the kisses, then obviously it feels incredibly impactful.
Yeah.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
And there we go. They're just going to be able to yoink away this Tormentor for free.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Say, Anagnim's almost finished too.
Is finished.
Okay, never mind. It is finished, yep. The Dispel Ghost Shroud now, and the Overpower, like you said. They may have found the Night Stalker too. There's the Avalanche, going to toss him away into the grasp of the Darkseer. Should have the Vacuum ready, bringing him back. And there's the Dragon Tail, locking him in place. They get the kill on the Night Stalker.
With the further attack speed, I get it. But with the Aghanim Scepter build, I wonder if there's any justification to go for the Whirling Axes damage. Like, plus 100 every 4 seconds feels pretty good to me.
Yeah,
I mean, when you've got 12 stacks of, what is that, an extra 60 attack speed at max fervor stacks, that feels pretty damn good too.
Maybe he feels like he needs the attack speed because he really doesn't have any attack speed items, if you say, because he went Phase Boots, Ags, and Battle Fury. There's no, you know, actual attack speed item that he has, and maybe perhaps he just
Melody's
wants
got
to
a
get...
Solar Crest though. He's going to help him out there.
Okay, yeah, I mean, they have that.
DK going into the AC, so more stuff just to be able to build up those stacks early on. Zayats, he's going to be able to find out. Oh, wasn't able to get
Might be Zayats that dies yet. Scythe comes down, gets the kill. Meanwhile, no back, and a wall of replica there. Onto 3, taking down the Snapfire. Both the supports here on either side are going to buy back, as they'll attempt to try and take down this tier 3 tower. They have the defense here of the Tombstone, but in comes the Stolen Avalanche along with the Mortimer's Kisses too there. Malady may fall. He will do so indeed. But he's back with thanks to his innate ability, and he's going to try and TP back to the fight, but it's going to be a while before he gets back here in time.
This will be a dieback
he's
from
affected
Zayats.
by his own Stolen Avalanche once again by the hands of Sunset. And that is a dieback for him, and with that Na'Vi, they're going to try and play a little bit defensively here, but they're still going to hang around because they have themselves the Aegis. BKB available here on Yuragi 2. And here we go. He's going to come forward. They want to get the Dragon's Tail, but that Snapfire Cookie's stunning him up. The Yuragi activating now. That Battle Trance wanted to try and find Sunset here. He may not be able to get the kill. He's
Dragon
down.
pretty
He
deep.
already used the BKB, and he's already used his Battle Trance, so they could definitely get the kill here onto the Troll Warlord if they can lock him down. He's attempting to flee, but the Snapfire Cookie is there, stunning him in place. He's trying to flee. They find the tier 3. The Surge is there, but he will fall. That's a godlike spree down, and
Stolen
that is
Surge.
1,800 gold distributed to the side of Simir team, as now they want to try and find more. Nefrit's going to try and run with the Surge, but the Snapfire Cookie coming into effect again and stunning down the Darkseer. Is this the start of what happened in Game 2 all over again, Danok?
I mean, as soon as that buyback happened from Zayats, I was about to say, this is feeling a little clowny, you know, just going for these deep dives, and then it just went from bad to worse, right? Like, it went from a 1% win probability to now 4%. Let's just wait a little bit longer for it to update, but That just felt super unnecessary, right? Like, what's the point of using the BKB on your first life going in that deep? Even just maybe forgetting that he had the Aghanim Scepter? He was trying to chase the Rubik with the Force Staff instead of the Necrophos that was standing right there. Pop the Ghost Shroud on Yuragi. Like, that was the target. Necro was the one that you had to be going for. Just like that, look at... You've got Ursa right up there in terms of net worth, and now he's got items to be able to play around with. He's got an 8-second BKB. He's got a Basher now as well to be able to play around with. Still kind of is a little bit slow to go into a lot of these fights, but I mean, now you've got Surge on the Rubik, so that's going to provide him a pseudo Blink Dagger.
Radiant's bottom tower
Would love to be able to find the Undying and quickly burst him down.
Oh, they can get a good jump here. Here we go. The Surge is there onto Self-Hate. The Mortimer's Kiss is actually coming out here. Self-Hate. There we go. There's his Enrage. They do take down Malady. It's now attempting to try and get the Rubik on the other side of Na'Vi. It will be a 1-for-1. They trade both the support. Self-Hate attempting to flee, but the Dragon Tail's there. He needs some help, or else he will fall here. There he goes. But they find two here. The buyback here from Sunset with the Stolen Avalanche.
Dispelled the Ghost Shroud, so not able to just keep on running back in. And now they're going to know that this Dark Ascension was used. This is the timing that they have. It's just about to wear off. 3.5 minutes of daytime, 95 seconds on the next Dark Ascension. He might be level 15, but you don't have Ursa, you don't have a Night Stalker, you don't even have Reaper's Scythe. This is the time to try and at least secure yourself this second lane of Rax.
Here comes a Hurricane Pike for Sanctity. An item that you see every day on a Dragon Knight, that's for sure.
No, definitely not. Just looking if anyone had like a Lincoln Spear or something like that, if you wanted to pop that perhaps, but doesn't seem like that's the case.
And Pro just used his final charge of his Spirit Vessel there on DK, so now he has no more charges on the Spirit Vessel. They've just lost themselves the top set of racks.
Not the play, definitely.
No.
Yeah, Ping and Zeneca down on this bottom side. Doesn't have a Blink Dagger on Yuragi, though, to be able to try and, you know, immediately blink onto him and get the ensnare. Remember, it does go through BKB as well, so even though Zeneca does have that 8-second BKB, it's not going to be all that good if Yuragi is just able to find him. Instead, looks like he's going for the Satanic first. Disaster appears to be averted for Na'Vi.
So far, so good. I mean, are they just going to go try and find a pick-off again? I mean, I would particularly like a Skull Basher if Yuragi is going to try and, you know, like, face like that. I think a Skull Basher would be, like, really good.
Yeah, he's getting it next.
Oh, so Satanic first? Oh.
Yeah.
Okay, I guess, you know, sustainability instead of just relying on the battle trance.
You're just waiting for someone to show self-hate. You cannot go that deep. They didn't make the dive on Zayats to be able to try and pick him off.
Yeah, I was quite surprised about that.
Playing the safe route, it seems. Just letting Sanctity be the one. Lay down the Tombstone. Early usage of the axes as well.
Oh, Dragon Tail. Stolen Avalanche there as well. They're going to try and take down the DK there, but a Wall of Replica with a Vac onto 4. They're still surviving through it here, though, on Cyber Team.
Ripped.
I mean, that's the Snapfire dead. It looks like they will be able to get themselves the Mega Creeps. It's now an Avalanche there from Zayach. Well, the bottom set of racks slowly falling. Xerxa now jumping forward, wants to try and find the DK, but this is space for Yuragi to get himself the melee set of racks. It looks like they will get themselves the Megas. Meanwhile, though, look at that in the sidelines. We got ourselves Necrophos, who's fallen along with Self-Hate and Sunset too. That is 4 dead, and GG is called. They will stay in this game. What looked to be a potential throw. They're still okay here on Na'Vi, and they get themselves game 3 here, folks.
Sigh of relief, Na'Vi believers. You got away with one there, because a better team probably won't be in that situation in the first place, but they will not let you get away with a dive like that, potentially bringing Ursa back into things. And I mean, there were just a few times when I was like, "Side, do you not know how far behind you are?" They went for a few really optimistic plays, let's call it, where they felt like they would be able to pick off some of these beefy heroes quite easily, and that is not the case. I'm very easily giving my MVP over to Nefrit here. I thought he hit many great vac walls. I thought, he built the exact items that he needed to be able to help out his team. He did go that Shivers, didn't even need the Greaves or the Pipe as well. There was just so much impact that he had to reduce the effect of Necrophos in particular.
Wall and Vax, chef's kiss. I got to say though, even though Zayat came in there and died back at the top where we thought there was a clown show happening, kind of. I think he performed really well with the Avalanche and tosses here too. So definitely off lane, big factor here for Na'Vi. They did incredibly well together, and even by themselves, they're actually enabled their team. Either of them together or, apart from each other. Both of their spells very well executed.
This Night Stalker didn't feel like first pick material at all. Like, it had the lowest damage in the game by far. It really didn't have any farm at all. It just doesn't feel like it makes sense. Like, if you don't have legitimate flex potential between mid and position 3, then why waste a first pick on it? It just feels way too valuable considering all the OP heroes that were still in the draft pool at that stage. But Na'Vi, they're moving on forward. They're going to be facing, I believe, 1W tomorrow. Yep. And it means that on the bottom side, Scythe, they need to play pretty much immediately again. I think they've got an hour break before they're able to... before they have to play their next game, and it's up against Yellow Submarine, who are no easy beats in their own right. Yes, they went down 2-0 to 1W, but you've got some really talented young players on that roster, including Kasane, of course, coming over from the likes of TSM, and Satanic, the true young gun of the Eastern European scene.
Well, with that, folks, we're going to take a break, so we'll see you for that last series. It's going to be in around about an hour, so if you do need to, get yourself some food or anything like that, I advise you to do so, because we've got a good 1 hour before this final series. So, hope to see you there for that final one. See you in a bit.
I saw you riding on the train today, and I tried to figure out a way to stay close. I wanna see you again. I wanna be your friend. I wanna see
something. Growing up, I dreamed just nothing. Ooh, what are you? People talk loud, I get what they're telling me. I fucked up, I didn't care of it. Ooh, what a true. Hey, I gotta say, something's going wrong, and everything's upside down. I'm falling. Hey, I gotta say, I'm always on a run. I'm getting closer to the line. By the time I'm changing my remedy, blowing up, I get sick and tired of this. What a truth. No one talk now, I'm feeling lost on it. Silence is loud, I get it safe from it. What a truth. Hey, I gotta say, something's going wrong, and everything's upside down. I'm falling. Hey, I gotta say, I'm always on a run. I'm getting closer to the line. And everything's going down. Yeah, everything's going down. Hey, I gotta say, something's going wrong, and everything's upside down. I'm falling. Hey, I gotta say, I'm always on a run. I'm getting closer to the line, and everything's going down. Yeah, everything's going down. And everything's going down. Yeah, everything's going down.
Ganze Nacht nur unterwegs, Sportcoupé angehen. Mit den Brüdern und Rosé, Späti gehen, Shorty schläft. Wenn die Sonne untergeht, Runden drehen, die ich erlebt. Ich will nicht mehr gerade sehen, der Verstand ist lahmgelegt. Im Coupé hinten links, ich schreibe und ich trink. Mit den Brüdern und wir chillen. Heute Abend ohne Sinn. Sie will, dass ich sing. Doch ich mach mir noch einen Drink. Ich brauch nur die Klick. Und sie weiß, dass es stimmt. Die ganze Nacht nur. 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 Ganze Nacht nur unterwegs, Sportcoupé angehen. Mit den Brüdern und Rosé, Späti gehen, Shorty schläft. Wenn die Sonne untergeht, Runden drehen, die ich erlebt. Ich will nicht mehr gerade sehen, der Verstand ist lahmgelegt. Der Kopf ist ausgedankenleer. Die Musik laut, die Augen schwer. Ich hör nicht auf, will immer mehr. Der Wagen rollt über den Teer. Und wir
gefahren und gefahren, cruisen langsam durch die Stadt, ohne Plan, aber Kippe aus dem Fenster, ich erschaff, wie gehabt, holen für den Body an der Tanke Saft, 8 und 8, das ist so laut, dass du in der ganzen Stadt. Die ganze Nacht nur, 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 die ganze Nacht nur unterwegs, Sportcoupé angehen mit den Brüdern und Rosé, Späti gehen, schau die schläft, wenn die Sonne untergeht, Runden drehen, dich erlebt, ich will nicht mehr gerade sehen, der Verstand ist lahmgelegt.
Ich sitz auf meiner Fensterbank, die Nacht zieht vorbei. Ich blick über den Tellerrand, trinke Sekt auf Eis. Ein Teufel und ein Engel tanzen auf dem Parkett. Vielleicht sind wir unsterblich, müssen nie wieder weg. Ich sitz auf meiner Fensterbank, die Nacht zieht vorbei. Ich blick über den Tellerrand, trinke Sekt auf Eis. Ein Teufel und ein Engel tanzen auf dem Parkett. Vielleicht sind wir unsterblich, müssen nie wieder weg. Backpack, Kippen und Drinks gegen Tristesse. Großstadtbild, komm mir nicht weg. Kopf fragt, mach kein Pisstest, nein. Ich will nicht auf deine Party gehen. Engel und Teufel tanzen Schwanensee. Von deinen Lippen tropft der Chardonnay. Ich küss ihn weg, bevor du schlafen gehst. Auf meiner Fensterbank, die Nacht zieht vorbei. Ich blick über den Tellerrand, trinke Sekt auf Eis. Ein Teufel und ein Engel tanzen auf dem Parkett. Vielleicht sind wir unsterblich, müssen nie wieder weg. Ich sitz auf meiner Fensterbank, die Nacht zieht vorbei. Ich blick über den Tellerrand, trinke Sekt auf Eis. Ein Teufel und ein Engel tanzen auf dem Parkett. Vielleicht sind wir unsterblich, müssen nie wieder weg. Faded auf den Wohnzimmerdielen. Baby, sag, wieso sind wir hier? Kann sein, dass wir den Boden verlieren. Wir heben ab morgens um 4. Ich sitz auf meiner Fensterbank, die Nacht zieht vorbei. Ich blick über den Tellerrand, trinke Sekt auf Eis. Ein Teufel und ein Engel tanzen auf dem Parkett. Vielleicht sind wir unsterblich, müssen nie wieder weg. Ich sitz auf meiner Fensterbank, die Nacht zieht vorbei. Ich blick über den Tellerrand, trinke Sekt auf Eis. Ein Teufel und ein Engel tanzen auf dem Parkett. Vielleicht sind wir unsterblich, müssen nie wieder weg.
Landstraße in den Süden, Kickdown, Moto Guzzi, Sozius, Traumfrau, Monika Bellucci, High-Res, Roadtrip, Neapel, Rom, Overnight, Truckstop, Insta, Snapshot, Polaroid, 40 Love, Korken knallen, Karte Door, Spa-Time, Bubble Bath, Aftershave, Miyake Sport, Private Coach, Crunches, Lunch Break, Yacht Club, Seafood, Aperol und Lachsteak, küsst den Ring. Wir haben Erfolg, Millionen Dinge und dein Lächeln spiegelt in meiner Persol, Pilotenbrille, Holz knackt im Kamin. Es werde hell, wir lieben uns die ganze Nacht, nackt auf dem Bärenfell, Wüstenstraße, weiter Himmel. Kawasaki, Speedboat, Karawane, F1, Abu Dhabi, du bist meine Nummer 1 und nicht nur diese Nacht. Ich nehm dich zur Frau, trag dich die Marmortreppen zum Palast. Blaue Stunde, Promenade, Lippenstift an deinem Glas, Soda, Zitrone, Haut glänzt, Haare nass. Ich schenk dir nach, du sagst, wie schön ich bin. Ich küss deinen Hals und du lachst wie eine Königin. Leck die Lippen Saint-Tropez, Dachterrasse, Whirlpool, Eiswürfel, Corbusier, Casino-Hopping. Die ganze Welt ist hier, Drinks für zwei, Champagner, Elixier, Traumpaar, Undercover, Americans, unsterblich, Grace Kelly, Cary Grant, allein unter Palmen und dazu kalter Cider, Sommerwind, Küstenstraße, Sonnenbrille, Alpha Spider, Hors d'oeuvre, schwerer Wein und klarer Kopf, Zigarren aus dem Humidor, Cohiba und Davidoff, Candlelight, sanftes Licht, Candelabra, deine Haut, China White, Seidenkleid, Balenciaga. Was die Leute denken, wenn sie uns reden hören, Open Water, Seychellen, Hochseeangeln, Segeltörn, du bist meine Nummer 1 und nicht nur diese Nacht. Ich nehm dich zur Frau, trag dich die Marmortreppen zum Palast. Blaue Stunde, Promenade, Lippenstift an deinem Glas, Soda, Zitrone, Haut glänzt, Haare nass. Ich schenk dir nach, du sagst, wie schön ich bin. Ich küss deinen Hals und du lachst wie eine Königin. Leck die Lippen, ich bin dein bestes Pferd im Stall. Sind am Grippen, trinken Daiquiris aus nem Bergkristall.
I swam the river to get to you. I climbed a mountain to get to you. I called the preacher to get to you. I'd walk through fire to get to you. Of all the things I've done and I'll do, yeah, I'm never gonna stop till I get you. 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 Yeah, I'm never gonna stop till I get you. I tell myself to get to you. Go straight through hell to get to you. Break all my bones to get to you. And give all I own to get to you. Yeah, of all the things I've done and I'll do, ooh yeah, I'm never gonna stop till I get you. 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 Yeah, I'm never gonna stop. Never gonna stop. So look out, here I come. Yeah, baby. Hey. Never ever, never ever, never ever gonna stop. Yeah. I swam the river to get to you. I climbed a mountain, get to you. I called the preacher, get to you. I'd walk through fire, I tell myself, get to you. Straight through hell. I'm never gonna stop till I get you. I'm never gonna stop till I get you. Never gonna stop. Yeah, but I'm never gonna stop till I get you. Never gonna stop. Yeah, I'm never gonna stop. Yeah, till I get you.
could never be like me. Flow so hot, but the jewels I see. Never think much of a fool I see. Them type of man we are school and teach. Fresh to death, head to toe. Smell the best fresh cologne. Finesse the best freshest clothes. I dress the best, yes you know. I'm that guy, pose for the photo, never been shy. Drips in the chokehold and I got vibe. Wardrobe looking so cold, put it on ice. Yeah, I'm that guy, pose for the photo, never been shy. Drips in the chokehold and I got vibe. Wardrobe looking so cold, put it on ice. Ice. For the photo, never been shy. Drips in the chokehold and I got vibe. Wardrobe looking so cold, put it on ice. Yeah, I'm that guy. Pose for the photo, never been shy. Drips in the chokehold and I got vibe. Wardrobe looking so cold, put it on ice. Ice. I'm that guy. I'm that guy. I'm that guy. Put it on ice. I'm that guy.
myself in the dark. The voices in my head, they said I'm lost.
Blow me like a C4, give me what I want. Mad Max whip you while I'm rolling up a blunt. They asked me where the body's at, I told them check the trunk. She asked me who the man is, I told her I'm the one. I told her I'm the one. You can figure where I'm from. I told her I'm the one. You can't make it where I'm from.
Couple warrants and a gun to my name, low-key. Wood grain gripping and I keep it on me. Whole lot of new faces, I'm the real OG. Keep talking shh, and I'll put you on a white tee. The voices in my head, they said I'm lost.
Blow me like a C4, give me what I want. Mad Max whip you while I'm rolling up a blunt. They asked me where the body's at, I told them check the trunk. She asked me who the man is, I told her I'm the one. I told her I'm the one. You can figure where I'm from. I told her I'm the one. You can't make it where I'm from.
The voices in my head, they said I'm lost. But I found myself in the dark. The voices in my head, they said I'm lost.
Blow me like a C4, give me what I want. Mad Max whip you while I'm rolling up a blunt. They asked me where the body's at, I told them check the trunk. She asked me who the man is, I told her I'm the one. I told her I'm the one. You can figure where I'm from.
caution, might have to get hurt. I top up from the treetop, but I came up from the dirt. That shotty like a detox, hit the pump and go berserk. Yeah, I don't care. You might get found in the middle of nowhere. Approach me with caution, might have to get hurt. That shotty like a detox, hit the pump and go berserk. That shotty like a detox, hit the pump and go berserk. I think y'all in my way, so tell me which one going first. You end up in the hearse, you end up in the grave. That shotty like a detox, hit the pump and you enslaved. Hey, yeah, I don't care. You might get found in the middle of nowhere. Yeah, that shotty like a detox, hit the pump and go berserk. I think y'all in my way, so tell me which one going first. Scroll through my living room, chosen the pinnacle. I jump into the spotlight ever since I seen the hidden view. Move how I move, I don't know who you approaching. I'm Jordan, less suggestion, I don't need nobody coaching. All these niggas frozen, that's unusual. Every space I go in, that's not unusual. Approach me with caution, might have to get hurt. That shotty like them Reeboks, hit the pump and go berserk. That shotty like a detox, hit the pump and go berserk. I think y'all in my way, so tell me which one going first. You end up in the hearse, you end up in the grave. That shotty like a detox, hit the pump and you enslaved. Hey, yeah, I don't care. You might get found in the middle of nowhere. Yeah, that shotty like a detox, hit the pump and go berserk. I think y'all in my way, so tell me which one going first. That shotty like a detox, hit the pump and go berserk. I think y'all in my way, so tell me which one going first. You end up in the hearse, you end up in the grave. That shotty like a detox, hit the pump and you enslaved. Hey, yeah, I don't care. You might get found in the middle of nowhere. Yeah, that shotty like a detox, hit the pump and go berserk. I think y'all in my way, so tell me which one going first.
So take me to the finish line, 'cause you're never gonna stop me trying. Yeah, what's real is never gonna die. So take me to the finish line. Take me to the finish line. Keep on running till we get to the top. I'll never back down. I won't ever stop. Take me to the finish line, 'cause you're never gonna stop me trying. What's real is never gonna die. So take me to the finish line. Take me to the finish line. So take me to the finish line, 'cause what's real is never gonna die. Yeah, you're never gonna stop me trying. So take me to the finish line. Take me to the finish line. Take me home.
Takes more than money to force a change. Takes more than time to heal the pain. Heartbreak will light the fire. Heartbreak will light the fire. Fire will light the fire. Fire will light the fire. Takes more than money to force a change. Takes more than time to heal pain. Heartbreak will light the fire. Heartbreak will light the fire. Fire.
No, I'm not a king. I'm the king.
I'm just 20
Hello, everybody. Welcome back to the Esports World Cup with myself, Epidamnos, and Danog. We're coming in for the final series of the day. And what series we have had so far, of course, we had Nemiga Gaming versus Liga Team, where it was a 2-1 for the Liga Team. And then we've had ourselves Sibi, I hope I pronounced that right. It's
Saib.
Oh my gosh, I did not pronounce that right. Saib team versus Na'Vi, where Na'Vi were able to get themselves a 2-1, and game 2 it could have got a 2-0, but Na'Vi, they just wanted to make that a game of 3. So now we're on for our final series here, which is going to be Saib versus Yellow Submarine. How are you feeling for this one, Danog?
A little bit harsh that one of these teams has to go home on day one, do you think? I mean,
yeah,
they barely started playing. You trying to just get a feel of the patch, and next thing you know, 2 series, you're out. I think in Southeast Asia, 2 teams have already gone home, Execration and IHC, and they're not bad teams by any stretch of the imagination. So, yeah, we're going to be saying goodbye to some pretty decent players. We saw that Saib are able to take it to Na'Vi, and they'll certainly be wanting to show up Yellow Submarine as well. I mean, all on this stream, we've had 2-1s, but 2-0s on the other stream, including Yellow Sub losing in 32 and 25 minutes. So some pretty quick games there, and they were not close at all. I had a look at the kill scores, 23-7 and 24-2. So I'm a big fan of Yellow Submarine, and I want to see what went wrong. Like, was it a case of they played really badly, or did 1W just play really well?
Absolutely not a clue. But we will come into this series shortly for Yellow Submarine versus Saib. Regards to the drafts in the series, they've been pretty different. I mean, Series 1, we've had ineptitude of heroes. Series 2, completely different to Series 1. But we are watching the same team again. So, Saib, Saib. Oh my gosh, I forgot how to say it.
Just pretend you're saying Siberia and get rid of the area.
So Saib, we've watched them play previously. So now they kind of understand, especially playing against Na'Vi, what the kind of gist is between the heroes. So maybe perhaps they have more knowledge here than Yellow Submarine. But they, of course, have also played a game within these close qualifiers. So we are coming into the draft right now. Draft is underway between both of the teams. What is going to be banned out first?
Well, I'm sure Saib is hoping that they finally get to play some of their more signature heroes, right? We didn't see any Sand King just because Na'Vi banned it out every time. They banned the Dazzle as well. Night Stalker, it was banned originally, but maybe it's not something to actually be feared. We didn't exactly see the greatest performance coming out from Saib when they were able to pick it up. Zeneca had a rough one, that's for sure. I think what Saib need to do as well is they need to target Ru a little bit. Kind of fitting with his name, but Rubik is his by far most played. But there's not a lot of variety coming through from his hero pool. It's basically just Rubik, Hoodwink, and Muerta, and a little bit of Techies, but Techies feels kind of meh right now. So I'm not really sure what the strategy is going to be for them. No Dazzle, so again, lots of respect being given over to Zeneca for sure, with one of his more signature heroes.
So already heroes that we've seen back. I mean, Yellow Submarine, obviously, of course, banning the Dazzle from the previous series, just to highlight that again. And I wonder if we'll see maybe perhaps Underlord come out, because Underlord was pretty good in Series 2. I gotta hand it to you, especially with the increased radius of this Pit of Malice. It was pretty good. They actually ban out Tiny instead, the Yellow Submarine, because we did see Saib, they did first pick the Tiny before in the second series.
Even just 1 point in the Pit of Malice feels really good, right? They buffed it up by 0.3 seconds, I think. So they're certainly a value point option available to yourself. It has a longer cooldown and all that, but, you know, for 1 point, I would very happily take a 1.5 second route. That, you know, the pit still stays there for the same duration throughout. I like it, and here we go! We get to see the Sand King. I'm excited. Clearly, this is something that Yellow Submarine were thinking about already. TA into the Sand King, I don't know how that feels just yet. You know, it's one of those heroes that, again, there is actually a lot of instances of damage, but it's significant instances of damage, right? We talk about things like the epicenter, for example. That is going to go through the TA's refraction charges. Same sort of thing with the Sandstorm, right? Once you build that up to being max level, 85 damage a second. So that's enough to get through TA refraction charges regardless of how many points she might have in the actual refraction. What I'm interested to see is which of the two facets does Sand King actually opt to go for? You've either got the one that's invis and a little bit of increased radius, or the one that I personally prefer, which is Dust Devil, where it just constantly follows the Sand King around. Doesn't matter if you have 10,000 movement speed, it still follows you. There's no way to be able to stop it from happening. You get full value out of the Sandstorm. You're not invisible, but it's just such a good farming tool, as well as a way to just have it constantly being, you know, basically a buffed up Radiance in a lot of these team fights.
It is kind of tricky to decide between the two. I can see where people would go with Dust Devil. It's really, really good. I can see, obviously, of course, with it moving at the rate of 70% of his movement speed, it moves pretty fast. Because I remember when it used to move slow as hell last time when they tried to implement it. But then there's always that case of being invisible as well, which is really nice too. So, you know, there's always people can buy Dust of Appearance and then completely ruin it, and you're like, oh, I wish I would have gone Dust Devil. But sometimes it does offer the fact that you are invisible. Do you know what I mean? There's like a case between the two.
Yeah. You have to do something a little bit extra. I feel like it's more significant for pubs as opposed to pro play. You know, pros, they're going to have the detection at almost all stages, and I feel like just even having Dust Devil, you can position it in a way where you're harassing from range as a Sand King, which is kind of nuts, you know, like constantly, and it's something that you're able to slightly adjust. You know, we have to even remember things like Dota Labs, for example. You can now see the range on things. So, you know, Sandstorm traditionally doesn't always exactly follow the particles, like the actual animations, so, you know, maybe you can actually see the full radius of it and position yourself accordingly. I just want to see how they play around the Stinger as well, the new third ability for the Sand King, because they gave him Caustic Finale as his innate ability, 1 point of course, when you just start off, and it levels up with the Epicenter, but I think Stinger is pretty damn busted. Like, you can just really quickly nuke a creep wave and deal a ton of burst damage to a hero in one of these lanes. So I've seen, like, 2-4-2 builds, 2-2-4 builds. I just see a lot of value in this this ability.
Do you think it's most beneficial if you level this early, or would you prefer to level something like the Sandstorm early on?
Depends what your role is, right? Are you just trying to get out of the lane in a decent spot, like you're up against a more difficult lane? If so, then probably more points in the Sandstorm, just because it's going to be riskier for them to walk up into you. But if you're in a position where you can potentially get aggressive, then absolutely Stinger is the superior option. The slow, plus the additional abilities to just get that Caustic Finale to trigger are really impactful.
5 seconds remaining.
And then, did they ever change anything with the Epicenter at all? Or
it lasts twice as long now. So
really?
It has six seconds of pulses, but the damage per pulse is decreased. So it's not like, it's a little bit more, I guess, consistent in team fights, you could say. The higher attack speed's slow as well, which also feels quite nice.
Mm-hmm.
Especially early on. But maybe there's a little bit less of that surprise factor. I personally prefer it. It just means that, kind of like what I was talking about with Lich Chain Frost and Venomancer, Noxious Plague, it's an area that you just can't walk into for a pretty significant amount of time. Like 3 seconds, it's dangerous. 6 seconds, where you just don't want to walk into an area, doesn't feel that great.
Radiant team pick.
Oh, and Centaur comes out here. Something that we've seen before, where we think it's kind of meh. You know, it's good. It does the job, and especially when we saw it tied with Grimstroke. You know, double edge is a thing. That was quite nice.
Yeah.
5 seconds remaining.
I feel like this is a TA versus Sand King mid, by the way. So I'm interested to see like how they're going to be able to make that work. Both teams. Like I still think, I don't know. I can't be stuffed doing the maths right now, but like when some of the power spikes are going to come around, like when is Sandstorm stronger than Refraction, for example, and when is Refraction stronger than Sandstorm, when you can actually stand and fight and you're not going to be taking as many ticks. Maybe is that the justification for going into the Invis one, because the Invis facet on Sand King, because it has a larger radius on the Sandstorm. Just things of that nature are really what I'm looking at here.
5 seconds remaining.
I'm still thinking about the Sand King though, about the invisibility, whether it's the old invisibility or it was the previous one. You know how he used to press Sandstorm and then he just used to like dance around in it and not be able to move, or...
Oh, you can still move.
Oh, you can still move, okay.
Yeah. Just, it's gonna break if you leave it.
Radiant team back.
PL, okay. I mean, they don't really have anything against illusions other than Double Edge and Psyblades. So...
Nah, Psyblades isn't that great against this sort of thing.
The sticky napalms... Do they only show on Hero, or will it show on Illusions as well? I'm not
I think
certain.
it shows on everything.
It shows
5 seconds remaining.
What to get. I mean, I'm just thinking, like... They couldn't, like, Pudge or something, could they? Pudge into the Phantom Lancer? Illusion Hero feels pretty decent against it. You get a lot of damage block as well, just from being the Pudge with his ability. Hook is kind of crazy now that you can facet into like
team ban.
It does damage based on how long it drags. Like you can legit do like 700-800 pure damage off of a maxed out hook. I'm just looking for some sort of more active hero. Where, considering you've got a TA, right? TA is going to be the one getting the majority of the farm, I would assume.
5 seconds remaining.
I mean, they have just banned out Leshrac. I wasn't going to suggest that until I saw it. Storm Spirit's gone too. Oh, it's kind of... Let me have a look, actually, at the... This is where they choose one straight away. Oh, Underlord wasn't banned? Was it in the pool? There it is. Underlord comes out. So
plenty of stuns and slows that they've got on Cyb team, right? Pit, Upheaval, even just Acorn Shot slows a little bit. PL gonna have Diffusal. Plus probably building into an Ags.
5 seconds
What could you have here? Could you do maybe TA1 against Underlord? It doesn't feel great, but you kind of have to. And maybe Erase plays Coddle? Just as a way to kind of burst him down? No, Ursa. Okay. So a little bit of cleave against the PL. Early on, it feels pretty impactful. You've also got great Roche taking potential with these guys. And yeah, the lane against Underlord doesn't feel too bad either. I was also thinking, like, Erase, he is the TA player on Yellow Submarine, and it doesn't really fit Satanic's style to be the one that's not farming, basically. It's the best way to put it. Like, his Morphling and Luna especially are pretty next level. So, it's certainly a greedy draft, and it's one that I really don't think too much is going to be happening on Yellow Submarine. It's going to be up to Cyb team to kind of push the tempo a little bit, and I'm really interested to see how Pro is going to be able to approach this game on his Sand King. Like, what are the timings that he's looking to play for? What's the skill build that he's going to go against this TA in particular?
Have you really seen a Sand King in the Pro stage before the patch, or is this, been a very, very uncommon hero?
Other than Saberlight, not really. Like, he was one of the few that was playing it a decent amount.
Oh, fair enough then. I mean, it's one of those heroes. Like, for example, we never seen Shadow Fiend. Maybe perhaps we're still investigating into the patch because, of course, only early days with this. So we've seen Shadow Fiend, Sand Kings now coming out. Maybe perhaps we'll see more. Is that something you would enjoy? Because you seem pretty excited that Sand King was picked.
I just like seeing something new, you know, like not just the hero, but the new ability, Stinger. Like, it's not something that we're really used to seeing. We're giving Sand King a movement slow now, which is quite nice. You know, you want people to stay in your Sandstorm. You want them to stay inside of the epicenter pulses, especially now that it lasts even longer. So I'm interested to see how this one's going to go. You know, are they going to be punished because of their more, let's say, greedy build, because that's what it is. They're playing pretty greedy right now on Yellow Submarine, and we saw that against 1W it really didn't work out for them. They got crushed in both of their previous games in the series, so lanes are going to need to go a whole lot better than they did in their first series of the day.
And I do like what Cyber Team has right now in their pool, because I don't know if it's me being very biased with the fact that they've picked up Underlord, but Underlord currently at the moment, he is on a 100% win rate, even though that we've actually 2 games of him. So he's been really, really good with this Pit of Malice, and even you've said that this Pit of Malice, especially with the radius increase of like the AoE, is quite good. I mean, especially combined with the upheaval on Warlock, with slows and lockdown with the Pit of Malice, along with other AoE spells. Like, of course, you got yourself the Sandstorm and the Epicenter. I think if they're able to get a team fight off how they want it to go off, then Cyb will be able to have a really good time, I feel. Because this is going to just control Ursa heavily, and Ursa hates being controlled, so he will need a BKB, I feel, as soon as possible.
Ursa hates being controlled, Ursa hates having no mana as well, and I feel like that's something that the PL addresses fairly well. Like, this is probably going to be, what's he got queued up now? Bracer, Treads, pretty standard, into a Diffusal Blade Ags, I think, is the way that Self-Hate's going to try and build this game, just because you want to get those illusions up as quickly as possible. You want to get the relatively small mana pools of the Centaur and Ursa drained ASAP. Even TA kind of falls into the same bracket, and if you're focusing on, you know, oh, my mana's getting drained, we have to run away, maybe that sets up for Pro to be able to come in on his Sand King, find that big epicenter, and then go from there.
Well, whilst we're in a pause, let's do what we did last time when we went through a pause like this. Let's check out some of the facets, which I mispronounced as an actual tap. So we've got ourselves bared down, obviously, of course, on Ursa. We found that. Is there any interesting ones which I think we haven't seen? Shadow Demon?
I mean, he did go the Dust Devil, by the way, so the one that follows him around, not wanting the invis.
Oh, okay. So, yeah, Dust Devil. Very nice. It was the Shadow Demon one. I can't pronounce it. Promulgate,
I'm gonna say. Yeah.
So if the target is an
basically enemy... make friendly hero 15% more HP, make enemy hero 15% less HP.
Oh, it's like, is it a little bit like Soul Catcher?
Kind of, yeah.
Yeah, the old Soul Catcher. Old Soul Catcher. Yeah. Yep. Because I remember it used to remove like a portion of their HP and then it would bring it back.
Mm-hmm.
But interesting that it does it for allies as well.
Mm. Nice little extra saving tool for him. This is a pretty good shard game for the Shadow Demon. Demonic Cleanse against the Root coming through from the Pit of Malice feels really nice. Like, if you were going up against a Underlord Dark Willow, just pop the Demonic Cleanse onto him and just keep walking through the Pit of Malice and the Brambles. You're constantly going to get them dispelled off of you.
Mm-hmm.
Could probably say a similar sort of thing to the Upheaval Slow. Like, you really don't care about Upheaval Slow or Pit of Malice or Slow coming out from PL with a Diffusal, as long as you've got that that Demonic Cleanse available. And honestly, they've got a pretty good lineup for being able to take the Tormentor really early, right? TA, there really shouldn't be anything stopping TA from just destroying that. Ursa as well. Kind of a similar sort of boat.
Oh, there it is, Danog. The Black Grimoire is there. You can
I
see
didn't
it.
see when. When did he actually use it in the last game? The last Warlock that we saw.
Maybe he used it straight away because it's on cooldown already. Wait. Oh, no,
No,
wait.
it starts on cooldown.
Oh.
So you can't use it before 7 minutes.
Right, got you.
Ish. Maybe it's 6 minutes, just because of the pre-horn time being taken into account as well. But personally, I'm using it at 14 minutes. That's when I want to use it on Warlock. Yeah, 14 minutes. 14 minutes, give the second wisdom rune to someone else, and hopefully you've got a few kills at the time. You're probably going to have used Golem twice, let's say, and won a couple of fights, or at least got some assists, so it's going to give you some decent value, and it's going to be nice and ready for when those tier 2 items come at around the 17-ish minute mark.
So a PL facet that I don't think we spoke about was the fact that he's gone divergence over the convergence. So this spawns juxtapose illusions randomly nearby units and deal more damage, but can't be controlled. So that one's going to be intriguing if we can, spot out some illusions once he levels juxtapose and see if they spawn them around. But he chose it over the convergence, which I guess I can understand why some people wouldn't pick it, because it spawns an additional illusion. So maybe perhaps if you have hotkeys where you have currently the one controlled and you actually haven't had the time to go through it and resort out your hotkeys again for some of the illusions, I can understand that, because you've got one which tanks like you and doesn't do a lot of damage, but then you've got another one which does, but is really easy to kill. So
that, and I also feel like Convergence is a much more defensively orientated one, and I feel like they're the ones that are wanting to be on the offensive, right? Like, you're wanting constantly just more illusion spawning, more stuff that these greedy Yellow Submarine Cores are going to have to deal with. Like, Shadow Demon's not really shoving out lanes all that effectively. Batrider actually has, as a position 5, a really important role this game in just being, like, cutting waves constantly. He's going to give up his life a few times, and if he doesn't, then he's done a fantastic job, because it's just preventing them from running at you, essentially, is the job of the Shadow Demon. Not Shadow Demon, Batrider.
I'd love to know the, quote, random chance, though, that they spawn, because it doesn't really specify. It just says randomly.
Juxtapose illusions spawn on random nearby. I think it just happens. I don't know how often it happens, but they need to be within 700 radius of, I would assume, the real PL?
I don't know. We'll find out. We'll find. That's the beauty.
There's an 8% chance as well. Like the hero trigger chance. I'm actually hovering over Juxtapose itself as opposed to the facet. So maybe it follows the similar sort of calculations as what actually hitting someone does.
Oh, 8%. Yeah, maybe you're right.
But it's higher for heroes, right? My eyes are just going to be firmly on this mid lane. Even if there's action happening elsewhere, I want to see how Pro does things on his Sand King mid, because his Wind Ranger was really solid, and even his Batrider was really solid in the mid lane.
I don't know if he's going to have a lot of fun with the side blades, though, already being pushed away at level 1.
TA just gets free side blades, because of course she does. Actually went Stinger level 1 on Pro. So just wanting to get that Caustic Finale applied to everyone. It's the sort of thing where you can, like, Stinger into Burrow Strike, and then as long as something dies, it triggers like a chain reaction, basically, which is a huge amount of quick damage.
So bottom lane, I think this one's going to be a little bit passive too. I mean, maybe once they get level 3, level 4, then they could get a kill with, you know, pushing Underlord back with the Flame Break. Something like that. That's a possibility, but meanwhile, First Blood on the top lane, taking down the Phantom Lancer. Missed that one out. What was the damage output there? Let's take a look.
I think it was just
oh, he was banished into a hoof stomp. That is what happened.
Banished into a hoof stomp. I don't know if he actually had the double edge at the time on the Centaur, just to deal that little bit of extra damage after the fact. But yeah, Shadow Demon against a PL feels pretty nice if you're the SD. Nicely done with the banish as well, make sure he's able to stop the pull that Sohai was able to, that was trying to make happen.
Oh, look at this tiny little sandstorm. He looks so cute.
But it just follows him, right? It means like you can jungle so much easier. You're not like locked to a small area. You can actually move around the map quite effectively.
So when can you increase the
Oh, is he gonna die on Underlord? Just
oh my
this.
gosh.
That blood grenade was ticking him out.
It's only Sunset, which is pretty healthy, but doesn't have any mana. Oh, now we'll be able to. Got the Lotus from the Lotus pool.
Love the respect being given over by Satanic to Yatoro. A little suffix in his name as well. Clearly some respect from one of the best carries in the world.
I'll take your tribute.
Oh,
I mean,
that's something that I've learned as well. So I would figure that the Dust Devil Sandstorm, you would have to stay within like the edge.
Nope.
But you can just walk away and that's pretty cool. Okay, now I like it even more now. Screw the other one.
Yeah. That's what I mean. Like it legit follows you completely. Like you can be moving at 10,000 movement speed. It will follow you.
You just keep it on forever.
Well, yeah, just for the duration, right?
Yeah, I mean like
35 seconds on a 22-second cooldown.
Yeah.
So
what?
once you got level 3, it's basically max uptime.
Oh, PL already. Not enjoying this lane. Hoof stomp and double edge. 3 braces.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Wow.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Makes double edge do even more.
I mean, he gains movement speed based on his strength from the horsepower, so that's what helps him gain movement speed, and he doesn't need boots.
Sohai doing his best to just try and keep this pesky centaur away. Even just gonna farm up a little bit with that upheaval. It's gonna be quite nice, actually. Like they do have a lot of damage over time on side team. Of course, Warlock just in general, but using that to combine together with the Firestorm, the upheaval, damage over time from Golem, from the Warlock Shadow Word as well, Hoodwink eventually with Acorn Shot, Bushwhack. There's a lot of AoE damage that they've got, so they're getting kind of crushed in every single lane, but when it comes to team fight, I've still got high hopes when it comes to Saib and how they're going to be able to make plays around that 10 or so minute mark. It's just going to be so vital for them to get these ultis up for their supports in particular.
Yeah. Do you find Centaur's innate ability like a very weird name, Rawhide?
Cow, man.
Oh, maybe I kill bottom. Zeneca, low on HP, low on mana, did not have another Earth Shock there. So,
oh, Sunset. Ooh, just that one point in the scurry. Going to be able to get himself away just in time. Able to secure the Lotus for himself, and he's actually going to be forced to TP all the way back to base, so not really where Zeneca wants to be right now. And that Sentry Ward isn't even stopping this hard camp from being blocked up either, so Asdecor doing a really good job of just keeping this Underlord in a really risky spot in the laning stage. Satanic will be just fine to go down the greed route.
So I think Self-Hate has had to resort to the jungle and just look at this poor fellow. Level 3 going a Midas. It's one of those games, Danog.
Oh no, not the Midas already.
Midas already.
Is under attack.
Level 6 Centaur! Oh my gosh, it really is a stomp.
Dire's structure.
He's got a big wave coming to him, at least, right? He's going to be able to farm up this. Can you really go Midas? Like, I don't know about that. I think you really need to try and... Oh no, he's not going to die, is he?
I mean, Stampede's ready. Stampede is ready. He might commit it. Yep, there it is. Oh, he goes on the wrong one, though. But the Hoof Stomp is on cooldown. 3 more seconds. That should be a kill. The PL dying again. They're going to go for the Warlock now, cancelling that upheaval. But yep, here comes Pro. The Boris Strike just missing there, but the Sandstorm catching up. But it's not fast enough. As Sandstorm on cooldown. 1 more second. Does he want to commit that? There it is. It's going to attempt to follow him. Doesn't have any mana, though, for a Boris Strike. So not able to get that kill.
Dire's middle tower has fallen.
And the middle tower fell for that rotation too, Danog.
Yeah, I mean, that's what happens against a TA, right? You just cannot leave TA alone against your towers. He's even happy enough to be able to tank up a bunch of those tower hits because he knows that the refraction damage is going to be increased. So, 1 early tower taken just 8 minutes in. He's even looking to make an early-ish rotation up towards this top side with the Invis Rune that he was able to pick up after that. Not wanting to give any breathing room over to Self-Hate. Not even level 5 yet.
Or maybe perhaps they're going for Sand King. Yep, there's the Flame Break. And the meld, just look at the damage on TA. TA doesn't even have a Desolator or anything, just power treads and level 2 meld. And it feels like you can just take down the Sand King in 3 hits.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Yeah. It's not looking good for Cybe right now. Like, this is the period of the game where you're supposed to be punishing Yellow Submarine. You're supposed to say, alright, we're going to get out of these lanes at a pretty decent spot. Okay, nice little save there from Sunset. And make sure that they're not going to be able to pick up a lot of this greedy farm, right? Like, Ursa shouldn't be able to go a Battle Fury plus a TA taking stacks.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
TA's just feels like she's able to do whatever the hell she wants right now. These 2 supports aren't going to be able to do anything on their own without being level 6.
Versus a level 9 TA.
They're going for the smoke here.
Is this a Dragonlance on the way for TA too already?
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Dire are scanning.
Full wraparound? Well, seems like it. Do they have any vision inside of the Radiant Jungle? They do. This Kobold, actually, is giving them a little bit of information about the path of the couriers. Might lead them to realize that this sort of move is happening.
Oh yeah, that's a kill onto Sunset. Sunset down, the Stampede's there. They're going to try and find Zeneca now on the Underlord. And there we go. The Fury Swipes help to obtain the kill. Satanic will get it. Taking down Zeneca there. It's really not looking good. All 3 lanes currently losing at the moment on side.
And they're taking stacks.
And they're taking stacks.
Taking the enemy stacks. Yeah, this is as close to disaster as you can probably get.
And you're going to Midas as well, which you still haven't got on PL. It's a Midas rush too, and it's 10 minutes in. This is painful.
Mm-hmm. I'm liking how active Erase is getting here on this TA. Like, you cannot sit back and just be purely farm-oriented on a TA when you've got an Ursa Battle Fury on your team. So the fact that he's been able to make a couple of moves now, hasn't been rewarded in a kill, but he's taken towers, he's taken stacks away, he's been involved in
look at
more
these
of these kills.
Speaking of him, look at the stacks on the triangle. This is going to be another one.
Mm-hmm.
There we go. He wasn't able to stack the large camp, but at least he got the ancient one. So now he's just able to take all this gold. Watch it go from 5,600 gold he was on. So he's just got around about 300 gold from that. How much is he going to get from this?
Very fair, very balanced. What have they got now on side as well? They're smoking up. It's because they've got ultis on the supports finally. Love to be able to catch out this TA while she's picking up this farm, but will not be so lucky. And I'm not sure you're going to be able to kill this Centaur either. 3 braces. Might lay down the seeds. He's got
has the
blade
blade
mail
mail
that he pops.
active. Yeah, the Stampede's there. Can he get out? A TP is available. Burrow Strike already used. They have no cancel. They committed 4 heroes on this. As meanwhile, the Underlord gets picked off bottom. This is just demoralizing.
It's not the target to go on, man. Like, I really don't think Kasane's lane could have gone too much better than it did. And they knew he had the blade mail as well. He was farming right on a creep wave. They didn't run into him by chance. Really felt like TA was the target that you needed to find and go on. Would have been a bonus if they were able to get Erase, get the kill on Erase and steal away some of those stacks. Maybe recover some of this net worth deficit. But right now, 6-0, 7k net worth lead. This is not looking good.
I mean, just to reiterate, those stacks that TA got, that was 1,000 gold for the Templar Assassin. 5,600 to 6,600, and is level 12 now, too. On the way to get a Blink Dagger at 12 minutes with a Dragonlance. Absolutely nutty stuff, as now they are all going to rotate bottom here as 4, apart from the PL. Still farming up here with a Midas.
Even just the Sand King, like, really not sure what Pro is going to be able to do for this next little bit. Like, he's got phase boots just to maybe make it a little bit easier to move around that Dust Devil Sandstorm. I like the the skill build that he's gone for, but he just hasn't been able to connect with the rest of his team to actually make the most out of the Stinger. It's been very hard for him to actually land it because he doesn't have that Blink Dagger to, you know, close the gap. He needs assistance from the slows and roots from the rest of the team.
Yeah, looking at the hero, I feel like he actually kind of needs a buff with his Burrow Strike. Like, it doesn't look all that good. I mean, 750 range at level 4. I mean, that's pretty nice. I mean, if it was, like, fixed at 750, maybe perhaps the hero would be much better, but at this early on, at 525, it feels painful because he did try and get that Burrow Strike on top and it missed.
Maybe like 600, 650, 700, 750 would feel a lot
Okay,
better.
yeah. I think so too, yeah.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
It's because he has not a lot of armor either. I mean, we've seen TA just decimate. So, and speaking of that, Lasso comes out for the Sand King. He has been able to Burrow Strike away, but he is slowed down here by that Demonic Purge. He will commit the Epicenter, though. They do get a kill. They turn it around. But Sand King taken out with a Raze blinking in. There's a double kill. Triple kill there. It's going to be a 3 for 2. So they take down the supports, but in return, that's a core and 2 supports from side.
Just looking something up. I feel like Sohai consumed his Black Grimoire without it giving any experience.
He has it has 1 charge on default, I think, so it only gives like 250 experience.
Is the Seeds of Serenity that important relative to maybe giving you like a full level?
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
But can you like send it back to the neutral shop or something, and you have like a special slot for it, or?
Don't think so. It's like locked into your inventory. You can't use anything else. I don't know how I feel about that. I think maybe got a little bit too antsy. Seeds, it's a pretty good neutral, but not good enough to give up that much free experience.
Yeah.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Looks like they'll go to pressure the tier 2 tower now. Maybe perhaps they can go for Sand King. Yeah, there's the Hoof Stomp, and that is goodbye Sand King. He's Burrow Striked away, but the Stampede, he is trodden upon by the Centaur. So killing spree for him. The saying is...
Oh, they're not even going to be able to chase him up. It was only Sohai that actually made the TP. It was a good quick rotation coming through from the Warlock, but they just needed more boys there. They needed a way to actually lock the Centaur in next to the Upheaval, next to the Golem. That Immolation Aura was cancelling his blink, so doing his job there, but just way too squish at this point and trying to wait out that Aghanim Scepter for the Sand King.
I am honestly so intrigued to see what it'll be like at 25 minutes with these 3 braces. Because at the moment, I think it was like 374. Okay, yep, 374 movement speed on the Centaur, and he has no boots, by the way. So once the 25 mark hits, where he gets like double the strength on these 3 braces. Oh, he sold one. Okay, never mind. The 2 braces, and
Dire's middle tower
we'll see what
is
this
under
movement
attack.
speed goes up to. Meanwhile, though,
having such difficulty killing him.
look at bottom. They're going to attempt to go on the Ursa here. He has activated the Enrage. All the TPs are coming out. He's pressed the help button on the side of Satanic. And the rest of his team are going to respond, help the Ursa, as they will do indeed. They find 1, find 2. That's the Sand King and the Underlord dead. Make that free. Sunset is gone. Man, I wish I had that in my... I wish I had that in my pub games. As a lasso comes in, they've caught themselves the Warlock, and that is for, at this rate, I wouldn't even blame them if they called GG at this moment.
I mean, they haven't really taken a true team fight, right? Like, I think they know the potential for the Wombo combo, right? They want the level 12 on the Sand King. They want the Fatal Bonds onto everyone. They want the Upheaval channeling. They want these, this Burrow Strike, Aghanim Scepter coming through. It's just they haven't been able to. I'm a little puzzled that they went for that aggressive of a play, but, well, maybe they felt like they could kill the Ursa and he was just able to get the Enrage off in time.
Yeah, maybe so, because that could have been possible. I mean, free kill onto Sunset again. No, never mind. Sunset's out of there. Oh, maybe perhaps they can turn it around. Centaur's not that healthy. Only 1,000 HP. Yeah, they're going to try and go in for something here. Try and catch a target, but they don't have vision of the Centaur, who is sitting beyond the high ground here. He might actually jump in again.
Sani wants to go in.
Quite aggressive, yeah. Jumping on Zedekut. There's the Hoof Stomp now. The Stampede comes out in return. The Flame Break bringing back the Underlord. And having to Burrow Strike away. That meld damage did a half of Sand King's HP. And oh my gosh, the Psyblade.
So close.
The deny there on the Psyblade actually hitting the Sand King. So Pro's got to go back to base.
They know that Sohai still has that chaotic offering, so they're not wanting to overly commit, I don't think. Sunset has to be so careful, and you do not have the right to go out like that, considering the sort of game that Erase is having so far. Maybe if he had a Gossamer Cape, but you do not, my man.
Yep, Desolator. Desolator with the meld. 14 armor reduction. Not fun. For either the Sand King or any of the supports, really.
Here we go. This should be it.
Okay, yeah. On the support. Alright, okay, yeah. There we go.
And it's Sand King that gets it. I know it's important for PL to start recovering a little bit more of this net worth. He's got the Gossamer Cape, so that's nice. Gives him a little bit of extra safety against the TA, but it's just getting into that Aghanim Scepter. That is the main priority for Cybe right now, and they've finally got it. So this is the sort of time to be making a play if you're Cybe. You've got the Fiend's Gate available, so Underlord can be shoving out another side of the map, and this is when Hoodwink, Warlock, Sand King need to be rotating as a trio with the Aghanim Scepter, with the level 2 ultimate, with the Fatal Bonds. Like, you can win a team fight off the back of just those guys.
And now we've got the Aghanims now, finally. Sand King, he's got it.
I don't think you can wait for a Blink Dagger, man.
Are fortified.
Seems like that's the attitude that he's got, though.
Do you think he should have gone the Blink Dagger first, or do you feel like this Aghanims was the right choice to go first?
They needed more damage, for sure. I think if you blink in and stun someone in Epicenter, it's probably not enough to be able to get the kill. You need to get a little bit lucky here. A few more of those Burrow Strike procs.
I still remember I can't remember who it was, but it was a strat that someone did a while ago where they only leveled Sandstorm at level 1, but got the axe, so the 0.2 Burrow Strike spines were all like really close to each other.
Yeah. That was one of the first things I tested as well. I was like, well, what if? Oh, here we go. They go for a smoke, and it should be fairly obvious.
Oh, they're just two.
A couple of them in the pit, though.
Yeah. Maybe if they get like a really good pit of Malice down. Oh, nice bushwhack, and they've got the Chaotic Offering too. They could get two of the supports here. They find the Ursa.
TA will be able to get out there with thanks to the Stampede. Because now look at this, they're going to be the ones who take themselves this Roshan as they utilize the epicenter. And there it is. Aegis on Pro.
Yeah, they tried for the Stampede to be able to save him, but that's the power of the Pit of Malice, right? It just held him in place for long enough.
Centaur's TP in gear. It's not going to be affected by the...
He's got 4.7k HP at 22 minutes with an Eternal Shroud.
Balance in all things. No big deal, yeah, you know, only 4,600 HP, 22 minutes, yeah. Thanks, Valve. Very balanced. Thank you.
All right, 4.1.
4.1. Okay.
The shard wore off.
Oh, it was the. Was it the disruption?
It's
thing?
still good. No, it's the shard.
Oh, okay. I thought it was the disseminate.
Disseminate thing.
Yeah. But still, 4,000 HP at 22 minutes is kind of
yeah, it's pretty good.
I mean, yeah, it's definitely good. I just wouldn't say really balanced, but is anything at the moment?
Without a need for boots.
Without a need for
Who needs
boots. The hero was getting picked up loads on offlane, and they were like, how can we make him better?
That's what he needs. 367 movement speed, by the way. Somehow his movement speed has gone down ever since getting more points in strength.
Oh, okay.
Oh, counter sanking.
Needs to flee. Uh-oh. Hoodwink. Well, it's actually okay, BKB. They force that out, that's 9 seconds, very nice, but the lasso catching the Sand King, silenced up. The flame break there, able to Boros Strike away, but still being melted down by this Firefly. The Aegis going to bring him back. Kasane's ready with the Hoof Stop, the silence there, along with the melt too. That will find 2 as Sunset gets taken out in the back. Finding the Warlock here also. As Satanic with his own BKB here, able to get a double kill. That's 3 down.
Nice quick reaction time there with the Yules from Zeneca, but it's just not enough. They're just going to keep running at you, and importantly, like, Sand King can't be the one that gets caught out at the start of these fights. He needs a little bit of help, and to be honest, I don't know if Pipe is necessarily the best item choice. I mean, it's almost entirely physical damage that you're worried about on side, so Pipe's going to do pretty much nothing against a lot of that.
On another smoke. Oh, they're going. Oh, they're going for the 4K HP Centaur.
Yeah, they gave him the disseminate there.
Yeah, here comes the sharpshooter. I think they've decided to.
Interesting. That's what Kasane's saying right now.
I think that's a very appropriate response there from the Centaur.
You sure about that?
Dire's structures are fortified.
I wonder if they saw Self-Hate TP up towards this top side of the map, because if they did, they know there's no PL, there's no way for him to connect. As soon as he showed up on this lane, I feel like they're going to go, because they knew he was there. Yeah, look at the pings. They're saying, hey, he's here, so maybe even feeling like he can get a solo kill is Satanic? I don't know. To me, this is just license to take another tier 2 tower in my eyes.
Well, TA's hanging around. This tier 2. But all the
BKB, so he feels confident.
They grouped up. I mean, they could jump side. Well, they're actually going to go for the Ursa here instead. That's a lovely bushwhack. Able to take down the Ursa. The Stampede comes out there in return. He's going to take down Warlock. He's going to attempt to buy back. They got themselves the lasso down to the Pit Lord, and Pit Lord will fall. In return now, trying to focus down the Sand King. He's able to Boros Strike there into the trees and avoid further damage there from the Templar Assassin. Just about to take down the Shadow Demon. They will do so there indeed, as now PL starting to pop off. They're able to take a 2 for 2 here as TP asked to go. He's actually going to not TP away. PL's attempting to flee as the Boros Strike procs from that Sandstorm actually helping PL escape, stunning up the Centaur. Buyback from Sunset here too.
We haven't really gotten that full wombo combo that we've been waiting for this entire game, right? Like, the epicenter didn't go off, they didn't have the fatal bonds onto everyone, they didn't clump up, and mean, credit to that needs to be given to Yellow Submarine. They know that's the only way they're going to lose this game. Like, clumping up for no real reason. They're still trying to go onto the Centaur, and I'm not sure why.
Yep, he's not a guy to go on. Currently at the moment, 4,700 HP. Yes.
Unbuffed up by anything else.
Yes, sir.
Dire's top tower is under
And he's going into a hard as well, like he needs it.
The mysteries renew me.
Oh, they're gonna go for Satanic again. It's honestly confusing.
I mean, it feels to me like they're just waiting. Oh, see you later. That's a dieback. Kasane just diving a tier 2 tower.
Yeah, down for a minute.
Ooh. Oh, just gets away.
Going for the Tormentor now.
Look at that Tormentor goes. Yeah. Oh, a free shot for your Ursa, of course.
Oh, does everyone else have a shot?
Yeah, Shadow Demon's got his. So just using it now for a quick heal onto Satanic. But again, like I was saying before, it is a really good shard game. Against any sort of roots, slows, silences, you name it. Demonic Cleanse is great. So it really takes away a big part of the power that even Fatal Bonds has, right? You can get rid of Fatal Bonds, you can get rid of the Upheaval Slow, you can get rid of the Pit of Malice route, you can get rid of the slow coming from Stinger, you can get rid of the attack speed slow. Oh no, you can't. The Epicenter is the one thing, I guess it's an ultimate, that makes sense. They are just not letting Side play the sort of game that they want.
Is under attack.
I mean, at least they've got a pipe. A pipe is something. And they're still surviving. They haven't pushed tier 3s yet. I think that's something that they can definitely do because they have a Centaur at 4,700 HP. They have got a lasso. They bring back the Pit Lord. He's still alive though and okay. The Pit of Malice is placed down with a Firestorm there, but he will be taken down by the Ursa along with this Warlock too. So I'll attempt to try and find more. In comes the Epicenter, blinking forward there with the Boar Strike, trying to find the Ursa there, but there's no follow-up damage to take down this Ursa. Is now erased with this double damage, focusing down Pure with the melt. That will be enough. Sand King dead. That's 3 gone here on the side of Side. What else
I gotta
can
say,
they do?
PL has really gotten nothing else in, you know, since that last one previous successful team fight, right? He's got a Yasha, essentially. He could buy the Manta Style, and he will, but I'm not sure Manta Style is going to do all that much at this stage. They needed a way to deal with this relatively low mana pools on the Yellow Submarine Heroes. It really felt like Diffusal Blade was the build this game.
Just to make matters worse, Daedalus now obtained on Templar Assassin too.
Oof. How much damage we thinking?
Let me have a look. Maybe like 1,000? 100?
And the rest. Depends who it goes on to, I guess.
Oh, 965. Maybe with the meld. Maybe with the meld.
Oh yeah, onto Warlock, he's gonna get, I don't know, 1,500 damage, I think, onto him. Probably gonna get one shot. Still waiting on that Wombo.
I mean, I guess like PL could go something like a butterfly. Oh no, he has not finished that. He has not finished a heart. What is his HP now? I dare not look. 5,500 HP.
And the more strength he gets, the more strength he has the potential to get with that double edge. With the shard. Look at him, he's just standing up there. No cares in the world. He's got all the health he could possibly want. He's got Reflection back. He's got Spell Lifesteal as well, coming from the Paladin Sword.
This is not legal. I mean, they got a lasso again onto the Warlock, just not able to use Fatal Bonds at all. This Epicenter does nothing to this Centaur. The Desolate damage finds the Pit Lord. Sand King has to retreat. And where else is there a fight? This PL getting focused here with the Fury Swipes. The Desolate damage is too much for him to handle. Now, are they going to call GG? Because I think someone's going to Fountain Dive. Yeah, finding
sunset there. There it is. GG is called, and game 1 is going to be going to Yellow Submarine in style here. They absolutely stop the hands of Cybe Team.
That was a quick DC coming at the very end of the game there, I gotta say, from both Pro and Self-Hate, both of them having games that I'm sure they would like to forget. You know, this is, at least with the Sand King, it was their bread and butter. It's the thing that's been banned out consistently against them. It's the thing that's been giving them a lot of success in a lot of these pub games, but it was an immediate TA response to it, right? Like, it felt like he couldn't do anything in that laning phase. You needed to get up in melee range to get a lot of it. Maybe he needed to put more points in the Sandstorm as opposed to leveling up the Stinger, just so that you could keep far enough away from the TA, so that you could burn through those refraction charges, so that you could put a little bit of extra pressure onto the TA, which it just never felt like it was there, and it just took way too long to get into any sort of item that would have had any semblance of effectiveness. I think it's pretty hard to go past Erase as, like, the MVP, but Kasane, I mean, he was pretty damn good, too.
Do you think maybe perhaps then he shouldn't have maxed the Sandstorm and gone straight into the Stinger max? Because I'm having a look at the cooldown here, and it's around about, like, 5 seconds. So if you got that at, like, level 7, level 6, and it would be around about 8 seconds here, so you're able to spam it quite a bit.
But against a TA, it's like,
oh,
do you really
with refraction,
care?
Yeah. I mean, I guess it would help on the other side of the lanes, because Sandstorm just allows for farming up, right? And I feel like maybe perhaps maybe it shouldn't be mid. Maybe it should be just off lane or something and stay at that position.
One of the few players that are playing at mid, and like I said, it works for him in his pubs, but these ain't no pubs. This is Yellow Submarine with a point to prove. They got stomped by 1W in the upper bracket, and they did the exact same thing to Cybe Team.
Jesus. Well, folks, we're going to go for a break here, so stay tuned, because we will be back with Game 2 in just a couple of minutes. Don't go anywhere.
I'ma get it, you know I be on the way. Yeah. You know I be on the way. Man on a mission, I'ma get it, you know I be on the way. Yeah, it's all hard, ain't no fear here. You ain't giving this at all, you steer clear. Never beat, I've been down and I reappear. You got some money on the line, you better put it here. Rolling in and doing that work. Check priorities, I'm doing that first. Check's big and I'm sure that hurts, but it's checkmate, we ain't selling short, know the work. Ain't nowhere to hide, you ain't gotta see me come and keep me on your mind, cause I be on the way. Yeah. You know I be on the way. Man on a mission, I'ma get it, you know I be on the way. Yeah, man, we coming for them bangs that they said I couldn't have, get the chain. I got a vision for the things you ain't believe. Here's the motto, hard work, this over everything. It's that comeback. I'm calling plays, hit the pass, then the run back. Yeah, I'm far ahead and gotta run laps. But we ain't letting up, we never done that. Ain't nowhere to hide. You ain't gotta see me come and keep me on your mind. Cause I be on the way. Yeah. You know I be on the way. Man on a mission, I'ma get it, you know I be on the way. Yeah, I'm on the way. On the way. Yeah, on the way. I'm on the way. I'm on the way. weirdo. Tattoos from my toes to my earlobes. Was a role model, I never had a hero. I learned how to live through the stereo. Coming from where I come from, the inferior. Everything you see ain't what it appears though. Everything that I built made that from zero, then added a zero. I am my hero. You couldn't imagine what it's like in my mind. It's beauty and catastrophe at the same time. Remember they laughed at me when it was game time. Now I know that they mad at me. I'm one you can't find. I'm not from the day. I come alive at night. I'm not what you used to. Couldn't recognize. They all on the ground while I'm taking flight. And you're welcome to join me. I promise I won't bite.
Things they say, they're never getting in my way. And even if I make mistakes, I will always see them through. Cause I don't wanna play your game. I had enough, I'm burning up so hot I just break your chain. You can never stop what's building up inside of me. Inside of me.
They call me a monster. I guess I don't fit in with the imposters. I'm taking the mask off. Prepare your conscience. Prepare for honest. Cut off all the nonsense. I'm all in your chakra. Wonder who shot you. Go call the doctor. Boom like the chopper. Don't you get chopped up. I'm here to stop you. Whoever wants smoke like a roster, break you off proper.
Things they say, they're never getting in my way. And even if I make mistakes, I will always see them through. What's that? Cause I don't wanna play your game. I had enough, I'm burning up so hot I just break your chain. You can never stop what's building up inside of me. Play your game. I had enough, I'm burning up so hot I just break your chain. You can never stop what's building up inside of me.
They say that I'm such a weirdo. Tattoos from my toes to my earlobe.
Can never stop what's building up inside of me.
They say that I'm such a weirdo. Tattoos from my toes to my earlobe.
Can never stop what's building up inside of me. Can never stop what's building up inside of me.
You tie me close to your heart. Praise the giver in my head as you keep me warm. Walls are melting.
Hello, everybody. Welcome back to the Esports World Cup. We're coming in for Game 2 out of the best of 3 between Yellow Submarine and Saib. I almost got that wrong. But yes, we're coming in for Game 2. Now, Game 1 was, in regards to Centaur, a stomp. It was pretty much a stomp. There wasn't really much that Saib could do about that at all. But we're coming in for Game 2 now, so maybe perhaps they can switch it around with the drafts. Danog, how are you feeling about this Game 2? Do you think from the performance that you've seen from Yellow Submarine, we're going for a clean 2-0? Or do you think there's a potential that Saib, they could pull it back and make it a 1-1?
I still think it's going to be a 2-0. I didn't think it would be this one-sided, especially considering how Yellow Submarine started their day in getting stomped themselves. And Saib, of course, brought it to 3 games against Na'Vi. But yeah, this just wasn't it. Maybe not first phasing the Sand King is, was it first phase or second? I think it was their second pick overall, but maybe a little bit too early, not actually having sufficient flex to make it work in the off lane as well. And again, like, TA is just one of those heroes that I think needs to be banned. Like, they let through 3 pretty high priority ban heroes in my eyes in the Bat Rider, the TA, and the Centaur. So something's got to give. people keep banning this IO, and I mean, maybe it's Giga Strong, but I haven't seen it yet.
No, we haven't seen it yet. But yeah, it was a first pick on the Sand King, so maybe perhaps we lead. I mean, they could have kind of flexed it as an off lane, but maybe perhaps they already knew that Pro was playing it on the mid, as you mentioned. So maybe perhaps
it
that
was an
already...
instant TA reaction pick to it. Like they knew this was the answer. So if they're gonna do it again, you need to protect it a whole lot more. You know, it needs to be either later in the draft, or you need to sacrifice some of your other early bans to be able to, you know, make it work. If you're still really wanting to pick it early enough, not everyone's playing it, so clearly it's something that's like a specialty for side team. But I think you can't not ban the likes of your Weavers and Spirit Breakers and Dark Willows and all that sort of stuff. Those have to be banned. TA honestly has to be banned as well, but, you know, we saw that it wasn't. And I think if you're going to play it, you got to pick it up a little bit later.
And folks, we'll see if it gets banned out now, because the draft for Game 2 is underway. Let's head straight to the draft and see if the Templar Assassin is banned. It is.
Sure
I think I actually heard you say it is very, very quietly. I couldn't tell about that. But yes, it is banned.
Yeah. I mean, I'm not a big fan of like reacting too heavily to what happened in game number 1. I think if it's good, it's good, and you should ban it off the back of that, not ban it because we got stomped with it in game 1, if that makes sense, right? Like, I think you've got to stick to your guns. You've clearly prepared for this. Having said that, I don't hate the TA and the Centaur bans just because they are really good heroes in general. Even the Dragon Knight. This is good. This is good coming through from Cybe team. Like, these are at least 3... You could even call Storm, like, really strong meta heroes. And Yellow Submarine have that first pick overall, so it's going to be up to them as how they go. Do they Bat Rider? Do they Weaver? Do they Willow? They do. And this
Willow.
pretty much forces Cybe team to use their one ban in the second phase on the Underlord as well. Fine with a Weaver pick.
I like it. We've said the Weaver's pretty busted. I mean, especially you, Danog. You said this hero is kind of crazy at the moment within this patch. So, Cybe, they finally picked themselves up a very, very juicy hero here, which they can flex either as a support or as a carry.
Yes. So, if I'm in Cybe team's shoes right now, I don't care what Yellow Submarine ban. I am banning Underlord. Am I banning Underlord? I'm picking Shadow Demon, regardless. Because I feel like Shadow Demon and Weaver are two heroes that do two very different things. One is very much a saving support, sets up for a lot of stuff. Weaver is much more, frontliney, aggressive, really strong in lanes, secures lanes, has the potential to transition to, a little bit of a semi-carry once you get later on. We saw how effective he was even just with a Rod of Atos in that previous series that we were casting. So I want to see them go down that sort of avenue. If you go Shadow Demon and you let the Underlord through, yes, it can work out really well for you, but I feel like you can get punished pretty heavily as well. So probably safer to just ban it.
So we'll see if they do ban it. It's getting to eating the reserve time now for Yellow Submarine. I mean, we saw it combine very well with Dark Willow. Maybe perhaps they can find something similar. I mean, Warlock's still in the pool if they want to actually take it off Cybe. But it's going to be a Clockwork that's banned out.
Yeah, don't hate it. They do kind of similar things, but Clockwork's just really annoying to play against, so I can see it. Like Spirit Breaker I would be a fan of as well. Doesn't feel too bad, although Willow Brambles do kind of stop the charge quite effectively. Although they gave him like debuff immunity, right? On Spirit Breaker, that was one of the changes. Pierce's debuff immunity. So you don't have debuff immunity on Charge of Darkness, but you pierce it.
Do you want to check your screen, Danog? Look what's been picked.
I'm okay with it. Like, clearly they feel like against the no Dragon Knight, no TA, no Storm Spirit feels pretty good. I wonder if Yellow Submarine want to go something like Monkey King mid, or even like if they say, haha, we're flexing the Sand King, it's actually off lane. Monkey King into Sand King isn't that bad either. So I think that's the sort of thing that by picking Sand King this early, kind of you leave yourself a little bit vulnerable to. I mean, what are some other options? Like I mentioned Huskar before. That's an option. Slardar, I'm okay with that too. Especially if you're playing at mid, right? Like you've got all of that extra health regeneration that you're going to get just from being in the river, and Sand King kind of needs to be melee-ish range to be able to get a lot of those last hits still. Stinger is going to have a lot more value this game, though, than it did against the TA, for sure.
Okay, so Crystal Maiden is a hero that we haven't seen yet. That will be picked out. Yellow Submarine. I don't know if they've played it in the past. Let me have a look at the previous games.
It's something that Asdecor plays a little bit. But it was super busted when the Innate was tied to Arcane Aura. Now it's tied to Freezing Field. So you don't have that extra cast range in the actual laning phase, which was just way too strong.
Radiant team pick.
So it has been played twice in one series, which was the Virtus Pro versus Next Up. So both teams played the Crystal Maiden.
Okay, Phoenix is alright. Don't hate it. A little bit of AoE damage, a little bit of extra sustain. Again, Phoenix and Weaver do two very different things. They did still ban out the Underlords, so clearly they're feeling like, you know what, Dark Willow on its own, not that bad to have to deal with. Not sure I agree. I think Dark Willow Slardar is still ridiculously strong.
I feel they need more lockdown here on Saib. I'm not too fond of the Phoenix here. I would have preferred something, you know, like something that could root down, like, you know, a Treant Protector, or, you know, anything with like a slow. They actually go CK here too, so a very mix in the heroes here. We could be having a CK off lane, it could be a Weaver support, it could be a CK carry. So I am liking a little bit that they are moving around these heroes, but still their draft, it does kind of scare me a little bit, and I feel like it could falter if they don't have themselves good lanes.
I'd say it's much more likely just to be a CK1, Phoenix 5, Weaver 4. Sand King is the one that still has a little bit of movement potential, let's say. Like, obviously, Pro loves to play it. I'm not sure if he's going to be able to make it work against the Slardar. It potentially will be better than against the TA, but you've got last pick overall, and I think you really need to abuse that. And if it's just a really, like, even a decent lane in the off lane for the Sand King, I think you take it. Because you know Weaver's going to set up your lane very well. It's not great.
So they picked themselves up another hero, which has been seen quite a lot within the pub stage. But he did have himself a few nerfs within the emergency patch that Valve came out.
He was way too strong initially. Just the strongest spell after the Blade Fury. The extra damage that you're just able to do before you take any sort of damage. So as soon as you got into like a, you know, Blink Omni Slash, it was just way too good. I think they nerfed the range of the Swift Slash as well, which was also needed. People were using it just for moving around in team fights as opposed to actual damage, which just goes to show how strong it is, like a mini Blink Dagger.
10 seconds remaining. Dire
How good would a Shadow Demon have been this game, though? I just keep going back to that. It would have been so good. You don't care about CM Root. You don't care about Omni Slash because you disrupt whoever gets gone on. You don't care about Guardian Sprint because you're demonic purging him. You don't care about Willow Brambles. It would have been so good to be able to set up for a lot of this stuff. But I'm just trying to mull in my mind, like, is there any sort of way that this Weaver could be a core? CK could potentially be that. Maybe it's a CK1 Weaver 3 and then like a Shadow Demon, but I still kind of hate Phoenix Shadow Demon as a support duo, so I don't even know if that's going to work.
Oh, and Zeus comes out.
So this is a Zeus mid?
Sand King.
Well, maybe. We'll see. Probably, yes.
I mean, whoever's going to be on the safe lane then isn't going to have fun if it's Slardar and Dark Willow.
Nope. At least CK's got a little bit of sustain, and I mean against the Slardar, the attack speed slow from the Fiery Spirits does help a decent amount. Also, just the mischance from the Phoenix Innate as well. I wonder if that means he puts like 1 point into Sunray early on, just to get some of that damage ticking up on the Slardar, get that mischance brewing. Level 4 maybe. You just put 1 value point in it. What to do, what to do, what to do.
I mean, I'm
Let's go
honestly
something
not sure what they're going to pick.
Pushes quite effectively. Like, DP? Docs?
You may now
Okay.
select your heroes.
I like this draft a lot better than they had before, that's for sure.
Yes. You're going to get a lot of value out of Pipe, that's for sure. You're able to stay away from this CM Juggernaut combination, which is very important. Weaver still Giga strong. Might be one of those things where you just get an early point in Vacuum as opposed to Surge, just because Weaver doesn't really need that extra movement speed, and you just let your Ion Shell do the work for you.
So
They're
intriguing
still lacking
stuff.
a little bit of that lockdown, aren't they? Like,
yeah.
I'm not sure if the Vacuum's enough. Will be nice against the Juggernaut, though.
It's the fact that they don't have that instant stun, do they? I mean, they have Burrow Strike. I guess that's the closest instant stun they have, but Chaos Bolt is like a really slow projectile.
Okay. I want to see if they're trying to be next level with this here. So, I guess it doesn't really matter, actually. Never mind. I'm an idiot. Like, he went Phantasmagoria, right? So, that basically means that all of CK's illusions are strong illusions. So that counts stuff that gets formed by, like, if the enemy had a Darkseer, then all of the Darkseer CK illusions become strong ones. So it's actually a bad thing. Sort of thing is similar with Shadow Demon, but maybe does he want to go into like an early-ish Aghanim Scepter for this game? Because they are technically illusions formed by Chaos Knight, even if they are of other heroes. So they're going to be just that little bit more effective. They're not going to be able to be cleared out by stuff like, you know, Dagon and other stuff that just instantly kills illusions. I don't know. I want to see how they're able to make it work. Hopefully we get a closer game, because that was
a stomp.
It was a demolition. Yeah.
But yes, folks, let's get in for Game 2. Yellow Submarine versus Psy. They didn't have themselves a good Game 1 at the moment. I feel like it could have ended a lot earlier, but they're actually able to just prolong it, and it ended in 31 minutes. So let's see if the momentum stays around about the same here. They've got themselves some pretty unique heroes. We haven't seen CK as of yet within the pool. Juggernaut, I haven't seen him. Slardar only around about 1 game.
Hold on. Bit of a smoke going on here. How close are they? Oh, it's going to pop in there. Ooh, never mind. They don't walk into the Watcher, but as Decoy just kind of reveals the fact that they're up there anyway.
Yeah, not going to go anywhere near there now.
Top lane's the one that I'm going to be looking at early on. That's where all the action's going to be, in my eyes. Like, Weaver, again, level 2, incredibly strong. And, of course, you've got that kill potential going back the other way with the CM Juggernaut. Such a classic Dota combination.
Weren't CK's illusions previously strong illusions?
Yes, but only for CK himself. So if he uses Ags, or like that whole Shadow Demon, Darkseer, enemy Shadow Demon, enemy Darkseer stuff, didn't work that way. So it was just ones that he created through of himself through Phantasm.
Yeah. And Sunset having to, I don't know, play a bit oddly here. Just going to TP away, along with the Dark Willow as well. Not the best of health at the moment. Should be able to heal up there with a couple of tangos, 2 more.
What ended up... Was it just Willow that did all that damage to him?
It was.
Oh, that's a lot.
Oh no, and now that might be a dead Weaver. Yep, it's a dead Weaver. That's first blood.
Should not be happening. That's a horrible way to be able to start this game out, and well, they had the sentry ward set up for it, right? So
yeah,
really nice coverage of that entire top area. Well, you got to expect it, and now he doesn't have a TP, so he's going to just need to Shikuchi his way back to the lane. It means that Zenika's going to have a bit of a rougher time. You don't want to give Satanic a good start, either, because he's just going to be able to run away with it. You can see he's basically got his entire build order queued up already. He's wanting to go really early on into that Mjolnir, and if there's no Weaver hanging close by, may as well just start getting a little bit of that damage in onto the Darkseer, make his life a little bit more challenging. Already the boots coming out. Has to be careful though, the Geminate attack might be able to kill the courier. Oh, he doesn't even get that. Not the greatest start. I was expecting it to be a little bit more fiercely contested in the laning stage, but we'll have to wait and see. Quarter of a level away from that level 2. How's mid going? Even-ish. Pretty expected, right? I mean, any time that you think you've caught out the Zeus, he's just going to be able to heavily jump away. Doesn't need to go the Lightning Bolt for the lane either, just to reveal the Sand King, because he hasn't gone the Invis one, so he's totally fine with just keeping the farm potential up with the Arc Lightning.
Mm-hmm.
Just dealt a pretty big chunk of damage through to Erase, actually, with that combination I was talking about, the Burrow Strike plus the Stinger. Took out about a quarter of his HP, just with a couple of those together.
How strong was the facet ability that Juggernaut has when it was patched? Was it like pretty decent? Like what was the stats before and after? Do you know?
Oh. Alright, what's it linked to? Bladestorm. I swear it was visible somewhere in one of the patch notes. I think they didn't nerf it by half, but maybe like 25% of its values, I think.
Okay, because I am just looking at it as the fight goes on, and it is kind of cool how he gains, what, like 10% movement speed and 7 agility? Which I do find pretty cool, because it's like having a band of Elven skin.
Pretty much. Like oh, hold on. Up top, a little bit of damage on for Zeneca, but he's going to be able to get away. It's one of those things that I feel like Blink Dagger is already a great item for Juggernaut. It just makes it even better, right? Because it instantly goes away whenever you take any sort of damage from anyone, right? Heroes, creeps, doesn't matter. So you've just got to make sure that you are running in and getting that quick Omni Slash in onto the target that matters. Like, come late game, that extra, the bonus agility just means so much.
Mm-hmm.
And, you know, you just have a look at his innate ability as well. Like, whenever you're Omni Slashing someone, they just take 10% more damage. Because why not?
How's bottom doing at the moment? Self-Hate having a lot better lane. CS surpassing the Slaughter, so a lot better than having to face against a Centaur, which was 3 levels higher. Actually, a level
trying to get a
above.
bit of a nice little cancel there by Self-Hate. Maybe feeling like they can go onto the Dark Willow, but those brambles are just so annoying. Extra brambles all around. You cannot go at all into that general vicinity. Top, Zeneca. Getting focused down a little bit, and he's certainly suffering in terms of his mana pool.
Is there Soul Ring on the way? Yeah, Soul Ring's on the way for Zeneca. Although, meanwhile, Swarm does not find the kill on Aztekor as they turn it around, find the Weaver once again on this top lane, with the score being 2-0.
You can see Zeneca really wants to try and get as deep as possible, knowing that there isn't that Blade Fury available for the next 15 or so seconds. Can't turn around to just go for that healing ward either.
Oh, look at this. This is such nicely done here from Aztekor. He was basically he was waiting for the surge to come out, but then also you had Zeneca who was waiting for Aztekor to use the Frostbite, which is why he didn't use the surge for those watching. So
I wonder if it would have been useful for him to actually just use the Ion Shell onto himself. Like, yes, it wouldn't have, you know, killed Satanic, but it would have at least gotten rid of that Blade Storm, and he was just chasing him with an extra 8 bonus agility and 10% movement speed, so it just meant it was that much easier to be able to focus down the Darkseer. He actually went the quick wit instead as well, so not the movement speed one.
Oh, okay.
Getting attack speed from intelligence. Not sure really what he's looking to punch in these fights, but I mean, it's a good game for the normal punch against a Juggernaut. He's one of those heroes that you are very, very happy to get the punch off on.
Radiant are scanning.
Even Slardar as well.
Oh yeah, definitely. So some very good heroes that you can use throughout the Wall of Replica, and especially the normal punch that you just said. I mean, Juggernaut is amazing for illusions.
Oh yeah.
The illusion hero. Especially like Terrorblade as well. We won't speak of his name since
Illusion.
Terrible hero right now. This is pretty much as expected, and maybe I thought we might see a little bit more action up on the top side. Mid lane, how's things going for Pro? I mean, he's certainly at least picking up a little bit of that farm for himself. Went the 1-4-3 build for now. He's actually rushing the Eternal Shroud, which I don't hate. You know, you're going to be basically only avoiding damage from the Slardar, and maybe he feels like with Sohai there, just being able to slow down the Slardar, you know, right clicks through the Fire Spirits, through the Sunray, blinding him up. That's going to provide him with that little bit of extra safety.
Yeah. He's lacking on mana though on Pro. You just see him farming up with the Stinger. Having to bring out a clarity here, but the comparison is compared to Game 1. He has not been demolished by physical damage here. Zeus is just focusing on farming, just tickling him every now and again, so he's perfectly fine here, having a lot better game than he was previously.
I mean, look at that. He just one-shot an entire creep wave with just a Stinger. Like, that's what he was hoping for in the previous matchup. But if you're not using Stinger to its fullest potential like you can't against a TA, then it becomes a whole lot more challenging. This CK illusion is just going to catch out this rotation coming through from a race. He's actually went away entirely down to the tier 2 tower in the same lane. So not too far away if you really needed to be there, but getting a little bit of damage in onto this tower.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Dire's middle tower is under attack.
I mean, it's not as good as the Hammer of Purity when that was broken, but it does remind me a little bit of it with how short the cooldown is at level 4.
The Stinger?
Yeah, 5 seconds.
And it's AoE as well.
Oh, okay, that makes it even better.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Very small AoE, but it is AoE.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
It's pretty passive now on all lanes at the moment. Only 3 kills. And 2 of them that being on Sunset.
Radiant's bottom
So,
tower
still a pretty passive game at the moment. Only 1k net worth lead on the side of the Isle Submarine, so really not that many kills at around about 10 minutes. Everyone's able to farm up here. Self-Hate is going for a omelet. Oh, meanwhile, though, it may be another kill. So high. Found there within the Bramble Maze and taken down by a race with the Lightning Bolt. Has that Phylactery now, so able to dish out extra damage upon proccing of a spell.
Feels really nice, just to be able to have that, what did you call it, like a filler spell, I suppose, or a filler item that's just going to tide you over until the later stages of the game. File actually feels really good for that. Provides a bit of utility as well, outside of just pure damage with the slow, and obviously that's going to be very impactful considering some of these other heroes that you're playing with, right? The Juggernaut, the Slaughter, they want predictability. They want to be able to just stand there and right-click.
Mm-hmm.
Speaking of the two, I mean, about to get into some of these bigger items. Already got the Maelstrom up for Satanic. Looks like he's going for a Blink Dagger on Kasane. So, clearly feel like they're going to be ready to fight shortly. Just not quite yet. They're probably waiting for around that full, let's say, 14-minute timing. Play around a Power Rune, put a lot more emphasis onto it at that period. Just make sure that you're not losing towers in the meantime. Build up a few stacks.
Self-Hate got the Reigns of Chaos proc. So he got himself 2 illusions instead of 1. He's currently farming a medium camp on the right. Just left 1 little shard golem left.
Has he got his armlet? I think he might. Unless I'm mistaken.
Look at Pro's level right now compared to the Zeus. I mean, 2 levels ahead.
Yeah,
working out.
Just because of how quickly you're able to clear creep waves, it's pretty much instant. Gotta be careful about not using the smoke underneath any sort of vision though.
Oh, has the Boris strike away there. As the core going to commit the freezing field, but that's right underneath a Supernova. So has to cancel that TP away. The Supernova will not cancel the TP. And lovely use of the time-lapse there to stop being killed by the Thunder God's Wrath. So that is Phoenix down by the hands of Save.
Kasane just wants to keep on running in now. This is the Blink Dagger reveal, right? This is what you were playing around for, and with that Shield Rune, it kind of feels like Zeus could be here if he wanted to just join in onto the fight.
Oh, in comes Self-Haze.
In a little deep here.
There's the Terrorize, the Bramble Maze, and the Cursed Crown, really helping to disengage this initiation there upon the Slardar. So he will be able to get back safely and will not fall.
He went the Brine Guard, actually, instead of Leg Day on Slaughter. So I guess just realizing all of that minus armor threat, or rather the importance of having the Corrosive Haze in. Maybe he's just looking to play for the Aghanim Shard, right? Like, if it's got AoE Corrosive Haze, then that's going to be a lot of additional armor that you get in the middle of a team fight.
Yeah, that'd be pretty good. I mean, it only lasts for about 5 seconds, though, right?
It's fine, though. Like, CK wants to burst you. You can stop that from happening.
It's a cool
big win.
Level 4
Oh,
swarm.
nice stun!
Horror Strike there onto 2. And that will find 2. Double kill for Pro.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
I don't think he was intending that Burrow Strike to land onto the Slaughter as well, but just so happened that it did. So, nice little double kill for the Sand King there. That's, I believe, the Eternal Shroud finished up for him.
It is indeed. There it is. 2,000 HP. Meanwhile, though, they will take down the Weaver to stop him from obtaining the Wisdom Rune.
Dire's middle tower is under
Able to
attack.
get that. There is a Wisdom Rune on the other side of the map, should Zeneca want to get it.
Weaver might just claim it. What's he got? Going straight into the Atos now, I think, on the Weaver. Feeling like the Spirit Vessel on its own is not going to be enough.
Oh my gosh, the Frostbite does nothing to Pro. Although, 4 rotated upon him, the Frostbite there again. I mean, if they have the physical damage, they have 4 heroes, yeah, they can kill him. Meanwhile, though, they are attempting to try and take down the Juggernaut. The Supernova comes out there in return from that Omni Slash.
The boys are coming.
They cannot get him, though.
Oh, jumps over the swarm.
As they find a lovely bash there onto the Phoenix. So that is 2 down.
I think he was expecting Erase to be there as well. Just that extra range coming from the Aether Lens. Making sure that he was able to wipe him out before the Icarus dive away. I have to wonder for Kasane, like, is he going to full-on commit to getting this Eternal Shroud, or is he just going to go immediately for the Aghanim Shard? It's a really good game for Aghanim Shard against a CK, just because of how many targets you're going to be affected with that Corrosive Haze. It means, like, you're going to have a ton of magic resist from the Eternal, you're going to have a ton of armor from the Aghanim Shard. Kind of like last game, it's going to be hard to take him out.
Strike there, Epicenter. It's going to come off. Finds the kill there onto Azdakor. Tempted to chase now, Hussein, but is able to get away there with the Guardian Sprint, so it is just going to be a one-on-one between both of the supports there.
This is certainly much more of the game that Pro was expecting to have last time around, and look at how much emphasis they're putting on this top side of the map. 4 Observer Wards up towards this area of the map. They just completely want to claim this. They're not caring at all about mid or bottom. What that does enable, though, is for Satanic to just move down here. He's now got his Mjolnir, and he's going into... Oh, no, some Y first. I think he's got the Yasha coming out to him now, yeah. Wants even more of that movement speed. Combine it together with the facet for himself.
Oh, and now they're going to go into Pro again. Just able to Boros Strike away, but the Cursed Crown will stun him up as Slardar coming in with the Bash of the Deep. You get the kill onto the Sand King again. 4 heroes for this one Scorpion. Getting the kill once again.
And he's going to get tankier as well, right? Like, that's the thing. Like, not just himself, but also eventually having something like the CK with the Ags to potentially help him out. He's going to have his own Aghanim Scepter, so as long as he gets that Sandstorm off, and remember, it's got essentially 100% uptime. Like, you've got stuns coming back the other way, so you're not going to be totally as free to just continue to commit onto him. Plus, potential heals eventually coming through from So High, although he's only got the 1 point in the Sunray for now.
Oh, and the Dark Willow has been found. The Cursed Crown and the Bramble Maze used defensively there, but this Dark Willow will fall. Kill will go to Zeneca. And a nice item being acquired here by Self-Hate. Maybe perhaps we'll start to see him join the team fights now quite more, as he's got himself an Orchid. This is going to be quite nice, especially against the heroes like Dark Willow, Zeus, and the Juggernaut.
I think Jug especially. Like, you're not wanting to... On the other 2 heroes that you mentioned, you're not just walking up into fights, right? So it's really just going to be Juggernaut that's more likely to get found out. They're trying to catch him out now with this movement. Look at even the lines being drawn on the map. They know that this is where he's set himself up to farm. They might put a ward up on this high ground just to potentially catch him out. They just didn't get vision of him. He was right outside of the range, I think. I see him now, though.
Oh, yeah. Oh, no. Pro. He's going to be decimated there by a Fear with the Omni Slash. So now they'll tend to go for more here, trying to find Zeneca. He's trying to place down his Wall of Replica. He is able to do so there indeed, but does not get himself a Juggernaut illusion. So they will lose 2 cores here, and their middle tier 1 tower. That will fall. Sanjin Yasha completed now for Satanic.
Dota literally comes down to a matter of seconds, right? Like, if they catch out the... Oh, yeah.
Orchid. Maybe. But he's too fast. Look at him go. Look at that movement speed.
No Spirit Vessel charges now as well. They were really banking on being able to secure that kill. But yeah, if they caught out the Juggernaut just 1 second earlier underneath that Observer Ward that So High put onto the high ground, then he doesn't rotate mid, you don't have the damage needed to kill the Sand King, maybe you kill the Juggernaut, you stop the Snowball from moving forward, you don't lose your tier 1 tower, you don't lose a Darkseer, like, literally, a difference of seconds has maybe altered the outcome of this game.
Almost got that Axe now on the Sand King, so maybe perhaps that will be nice to try and counter-initiate anyone that jumps upon him with the, you know, the tiny little Boros strikes that happen within the Sandstorm. Because of course he can keep this Sandstorm up more than the actual cooldown. Meanwhile, Freezing Field comes out. They're going to commit the Thunder God's Wrath there, try and take down the Darkseer. They will be able to indeed. They force out a Supernova too, so that has been expended.
really want to make sure they're taking out this... Oh, hold on. They might... never mind. They want to take out this Darkseer ASAP before he's able to get into the pipe. Or not just himself, but the team as well. Like, you're just so much squishier prior to that, even just with a casual cloak.
Oh, this is good. Blink Dagger obtained now on the CK, so now he has the potential to try and get a kill, but I don't know if he wants to go into this. Pure's in trouble. He's been rooted up again here by the Bramble Maze. There's nowhere for him to flee. He is able to get off the epicenter, but they all disengage from it, so it's not going to do a lot of damage. The wall of replica is down. They're going to try and attempt to get the kill there onto the Slaughter, but the Terrorized is ready to be committed, so they find absolutely nothing here on side, but in return, yeah, Submarine, they pick themselves off one and get back safely.
And they still end up using a lot, right? 2 ultimates for all of that. Means that you're not going to be able to withstand the push now that Yellow Submarine are trying to put onto this bottom side of the map. You're going to, lose your tier 2 tower. No glyph remaining for it. And it might just be Roshan. I mean, you're playing with a Slaughter. Anytime that you've got a Slaughter or a TA or an Ursa lineup, even Tusk, Roshan has to be towards the top of your list of priorities. Disperse are going to be quite nice as well. I don't know if it's going to be able to go into it. Not too often you see Diffusal Blade Juggernaut.
No, I actually wonder why Satanic has got this. Do you have any idea why?
Off the top of my head, I would just imagine, like, using the
he's going
using the movement speed buff on the Slaughter, for example, like, just makes them unslowable.
I think it's he doesn't want to go Manta style. He wants to go like the aggressive way of dispelling, like silence or something like that. So he's going for a Disperser up next.
But it's great for Slaughter as well, right? Like, he is someone that you're so heavily based on your movement. You want to make sure that it's uninterruptible when Kasane goes in, right? Like, just keep him moving forward, keep moving forward. 5 seconds where you just cannot be slowed down at all. And he's got that Aghanim Shard as well as the Eternal Shroud, so Kasane is damn tanky. Oh, even went the health talent at level 15, so 3.2k HP, 23 minutes in with, what is that, about 50% physical and magic resist without having any of those facet armor buffs for himself as well. This is a scary prospect.
What is it about saying that he just wants to like level up all of his HP to like beyond 3,000? They're actually going to go for a kill now here onto Pro, who's locked in place there.
A little lucky.
With the Cursed Crown, not escaping that with the Frostbite and the Bramble Maze too.
Bro, he just stood in the middle of an epicenter and took about a quarter of his HP. Like, on the center point of a Sandstorm epicenter on Kasane, and it tickled him.
Yeah, it doesn't look really that impactful at all, does it?
He feels confident enough just to jump on in here.
He
needs to be able to get the crush off, though. For that little bit of extra armor.
Almost could have got the kill there onto Slaughter, but didn't want to overextend on the CK, which is perfectly understandable. Sunset's fine.
Wonder if Satanic would have stuck around if the team immediately told him, yeah, Epicenter's used, don't worry about it, because with that Aegis still 2.5 minutes left on it, there really isn't anything that should be stopping him from taking this tier 2 tower for free, and there we go.
Oh, as they go for more here, Pro having to Boros Strike away. He has been revealed there by the Corrosive Haze. They take down the Weaver there with that Omni Slash, but it doesn't bounce onto the Sand King. But look at that Satanic, able to get the kill there, but in return, Self-Hate, yeah, able to get the Zeus and take down the Juggernaut. The Cursed Crown is there. Is able to actually dispel that Cursed Crown with the Phantasm. Maybe perhaps he can go for another kill here. He has himself the Blink Dagger with a Silence ready. Maybe perhaps he can do it. Is he going to be aggressive here, Self-Hate, or is he just going to... he is indeed, because they just do take down those illusions.
They want to be playing around choke points as much as possible, right? Like, you've got a Darkseer Sand King combination. They've got the potential to lay out a ton of damage in a lot of these team fights. It's just that Yellow Submarine for 2 games now haven't let them. They are, outside of, I would say, Erase going far too deep in that fight, really solid with their positioning, never committing more than one hero to, like, the center of a team fight.
Radiant's top tower has fallen.
Oh no. Try to get another kill again. Maybe perhaps Sand King can get some vengeance finally. It's the epicenter coming out, but the Terrorize is there in return. Crow still living through it. Maybe perhaps they can attempt to turn it around now. The surge being applied there to try and get some movement upon this Slardar. Will Slardar finally fall? Yes, he will. They'll get themselves the Crystal Maiden there too. So, Scythe actually coming back here, finally getting themselves 2 kills. Will finally at least find themselves something, not like a massive one-team fight, but, you know, stopping the counter-initiation. And that's important to try and get past that stage. Maybe perhaps now they can try and win themselves a team fight or get a pick-off.
Probably didn't need to be there in the first place anyway, right? Like, there was no Tormentor to be able to take. You could have just positioned yourself a little bit more defensively towards the ancient camp area that you basically had control over, but instead they just went way too far behind enemy lines, enabled that CK to come in from a pretty safe space, and yeah, ends up being able to be that extra damage that takes out the Slardar. He's going into the Ags. I think once he gets Ags, I want to see BKB come out from him. I really feel like once he's got that, or just something else that's going to be able to just remove this this silence onto him. I think that's basically the only thing stopping him from dominating a lot of these fights. If he gets off a single crush in the middle of a fight, I just don't think he's killable. It's going to need to do it pretty quickly as well, because after that BKB that Self-Hate is working towards, it's going to go Bloodthorn as well. Like, you don't want to just let yourself be vulnerable to a Bloodthorn. You want to be able to BKB that one off immediately. You don't have, I believe, any Lotuses any times coming soon from the rest of your team.
Radiant are scanning.
We'll activate the Phantasm again to push out.
Puzzle. Does feel nice. So much is dependent on him actually being able to get that crush off, though, right? Like, if he gets a crush off once he finishes this Aghanim Scepter, he's got what? The additional, is it 14 armor from being in it? Yeah, about 14 armor, probably 15 actually, because it's going to upgrade. And what then? Like, if he hits the crush onto actually an additional hero, then he's going to get the additional armor coming through from that. And then he is unkillable, but it's just a matter of getting it off, actually, right? Like,
yeah,
whether it be through BKB or a Lotus Orb or something, he just needs to be able to do it.
And still sitting comfortably at top of the net worth here at the moment. Satanic is 22,000 net worth almost here. Got himself that Disperser, obviously. And what's this coming on the courier right now for him? An Aghanims.
Sure. Arm down for it.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Counts as an Omni Slash, the Swift Slash for his innate. Extra 10% damage guaranteed during it.
Radiant's bottom tower is under
with
attack.
that level 18 with the Aghanim Scepter. Kasani feels much more confident. I think as long as he's the one to go in first, and again, jump in first, get the crush off, he's like, right, let's go, let's fight. But if he's not able to do that, I think someone else needs to kind of fulfill that role a little bit. Maybe Yatoro, I keep saying Yatoro, Satanic needs to be the one to kind of lead a few more of these fights, just because of, you know, how good of a start he's had. But, I mean, the reality is he has the same armor, but about 2/3 of the HP. That's being generous to what Slardar has, and nowhere near as much magic resist as well compared to an Eternal Shroud Slardar.
Tell you what though, I definitely like the movement
that Cyber are doing right now. They are avoiding potential initiations here from Yellow Submarine. So they're keeping themselves in play right now. They are not throwing themselves away. They are playing around the map. I really like how they're playing at the moment.
They're very nervous, it feels, about, you know, having a repeat of what we just saw. You can see Satanic, he's the one putting himself up there on the front lines, but just the pure amount of time that people are spending off the map, I'm sure is very nerve-wracking for them. Will be enough, though, with this pretty big creep wave, actually, to get the push going in, and they use the glyph. So you're not going to have a glyph refresh for the time that they're looking to go in.
Jumping onto Pro from the river. He is able to get away. He is fine. They did come in with a Sliverine Crush, and then Dark Willow rotated in, so it looked like they were going to go for something, but they didn't. Meanwhile, though, we've got ourselves Satanic on the top tier 3 tower. He's attempted to try and take it, but
they missed
Chaos
stun.
It will not connect. The Blade Fury
They got the
there,
crush
attempted
off.
to turn it around. The Supernova comes out, along with a wall of replica and a back. But it's all committed on a support. That poor Crystal Maiden. She didn't deserve that.
No. You just see how much more confident he is when he is actually able to land that crush, right? Like, they did not want to fight him. Just by standing in the puddle, basically. Just so much tankier.
Especially with the fact that he's got himself the shard as well, and then converts like some of that into armor. Oh, he tried to go in for a Sliverine Crush, yeah, but the Axe, yeah. In comes the Swiss Slash now, Omni Slash ready. But there, the stun's there from the Boris Strike. The Omni Slash will now finally come out, attempting to tank it now. Pro, they will survive that onslaught. Will attempt to flee now. With that Blade Fury, he is very fast. Coming in now with the silence, along with those illusions as well.
Nice
But he has been feared away by that Terrorize, but they're still alive here on side. They look to go for more here, or just sit upon their high ground, because they're not looking very healthy at the moment.
Yeah, they're going to be forced back. They used way too much, right? No Omni Slash, no BKB, no even Terrorize for them to be able to make these sorts of plays, and even Erase was running a little low on mana at the time. I haven't really mentioned the Zeus too much in recent team fights. He's just quietly chugging himself along, right? He's nearly got up to that level 20. Obviously going to give him a little bit of that extra damage coming through from the lightning bolt.
Oh my god. He tried to jump on Sand King again, and this little Aghanim's Boros Strike thing just had an effect on him. Now they're actually going to commit the silence here, along with the Epicenter too. That will be enough to take down the Slardar. There we go. Dominating spree. That's some gold for them. And surprisingly, Self-Hate coming out with the tip, but a big Swift Slash there on the Weaver. Didn't even have any reaction time there to use the time lapse. Just gets destroyed.
Mm-hmm. How much is that going to affect this Roshan? Because it's up, and it's down bottom for the next minute and a half. No Slaughter means you're lacking a good amount of frontline for yourselves, and not lacking the damage to be able to quickly take out this big boy. Ult up on Zeus in 3 seconds. He's got the amp damage as well, so...
Oh yeah, here we
try
go.
and reveal at the start of this fight. There we go.
When it goes right, oh nice Boros right there onto the Juggernaut, but Omni Slash in 8 more seconds. 8 more seconds as the Roshan falls. The Aegis will go into the hands there of the Self-Hate. That is going to be good for Saib, as now they're on the aggressive. Pro will need to take the lead here with the Boros Strike. Comes in forward,
Eva's
but
coming
the
back.
Swift Slash is there onto the Sand King. He will use the Yule Scepter there, but they got themselves a Chaos Bolt there, along with the Boros Strike there too from the Agnes. He's just able to get off the Omni Slash. He's going to try and lay in the damage now. Not Yatura, bloody hell, Satanic, able to activate that Blade Fury and get himself away. God damn, why does he have
Kasana's
that name
in.
at the end? But yes, there we go. They're able to try and find
he's getting
themselves.
so lucky with these stuns.
He brings himself back with the Aegis. Sand King back alive again with the Phantasm. The Swift Slash is there. They have themselves enough physical damage to take down the CK.
The all
that is 3 down.
Oh, Miracle Dota, he says. Bring me back to the days of 9k Miracle Dota. He got it. How did he get away? Honestly, dealing 11,800 damage in that fight. 2 Swift Slashes, an Omni Slash that didn't connect onto a single creep, double Disperser. Even his micro of the healing ward was just insane.
Oh my gosh, and the Swift Slash just instantly deleting the Weaver.
Just
able to
one
take down
team
the Sand
fight.
King too. Yeah, one team fight wins it all here at this moment. Now they are on a hot spree at the moment. There's nothing that can stop them. The momentum is high for this team. Taking down the tier 3, the Aegis is gone, 2 are down. Looks like they could just clean up the rest of the base here. They're pretty confident.
They're going to have one more glyph usable for this mid lane if they really want to, but the creeps are already inside the base. You don't really care if they're going to glyph this tier 3 tower.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Sand King is such a big amount of your AoE damage. It's why you pick the Darkseer. It helps to enable, but too much of the Wombo combo. You just saw the individual skill coming out from Satanic.
Radiant's middle barracks
Able to
has
be the difference maker there.
fallen. Radiant's structures
This is why you
are
pay the big
fortified.
bucks for the star position once.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Refresher now for the Zeus too. That's just arrived.
Oh!
So double Thunder God's Wrath, and oh my god, that is a lot of damage.
Swift Slash during a Icarus dive. God damn.
Oh my gosh. That was crazy damage. Crazy damage. And a butterfly now. Does it get any better?
Dire's top tower is under
No,
attack.
probably not.
Dire's top tower is
Feeling
under
real good. The
attack.
fake back coming through. They even gave a shield rune over to Satanic. He would love to be level 25 just for a little bit of that extra Omni Slash duration, but don't think he even needs it. They're going to go in. They're going to try and catch someone on a mission to push out these waves. They'll split up a little bit here.
They go forward. They want to try and find Phoenix.
Zenika's got the
Here
backstab.
comes the Swift Slash. Just look at that. That's not even an Omni Slash. Able to find the kill there onto Phoenix through the Supernova. Sand King, he's getting lower and lower, but in comes the Omni Slash now. Oh, the CK deleted. Comes forward for more, but a Burrow Strike there onto 2. But the Sand King is just
Wasn't able to get the epi off.
decimated by the hands of Satanic. This Juggernaut is just too strong. He goes into the fountain. Ultra kill. He's too fat. He gets himself so many kills in quick succession. What a hero. I think they need to deploy another emergency patch.
They do indeed, and Eternal Shroud needs another nerf as well, because Kasane, he was just able to stand on the front lines far too long. It just let them wait longer and longer and longer, wait for that perfect Swish Slash, and eventually the Omni Slash once again just dealing way too much damage. What was the overall damage? I mean, pretty rare that someone out-damages a Zeus, but that was the case. Satanic dealing 48,000 damage in a 37-minute game.
Sheesh.
Pretty devastating to have someone like that in your roster.
Yeah, they did perform a lot better in game 1. Cyber did, but unfortunately for them, Satanic was just ever too strong. I mean, he did put Miracle
Giving
in
him first
when
blood
he,
when you've got the Weaver, like, that's a big no-no. You know, you can't let him get off to that good start. The reason you pick the Weaver is for the laning stage, a big part of it, and no, you can't be giving up the first blood. And he didn't have the TP to get back out to the lane, which meant that it just snowballed more and more. It was crazy good.
And you said that he had a great play here within the Roshan. He was moving back and forth with the Disperser and just not dying.
Mm-hmm. Way too good. Even healing ward micro, just the little things that Satanic does. Like, he even has the time during a team fight to all chat Miracle as well, right? That's the sort of confidence that comes with youth, with exuberance, and honestly, for good reason, right? If you're able to take over a team fight almost single-handedly like that, you could be a little bit confident. But they got to remember, they are in the lower bracket. They did get knocked down very convincingly by 1W earlier today. But that is it for us today, as well, the other lower bracket matchup, I believe, is still going on. But Namiga taking a nice early lead there. But tomorrow, we have more Dota on both streams, EWC_Dota2_EN and EN2, which is where you are right now. What do we got there? So, first game tomorrow, I believe, is 1W versus the winner of versus Na'Vi, I believe, is the first game that we've got tomorrow, which that'll be a pretty good one.
It will indeed, and then possibly the second one will be... so we already have Yellow Submarine, who have actually eliminated Cyber Team here from the closed qualifiers. They could be possibly going up against... is it 1W or Na'Vi?
I think the loser of
VP
VP Liga is the one that we're doing.
Right.
Taking on the winner, taking on Yellow Submarine.
Right, fair enough. But there we go, folks. That is
there
good.
we go.
There we go. There you go. There are your matches, folks. There you go. There's your match schedule. So the bottom row is something that we'll be doing here. So obviously 1W versus Na'Vi, as Danog said, followed by we do not know, possibly someone from, either Liga versus Pro versus Yellow Submarine, and then the lower bracket further on into these closed qualifiers. So thank you ever so much for you guys tuning in today to watch the first day of these closed qualifiers for Eastern Europe of the Esports World Cup. We've been your casters for today, Danog and Epidamnos, but that is it from us, and we will see you tomorrow for some more closed qualifiers. Take care.